Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. Today is Wednesday, May 18th. It is 9:25 a.m., 5 minutes before that opening bell. And oh man, retail earnings is out, you guys. The market has moved here. Looks like we got a gap down. Like yesterday, we got a gap up. Today looks like a gap down. We'll see which way it heads, though, at the opening bell. First off, let's get into the description. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. This is live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this live action. Oh man. So pre-market, the indices here are down in the red. Here, the Dow's down about 85%. The Nasdaq's down by almost 2% here. The S&P 500 is down about 1.20%, you guys. So not looking good right here for stocks at the in pre-market right now. We see Target had a horrible earnings. They're down 25%, you guys. They're down $53. That is an earnings play. That's an earnings winner right there. If you snatch some puts on Target, you just won big. So now it makes sense why Wall Street was trying to tell you guys to buy Target. They didn't say buy it for the shares. They didn't say buy it for the upside. They just said buy it. So they meant buy puts too as well, probably. I'm thinking now they're up, you guys. Those puts are up big here. The Target is down 162. That definitely brung the SPY down a little bit, retail earnings. We got some data that came out this morning, and it didn't look good at all. So, yeah, you guys, looks like, yeah, the housing starts and the building permits numbers came out, but it don't look like it's good, and it's moving the market positively, you guys. Like I said, Target got clizapped, you guys. They are down. This is one of those ones. It's one of those ones. You don't even see it in space right here no more, right? No grid here, right? You got to find them. They gapped down, you guys. They went from 217, 167. They're faded. Now they're at 161. Those puts will be up huge, you guys. Those puts are going to be up huge. So that was a free earnings play right there, you guys. I told my clients, LCAOD, you know, about this play before the week started. So I don't want to hear any excuses about, oh, there's nothing going on. There's no money. Oh, LCAOD, I don't make money with LCAOD. Nobody's helping me. I just freaking told y'all Sunday about Target. You had the opportunity to look into it on your own. You had the opportunity to play it. You had the opportunity to make money. They're down 25%, you guys. They're about to pay out here in 3 minutes. They're down $53. This was a play that if you go look at those puts, those 160 puts, they were going for like probably 15 cents. I haven't even looked at the contracts, but I know they were cheap and worth the play that you could have made some money off of. So there's no excuse in this market, you guys. And this is a prime example. And I love when this happens because everybody wants to make money. And when I tell them how, they don't do it. So, hey, not my fault, not my problem. I mean, I could care less. I'm just saying, you working with a company and you ask for information, I give it to you, you don't take it. That's up to you, to each his own. But Target is definitely down here, you guys, 25%. That is ugly. That is a haircut. Like I said, those puts are about to pay out. I'm looking at the 165 puts, you guys. They're going for 10 cents. The 165 puts on Target are going for 10 cents. There's no excuse in life right now. So we're going to get off of that. But, yeah, the market is about to open. Those 10-cent contracts will definitely be up in equity to probably about 1,000 now. Those $10 contracts are going to go to 1,000. Those 10-cent contracts are going to go to $10. You feel me? Target is down. They're clapped, you guys. Tesla's down too here, down about 2%. We see Amazon, that hurt Amazon badly. Amazon's down $80. They're down 3.5% already at the opening. So, like, yeah, man, Target definitely retail. That hurt the market, you guys. That hurt the market bad here. But we're about to open up here. Let's see which way the SPY is going to head us and tell us which way everything's going today. Which way is the SPY heading? We're about to find out here. Live, ladies and gentlemen. But, yeah, man, yeah, opportunity always in this market. There's no excuse. Tell people it don't take much. I tell people all the time, it only take between $10 to $99 in this market. You can come up, you know. But if you put more to it, obviously you're gonna make more out of it. So that's up to you how much you want to put into this market, you guys. But there's always an opportunity to make money. The market is open too. Ding 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 ding. we are open officially here. It's 9:30. We see equity up here. We see equity up. We see it everything back to what it was. I got the first number here for you guys. I'm about to send it to you in the chat so you guys can see what y'all want to do. What y'all want to do. You know? Well, you know? So right now, the SPY's looking like it doesn't. It just opened the red candle. We don't have a direction quite yet. Let's see. I see a lot of blood. I see a lot of red, man. It's a lot of red, man. It's a lot of red. I'm gonna actually put target up over here. I want to see which way they going. Now they trying to open up, but that ain't. Telling y'all, they clap. Yeah, clap, you guys. Those puts opened up big. They clap. So as you can see, equity came right back here, like it never left. I don't have nobody responding in the chat, so that means y'all more than likely sleep. So I ain't gonna touch nothing. Y'all just gonna wake up to whatever y'all wake up to. It ain't my fault. And whatever happens, wherever we end up at, that's where it's gonna be. It ain't my fault. I ain't getting no response. It won't get touched. Simple as that. I don't care. Doesn't matter. We have nobody responded. That means everybody sleep. Early bird gets the worm. I won't touch it until you guys wake up and say something. That's just how business works. That's how it's legal, you know. So I feel like that's the fairest way. If nobody's saying anything, it'll be there when you guys wake up, and you guys will see what I saw. I got the first number, you know. So you saw what I saw. We'll see if that end up happening. We'll see if the SPY, what they gonna do. You feel me? Which way is the SPY going? It already gapped back down. So which way is it gonna go now after the gap down? It gapped up, didn't really push too high, gapped back down. Let's see if it pushes low. It might not. We're about to find out here. Obviously, the market's been open for 2 minutes. Target is trying to show strength to the upside here, but that's weak. They're still down $48. Keep that in mind. You know, SPY's coming down a little bit more here, 403. Let's see here. AMD made it to 100. Amazon is still down 70. Boeing's down. A lot of red, you guys. A lot of red, what's travel doing? Booking is down by 16 today. Let's see here. Disney. Ethereum is under 2,000, you guys. Crypto's not looking good. Bitcoin's under 30,000. Not looking good. Not looking good at all for them. So the SPY is. Let me see what the triple Q is at. Let me zoom out of here. Triple Q's looking like it's wanting to fight upward here. We got a buy signal just came in on the triple Q's. Not seeing where. Let's see where the volatility's at. The VIX is up here at $27. VIX went back up. Yeah, 5% today. Almost at $28. So we got some breaking news. Dow drops 300 points again. Its first decline in 4 days as companies warn of rising costs. Powell says the Fed will not hesitate to keep raising rates until inflation comes down. So Dow jumps more than 400 points. All right, so these are your headlines, you guys. Let's check around. Let's check around and see if we got any market briefings going on this early, moving this market at this pace. We'll see, you guys. Like I said, you guys, you know, in the company, you feel me? We got a group play right now. Nobody's saying nothing, so it won't get touched. Like I said, you'll wake up to what you wake up to. Early bird gets the worm, obviously. Like I said, I'm not going to touch it until we all can, you know, agree on a reasonable number. Right now, nobody's giving up. So, like I said, you might wake up and it might not be in your favorite. And nothing I can do, you guys wasn't up. It might be. And you just decide right there from where you guys get up and whatever. You feel me? We'll figure it out. Ain't nothing. You got time, you got patience, everything works out itself. So my clients are my clients get comfortable because we work with Tom here at LCOD. We pick contracts with Tom, so they comfortable. They understand it. They know they don't have to get up early every morning unless we're in some like type of weekly expiration or if it expired the next day or something. But other than that, relax and just monitoring the market. Once you really start to learn it, it gets easier. You can just relax and have patience about stuff. But not seeing any briefings right now. It does look like the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard situation is still going. But that's probably it right now. That's it. But that's not. It's not relating to the market at all. That's not moving the market. So I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll definitely see. When they start briefings, what will actually move the market and what won't. So we'll definitely get it here shortly in a moment. You guys, we're just trying to right now. We see the first buy signal come in on the SPY green. It's going up to VWAP here right now. The SPY's going up to VWAP here. AMD's going really up out of the upper band here a little bit. Triple Q's is going to VWAP as well. Looks like that might have been a rejection candle, but it looks like it might try to push back to 403.80 cent. It's at right in the middle right now, right at VWAP, you guys. So yeah, nothing going on. No briefings, nothing, no data, nothing driving this. Nobody's saying anything since Powell spoke. So we'll see. Let's check some headlines and see what headlines might be possibly moving the market. But other than that, you guys, we are really just from the gap down in the same spot. Technically, haven't really got out of this range yet, and it's only been 7 minutes. It's still early. So it looks like new details on shooting the suspect as Biden visits Buffalo.
But here is simple and straightforward: terrorism. Terrorism. Domestic terrorism.
The president and first lady meeting with the families of the 10 victims who lost their lives when an 18-year-old gunman opened fire at Tops Supermarket on Saturday in what authorities call a racially motivated attack.
We need to say as clearly and forcefully as we can that the ideology of white supremacy has no place in America.
The president blasting those who embrace replacement theory, the racist belief allegedly held by the shooter that there's a conspiracy to replace white Americans with people of color. This as new details emerge about the suspected gunman Peyton Gendron, seen here in this graduation photo, after he was investigated for threatening a murder-suicide at school in spring of 2021. Attention now turning to the 589-page document found online, containing posts the suspect allegedly wrote on the social media platform Discord prior to the supermarket attack. ABC News confirming that some of those posts were made in a private group 30 minutes prior to the attack. It's unclear who had access to them or who saw them. In December, the suspect allegedly building up an arsenal of weapons, including the rifle used in the assault. In February, a post claiming that his parents were unaware of the ammo and arsenal he'd acquired. Then in March, multiple posts about his alleged visit to the Buffalo area, where he did reconnaissance on the Tops grocery store. The shooter also allegedly posting about taking part in animal abuse, claiming his mother gave him a box to bury a cat he killed. Then on May 5th, just over a week before the attack, the suspect noting he'd been lying to his parents for months. A community suffering not only the loss of loved ones, but also a store they relied on.
And this has been a center of community, so for it to be closed for any period of time is a hardship for some people.
The mayor also tells me there's been an outpouring.
All right, you guys. So yeah, that's still going on. Basically, there's new details with that. Basically, it sounded like it was planned. The guy planned it. He was like a personal racist, and he planned it. So I mean, it's new details saying about something about child abuse, animal abuse, or something of that nature. Grab this one. Take this one. Something of that nature. So yeah, we got that coming up right here. The House Judiciary hearing on abortion care access is in 20 minutes. That's coming up. It does look like nothing's trending here besides the Amber Heard situation. They got that live on Fox News.
I believe there's a broken lamp.
Miss Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Miss Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
In the bed.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Yes.
Did she look upset?
When I arrived,
Yes.
she was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
Now let's turn to the events of May 21, 2016. Okay. At some point, did Miss Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some stuff on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Miss Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So, do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
On which... When?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing, Ms. Pennington?
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
At some point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yes.
Sometime after Ms. Heard left to go back to Penthouse 3, you received a text message from her, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
Rich people problems. PH1, Penthouse 1.
Where was Mr. Drew?
Rich niggas.
With me in PH1.
And where was Ms. Mars?
What else do you want to know about PH2?
She was either with us in PH1 or in PH5.
And do you remember what you were doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you remember when you went straight over to PH3, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
When you went to Penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Technically, you just need to spot below 400 to win the big though. That 397 break even would definitely put this contract up.
Do you recall the door being locked to Penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
Okay, so this looks like Amber Heard might be her friend or something. She's testifying for her or something like that. It has nothing to do with the market, you guys, but Fox News is airing it out. They're also showing gas prices average over $4 in all 50 states now, you guys. So gas is over $4 in all 50 states. It's not good, man. It's not good at all. The SPY has been selling so far in the triple Qs. Volatility spiked up here, up 5% today. VIX is up. We see Amazon still down about 70. Let's check back with Target because that was an earnings winner right there. They're down too. Looks like they're down. They're definitely down here. They're down at 159. They're down 25%, you guys. Target got clizapped. Like I said, that was a free earnings winner right there. Tesla's coming back down 745. 745, they're down 15 here. They're down 15. Looks like Upstart is trying to go back to 40, 50. Twillo's down $1. Block is only up about 4 cents. We get consolidation right here on the SPY. Around 402 right now. And that's just what it's looking like. But the VIX did shoot up here, you guys. $27.66. That's the high of the day on the VIX. Right now, the VIX is at $27.48. So it's really bad. It's going back up here. You know, the VIX can go back to like at least. I'm thinking about maybe the VIX can make it back to 30. Yeah, it'll be max paying for the stocks again. Netflix is down 6 here, you guys. NVIDIA is down about $4. Microsoft is down. Am I reading that? Oh, that's MicroStrategy. Microsoft is down $5 too, though. MicroStrategy is down to $11. SPY is at the lower band right now. Looks like we're getting rejected too at the triple Qs on the lower band as well. But nothing going on right now. We do have this House Judiciary hearing on abortion care access. I think that'll be moving the market here shortly. But that's probably looks like the only type situation we got going on right now. Like I said, Fox is playing the Amber Heard situation. So I guess we could just listen to that for right now since there's nothing going on. And then when this starts, it will start in 10 minutes.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Beth?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
Yes.
Mr. Depp eventually left Penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that
I
correct?
mean, we don't got to, but here though,
Eventually, yes.
here though, at least it's like I'm not trying to get up.
And he left you and Ms. Bird in penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the moment you entered house 3 until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch Ms. Bird?
Why I'm saying how they got me is like I said, they remember how it closed. If we could have paid $4, that would be up right now. Instead of
I didn't see him touch her.
$6. That's why I was like,
Did you see him throw anything at her?
Right now, that's what I'm saying. But if this keep dropping below 400, this contract.
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
How long y'all want to hold it at this point?
What did you do after Mr. Depp left penthouse 3?
This is my last time asking right here though.
We took Amber to penthouse 1.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars were?
I don't know where they were specifically. I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
I'm assuming y'all want to know.
What did you do once you and Miss Bird got back to penthouse 1?
It just could be a mistake, like I said. It just could be a mistake where I brought in. That might be the only error right now. Especially if it don't keep dropping.
She wanted her purse. So I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Did you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this. On his way out, he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that. That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
You also observed injuries to Ms. Bird's face, correct?
Yes.
What did you see?
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Do you recall when you noticed her cheek?
No.
But you didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
Before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
PH3.
Did you see Ms. Bird speak to the officer? The first set.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter penthouse 3?
Yes.
They look around penthouse 3?
Yes.
Did they enter House 5, the first set of police officers?
I'm not sure.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in Penthouse?
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Between the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
I don't remember exactly.
Do you have an approximation of how much time had passed? An hour, 2, less than that?
Less than 3.
3 hours? Less than 3 hours?
Less than 3.
In this time, do you recall cleaning up any of the damage to Penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking to either of the second set of officers?
No, I don't remember if she did or not.
Did these officers, the second set, look around Penthouse 3?
I can't guess, so I don't know.
Ms. Pennington, have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that, but may we just approach to just get straight on some exhibits, please?
Okay. All right, everyone, we are slowly approaching the 8 a.m. hour. You are streaming live now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I will be your host for the next few hours here. As you can see, we are covering many top stories here. That's what we do at Live Now from Fox. We bring you internationally the top headlines from throughout today. Now, we are listening into day 18 as we continue to cover Amber Heard as she just wrapped up testimony on Tuesday. We're now listening into testimony of her friend. Again, Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife, seeking $50 million from Heard, accusing her of tarnishing his career. Now, Heard just yesterday again revealed some key details into their marriage, but she continues to deny any and all allegations that she was allegedly the aggressor during their marriage. Now, if you take a look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen, we are also monitoring consumer news. Pain at the pump is getting more painful for drivers. Gas prices jumping yet another 4 cents just on Tuesday, now hitting record highs for the 8th day in a row. Now the national average for regular gas is over $4, close to $4.52. You can bet we are going to keep a close eye on this story as it is affecting most, if not all, Americans, the rising gas prices. And we, of course, are also following the results for those 5 states that recently had their primaries.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to bring you all a closer look, but it could be days before we have a winner.
Are we
in
ready
one
to
of the most
start?
closely watched primary contests in the nations.
Yeah.
We know that voters in, again, 5 states went to the polls just yesterday, from Pennsylvania in the east all the way to Oregon in the west, casting votes for roles like senator, governor, and House. Now, this, of course, is laying the groundwork for the November midterm elections. So we're going to keep a close eye
I understand
on
that you've
that. All right, guys, the time is now
testified a number of times
9:59.
about,
It looks like we are in a bit of a lull when it
some of
comes
the
to the
events
Johnny
that we
Depp versus
touched on
Amber
yesterday,
Heard
right?
trial. The attorney's taking a sidebar.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. And
Has
we'll
there
have
ever
more
been
right after
anything
this.
in any of those prior sworn statements or
Okay, they took a quick break. All right, looked like the spot did just touch a low today, right there, $487. You guys, that's the low today. $403.80 is the high right now, currently of the day today. So it was definitely we had a gap up, and now we got a gap down. We're still consolidating, still in the range here. Nothing too big going on yet. But Amazon is bleeding though. That's a big move over there. They're down by 4%. Retail, it looks like retail is going to be a big payouts today. Looking at Target earnings, you guys, they got Clizap. They just went to 159. Man, Target got clapped, you guys. They're down 25% here. They're down $55, you guys. It's ugly here. It's ugly. But yeah, retail's not looking good, and that is the leader to the downside today. Retail names, you got Apple even down here today. Apple's up down about 2% right now, so that is not good. So we'll see as the day go on how low can they go. We know $400.87 right now is currently the bottom. We'll see if they make lower lows or retest at least VWAP here shortly. The next thing going on is this hearing on abortion care access. That's going to be really big, you guys. So we're going to take a quick break as well. We'll be right back.
Two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Standing on the goddamn block and some Air Maxes. Running from the goddamn cops and some Air Maxes. 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Standing on the goddamn block and some Air Maxes. Running from them goddamn cops and some Air Maxes. Bitch, you know I'm fresh. Bitch, you know I'm fly. Brown papers full of kush. Bitch, you know I'm high. Killer be that same nigga from the west side. Free my nigga KT doing a long ride. I swear to God, won't see my nigga until I'm 45. Free my nigga Gang, free Mac and free Shine. Got blood in my eyes, smoking hella doja, nigga. I'm sprinting to them bands, yeah, I'm hella focused, nigga. Everywhere I go, I'm strapped up fully loaded, nigga. A different breed, I make moves like them older niggas. Veteran shit, but I still be on that reckless shit. Shots buried, we don't give a fuck about stretching a bitch.
All black Nina on me. and my gold Air Maxes. Counting up bands on the air mattress, cause shit was real. And I did what I did, cause I had to for my kid. Man, it's been stool line, and that's one rack. I remember the days we was one pack. We live in Boogie Land, we be air trapping. I'ma go all out in these Air Maxes. Ain't no capping in my count. No niggas would get stamped or posterized and leave your mama traumatized. Somewhere in Memphis, it's been a homicide. I'm pouring up another foe and let it ride. Gelato kush in my backwood, then no bad good. Serving in the hood with a 95, just like some Air Maxes. Man, I been snapping. Just gotta make it happen. I'm blanking with this rapping. You know it ain't no capping. Hey, you know it ain't no capping. One rack shit, I made it happen. Yeah.
Hey, nigga, 2-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Standing on the goddamn block and some Air Maxes. Running from them goddamn cops and some Air Maxes. 2-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Smoking that good Dodie, boy. I would be on that Doja, nigga. That ocean grown, nigga. OG Kush.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the quick little break here. As you can see, the market is back testing 400. It looks like, and that hearing just started on abortion care access. So we're gonna tune into that right now. That's important. Let's listen. You got a lot of top politicians and a lot of smart money investors tied into this. So let's listen to this, you guys. This is very important. This is actually moving the market.
Right of women to make reproductive decisions as a fundamental right guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution and a pillar of women's equality. In doing so, the Supreme Court continued a series of rulings that rejected government interference in Americans' most intimate life decisions. To the court, quote, few decisions were more personal and intimate, properly private, or more basic to individual dignity and autonomy than a woman's decision whether to end a pregnancy, close quote. Almost 20 years later, in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, the Supreme Court reaffirmed the right to abortion, finding it central to a woman's dignity, autonomy, and status as an equal citizen. Indeed, if Americans cannot make decisions about their reproductive health, they cannot make decisions about starting a career, going to school, opening a business, and planning their lives. Unfortunately, Roe and Casey remain under constant threat, resulting in an ongoing crisis in access to abortion and other vital health care services. Over the last decade, state legislatures have passed hundreds of bills designed to block individuals from accessing abortion care. Under the disingenuous claim that these laws protect women's health, these states are deliberately attempting to put abortion out of reach. This is so in spite of the fact that numerous studies have concluded that giving birth involves more serious health complications than having an abortion. Meanwhile, according to the recently leaked draft majority opinion in the pending case of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, authored by Justice Samuel Alito, an emboldened right-wing majority in the Supreme Court appears poised to revoke the right to abortion altogether. To be clear, this draft remains just that, a draft opinion, and we await the court's actual decision expected to be handed down in the next several weeks. Nonetheless, we cannot simply ignore the fact that the nation now appears to stand at a constitutional turning point. If the Supreme Court overturns or severely curtails Roe, a precedent that women have relied on for almost a half century to make decisions about how best to order their lives, generations to come will have fewer rights than those that preceded them. At least 23 states have laws in place to limit abortions, including 13 that have trigger laws that would automatically ban all abortions if Roe were to fall, and at least 8 states that have pre-Roe bans that would once again become enforceable should Roe be overturned. Practically overnight, whether the government protects the essential individual right to make reproductive health care decisions will depend entirely upon where in this country a person lives. Furthermore, if the leaked draft opinion becomes the court's actual decision, it would exacerbate an already dire crisis in abortion care access. The consequences will be devastating. Women who cannot afford to travel, women of color, and women in rural communities will be disproportionately affected by state abortion bans and restrictions. People who work hourly jobs, already have children, or live many miles away from an abortion provider face impossible decisions and often insurmountable obstacles in finding the time, money, and support to access the care that they need, the care that is integral to their dignity and their fundamental freedom to live their lives on their own terms. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle will try desperately to change the subject in the hope that no one notices that if Justice Alito's draft opinion holds, millions of Americans will lose a fundamental constitutional right overnight. Do not let them get away with it. They will try to muddy the waters today by accusing Democrats of bullying the court, as if the wealthy conservative justices poised to hand down this decision have it worse than the women and healthcare providers who risk imprisonment if they seek or perform an abortion after this decision takes effect. They will try to distract you from their ultimate goal, a ban on abortion nationwide without exception. Republican voices in the media have tried to downplay the consequences of all this by arguing that the leak itself is the problem and that it threatens the integrity of the court. As I said from the start, the leak is a problem, but I will not be lectured on how best to protect democratic institutions from the crowd that cheered on the mob on January 6th of last year and continues to perpetuate a gross lie about the last election. And as they accuse the leaker of undermining democracy, keep in mind the most stunning aspect of this draft decision. Justice Alito's words and logic used today to undermine the right to abortion provide a roadmap for the erosion of other fundamental rights, including the rights to marriage, to contraception, and to make decisions about raising our own children. Justice Alito's assurances to the contrary in this draft opinion are cold comfort. He used the same logic to argue against the right to marriage in Obergefell, and there is no reason to believe that the same 5 justices will not engage in a similar raw exercise of power to overturn other basic rights should the opportunity arise. Ladies and gentlemen, at base, safe, legal, and accessible abortion continues to be fundamental to individual equality, autonomy, and personal liberty. The decision to become a parent belongs to that individual. We cannot go backward. Congressmen must now stand up with Americans around the country and refuse to turn back the clock. Republican leadership has already told us what they want Congress to do. For all their talk about returning power to the states, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has already said that a national ban on abortion will be under consideration should Roe be overturned. And when that happens, living in a blue state will not save you from their attempt to take your decision about becoming a parent away from you. Nationwide means nationwide. Without exception means without exception. We cannot let that happen. Instead, Congress must act to ensure that every woman, regardless of geographic location, income, race, or any other factor, retains her constitutional right to access abortion. We will fight for legislation at every level of government to protect women's health, to protect access to contraception, to protect access to IVF, and to protect abortion rights. Women must have the freedom to make decisions about their reproductive health without anyone questioning their intellect, morals, or honesty. I stand with the members of this committee and millions of Americans around this country ready to fight for reproductive freedom. I thank our witnesses for being here, and I look forward to this testimony. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's about intimidation. It started in 2018 when the left and Democrats lied about Justice Kavanaugh, treated that individual in such a savage way. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. 2 years later, in 2020, we saw Senator Schumer stand on the steps of the Supreme Court and threaten sitting justices. Here's what he said. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. It's about intimidation. 13 months ago, President Biden launched a presidential commission on the Supreme Court to explore packing the court. It was no accident that that same month, the chairman of this committee, the House Judiciary Committee, introduced legislation to pack the Supreme Court. 4 weeks ago, this committee held a hearing in a subcommittee laying the groundwork to impeach Justice Thomas. And of course, 3 weeks ago, the draft op's opinion was leaked. Leaked for the first time it's ever happened. Draft opinion leaked. And last week, this committee, the Democrats passed legislation requiring, among other things, that people who want to submit amicus briefs to the Supreme Court would be required to disclose all of their donors in an attempt to chill First Amendment protected free speech. And the latest attempt to intimidate the court started 10 minutes ago when this hearing was gavelled into order. This hearing is about the very issue in front of the court as we speak. And while this is happening, the Democrats in the House have blocked us from considering legislation passed unanimously by the Senate to give the Supreme Court justices more security. And they need more security now more than ever. There are protesters outside their homes protesting each and every day. Protesters showed up at Justice's place of worship on Mother's Day. You know why they're trying to bully and intimidate the court? You know why? Because the evidence for overturning Roe is overwhelming, And the reasoning and the logic in the draft Dobbs majority opinion is so strong. Here's what it said. Roe was on a collision course with the Constitution from the day it was decided, and Casey perpetuated its errors, and the errors do not concern some arcane corner of the law of little importance to the American people. Further stated, we hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision. Finally, the opinion states it is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's elected representatives. To the people's elected representatives. Those representatives in the state of Mississippi passed legislation. That legislation was signed by the governor of Mississippi, also elected by the people of Mississippi. And what did that legislation, adopted by the duly elected representatives of the people of that state, say? If an unborn child is 15 weeks or older, you can't take their life. You can't do it. Specifically, it said this: except in a medical emergency, a person shall not intentionally or knowingly perform or induce an abortion of an unborn human being if the probable gestational age of that unborn human being has been determined to be greater than 15 weeks. And why? Why'd they pick that time frame? At 5 weeks, an unborn child's heart begins beating. At 8 weeks, the child begins to move in the womb. At 10 weeks, vital organs begin to function. At 11 weeks, the diaphragm is developing. At 12 weeks, the child has taken on human form in all relevant respects. People of Mississippi's legislature passed the law in question because they understand that life is precious and it should be protected. They understand that life is a gift from our Creator. They understand that you can't pursue happiness if you first don't have liberty, and you never have real liberty. You never have true freedom if government won't protect your most fundamental right, your right to live. I hope the draft opinion is the final opinion, because it's a win for logic, it's a win for the Constitution, and most importantly, it's a win for the sanctity of human life. And finally, I hope the attempt to intimidate the court ends now. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Excuse me. I will now introduce today's witnesses. Dr. Yashika Robinson is a board-certified obstetrician gynecologist. She serves on the board of directors of Physicians for Reproductive Health and is an attending physician at the Alabama Women's Wellness Center. Dr. Robinson received her BA from Talladega College and her MD from the Morehouse School of Medicine. Amy Arambide, and I hope I got that pronunciation correct. Amy Arambide is the executive director of Avow Texas. She serves on the board of Equality Texas and the advisory council of Repro Action and is a We Testify storyteller. She received her undergraduate degree at the University of Texas and a law degree from New York Law School. Catherine Glenn Foster is president and CEO of Americans United for Life. Previously, she spent 7 years as litigation counsel with Alliance Defending Freedom. She then founded and managed a law practice and led Euthanasia Prevention Coalition USA as executive director. Ms. Foster earned her BA from Berry College, a master's degree from the University of South Florida, and a JD from Georgetown University Law Center. Michelle Bratcher Goodwin is the Chancellor's Professor of Law and is the founding director of the Center for Biotechnology and Global Health Policy at the University of California, Irvine. Previously, Professor Goodwin was the Everett Fraser Professor at the University of Minnesota, with appointments in the Law School, Medical School, and School of Public Health. She received her BA from the University of Wisconsin, her JD from Boston College Law School, and received LLM and SJD degrees from the University of Wisconsin. We welcome our distinguished witnesses, and we thank them for participating today. I will begin by swearing in our witnesses. I ask that our witnesses in person please rise and raise your right hand. I ask that our remote witness please turn on your audio and make sure I can see your face and your raised right hand while I administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
I do.
Let the record show the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. For a witness appearing virtually, there is a timer on your screen to help you keep track of time. Dr. Robinson, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Yashika Robinson. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a board-certified OBGYN, a board member with Physicians for Reproductive Health, and I'm the medical director of Alabama Women's Center, one of Alabama's last clinics that provides abortion care. As a full-spectrum obstetrician gynecologist, I have a busy obstetrics practice where I provide prenatal care, deliver babies, and treat people after they give birth. I also provide abortion care because I know patients deserve access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care options. As of today, abortion remains legal in Alabama and states across the country, but it is not likely to remain that way. This has never been a theoretical exercise. We're talking about the real health and lives of our neighbors, family members, and friends. I came to this work not only because I believe all people deserve to make decisions about their lives, health, and bodies, but also because of my passion for young people, one that is deeply rooted in my personal experience with becoming pregnant as a young adult. Prior to finishing high school, I learned that I was pregnant. As a result of fear and lack of resources, by the time I confided in my mother and grandmother, I had no choice. I was going to be a mother. Yes, sir. Becoming a teen mother came with many harsh realities. I love my children with all my heart, but I know that everyone should be able to make the decision to parent for themselves. I have been in the shoes of many of the young people that I see in my clinic, and it is important for them to know that regardless of their decision, that I'm here to support them. Access to care should not look different based on your zip code. Because of medically unnecessary abortion restrictions, I see patients forced to travel up to 12 hours from as far away as Louisiana, Florida, and now Texas because of the ripple effect of abortion bans, stigma, and targeted harassment, all leading to other providers being forced to shut their doors. I know of patients who have slept in their cars overnight as a result of mandatory delay periods because they had no other choice. These restrictions add needless cost and delays. Their effects on the patients I care for are painful for me to see. And things are only going to get worse as states move to ban abortion should the protections of Roe and Casey, which are already illusory for far too many people in this country, be overturned. As someone who cares for people throughout pregnancy, maternal health is of the utmost importance to me. In Alabama, Black women are nearly 5 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. This is higher than the national average, which is quoted to be 3 times more likely. And this will continue to worsen as more states limit access to abortion care. Systemic barriers, racism, and white supremacy are at the root of both our maternal health crisis and our abortion access crisis. It is undeniable that without access to abortion, maternal mortality rates will continue to rise. I cannot emphasize enough that abortion is essential health care. Receiving or providing this care should not be criminalized. By attempting to criminalize practitioners who provide abortion care, the bans that we have seen passed in Alabama and in other states threaten people and communities that are already suffering from a lack of healthcare resources, and it compounds the complex scenarios that obstetricians like me routinely balance as we make the best decisions we can in managing complicated pregnancies. Restrictions on abortion affect everyone, yet fall hardest on those who are marginalized and likely facing financial and logistical barriers to care. Often these are the same people who are disproportionately surveilled and targeted by law enforcement. Some states have already begun to increase investigation and criminalization of pregnancy outcomes. This is not speculation. this is happening today. People have unjustly been arrested, prosecuted, and jailed for their pregnancy loss and had their search histories and digital footprints used as evidence to prosecute and sentence them. Patients' well-founded fear of surveillance and criminalization leads them to distrust the healthcare system, ultimately harming our collective health and well-being. The truth is, as more states enact abortion restrictions and attempt to ban abortion entirely, patients and providers will be put in untenable situations. Patients will be forced to leave their communities, providers forced to relocate to continue providing care, medical students and residents unable to receive education or training in abortion care, patients and providers fearing criminal charges for seeking or receiving care, providing essential and normal health care. This is a future that is filled with control, fear, and coercion. But the bottom line is this: abortion is health care, and this is essential care that we must protect. The patients I care for in my community deserve dignity, autonomy, and agency. I urge the members of this committee to do everything they can in this moment to protect access to abortion care. Our lives depend on it. Thank you for holding this important hearing, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Arambide, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you to the House Judiciary Committee for inviting me to provide testimony today. My name is Amy Arambide. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a We Testify abortion storyteller and the executive director of AVOW, an organization that strives for unrestricted abortion care and reproductive rights for all Texans through community building, education, and political advocacy. 1 in 4 of us will have an abortion. 1 in 5 of us experience mental health issues in a given year. And 1 in 25 Americans live with a serious mental health illness, such as bipolar disorder. I live at the intersection of all 3. I'm a first-generation Filipina American and second-generation Mexican American, and I'm here to speak on behalf of everyone whose abortions allowed them to care for their mental health and enabled them to thrive as a result. My story is not uncommon, but with the stigma surrounding both abortion and mental health disabilities, it is rarely discussed. From my late teens into my mid-20s, I suffered from undiagnosed bipolar disorder. But because I was a good student, I hid it well. In college, it was harder to identify. For months at a time, I would be highly energetic, hyperproductive, followed by periods of extreme depression. Just existing was too hard. I tried to self-medicate and attempted to end my life. In 2003, when I was 25 years old, I learned I was 12 weeks pregnant. I'd been with my boyfriend for a year. We agreed almost immediately that I would have an abortion. This was before many of the abortion bans in Texas, so I was able to access care fairly easily despite the cost of $500. I was empowered to have an abortion because reproductive freedom was always a part of our family's values. My father was an abortion provider in Central and South Texas from the 1970s to the 1990s. He switched his specialty from anesthesiology to obstetrics and gynecology in the 1970s, and after witnessing the repercussions of unsafe abortions before legalization, decided to provide abortions. When I was a child, he took me to a clinic in Laredo, where he provided abortions twice a month. I witnessed the gratitude on the faces of those waiting in the clinic, and my dad was a hero. In the year following my abortion, my father was diagnosed with a glioblastoma brain tumor. And as I spent more time with him, and as he spiraled into depression, we both realized that I was not well. I concluded that in order to help him get through this ordeal, I needed to get help. When I finally found the medication that worked, I was a whole new person. Treating my bipolar disorder enabled me to take care of my father after his brain surgery resulted in a stroke. I was mentally healthy for the first time in my adult life. I could be a full partner to my boyfriend, who is now my husband of 16 years. During law school, when I was ready, I had 2 miscarriages and then 2 children. And my pregnancies were physically and mentally very difficult. After being a parent for the past 11 years, I have no doubt that if I hadn't had an abortion when I did, I would not have survived. My chosen pregnancies were not easy, but they were exactly that, chosen. And my children are my whole world. By 2019, Texans would encounter over 26 different abortion restrictions. It was then, after my husband's vasectomy, that I became pregnant for the 6th time. I had a medication abortion, a series of 2 safe and simple medications. While the abortion was safe and straightforward, the hurdles I had to go through were exponentially more difficult, and that's still with all of the privileges and resources I had at my disposal. If this had happened any time in the last 8 months after SB 8, the 6-week ban, went into effect, I would have had to take off work, find childcare for my children, and travel out of state. Or if this had happened any time in the last decade before SB 8 went into effect, I would be able to get care in Texas, but I would also have encountered a 24-hour government-mandated delay, a forced sonogram, the legislatively mandated medically inaccurate Women's Right to Know booklet, and anti-abortion counseling. When SB 8 went into effect, the impact was immediate. People were confused about whether abortion was legal, afraid to ask their friends and family for help, and unsure if they could call abortion clinics or funds because they were afraid of being sued or putting their loved ones at risk. The wait for care has increased at clinics in our 4 neighboring states because they cared for the influx of patients from Texas, as well as some of their own communities. Texans have been forced to self-manage their abortion or continue their pregnancy against their wishes. If the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, Texas's trigger ban would go into effect 30 days after, banning abortion completely with barely any exceptions. This is real and it's terrifying. Everyone loves someone who had an abortion.
Witness time has expired. Thank you. Ms. Foster, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
We're here today because there is an ongoing crisis in America. The crisis we're confronting is abortion, not abortion care, not abortion access, not abortion choice. No, we're here today because there is a crisis in America concerning abortion itself. Full stop. We're approaching 65 million Americans dead from abortion. I know this firsthand. At 19, I aborted my first child. I felt emotional and psychological pressure to end my child's life. I was alone. So many voices in the culture lied to me. So many told me abortion was okay, was normal, was good even. I've lived with the regret of abortion every day of my life since. Abortion was damaging to me and deadly for my child. The truth is, abortion is always damaging and deadly. I understand that the other women on this panel today believe differently. I know their stories, and I've read their testimony. What is never addressed in their testimony is the simple reality of abortion violence. Abortion activism always requires euphemism and misdirection. Why? Because of the violent nature of abortion, because it is, frankly, inconvenient. Human persons, from their earliest days, poisoned in the womb and dismembered, torn limb from limb. Bodies thrown in medical waste bins and, in places like Washington, D.C., burned to power the lights of the city's homes and streets. Let that image sink in with you for a moment. The next time you turn on the light, think of the incinerators. Think of what we're doing to ourselves so callously and so numbly. Always and everywhere, the convictions of pro-abortion activists are damaging, are deadly, and are devastating to the fabric of American democracy. To speak for the violence of abortion is to speak for injustice. There's no other way to put it. We once had allegedly serious citizens in America speak for slavery. Many fought and even died to perpetuate that injustice. It seems incredible to us today, but Americans can and will overcome the injustice of abortion, just as Americans did finally overcome the injustice of slavery. Indeed, we're here today because the U.S. Supreme Court appears to be finally on the verge of reversing Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey. Roe and Casey are widely regarded by legal scholars on the left and the right as the court's gravest and most profound mistakes since Dred Scott or Plessy. The future of America, a post-Roe America, is a future full of hope. Roe's reversal will make it possible for America's lawmakers to once again affirmatively protect the human right to life and to enshrine law and policy that makes abortion unthinkable for even those most vulnerable to abortion propaganda. Now, despite this historic moment, pro-abortion members of Congress recently voted to enshrine abortion in a more systemically unjust way even than Roe. Codifying Roe would threaten to invalidate state-informed consent protections. Codifying Roe would threaten to invalidate reflection periods, consumer telemed protections, state prohibitions against race or sex or genetic discrimination, and state laws protecting human persons at or before the point of viability. Nowhere do efforts to codify Roe into federal law mention either the child or the democratic will of the American people. Everything real about the mother and child evaporates into thin air. The American people, through their elected officials, recognize the need for basic oversight, for genuine informed consent, and for the interests of the child to matter. It is pro-abortion members of Congress who are out of step with the American people. It is a biological reality that a preborn child is a member of the human family. We want a true constitutional order that equally protects all members of the human family. Even President Biden, despite being bought and paid for by corporate abortion money, acknowledged the truth earlier this month that at the center of every abortion is, and this is his word, a child. Abortion is fundamentally unjust. Abortion deprives our brothers and sisters of the equal protection of the laws. Abortion turns equals into unequals. It empowers the strong at the expense of the vulnerable, and it makes us all less human and less humane along the way. We must confront the violence of abortion and learn to live and thrive together. We are Americans. We are up to the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Goodwin, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Committee Chairman Nagler, Ranking Member Jordan, and distinguished members of the House Judiciary Committee, thank you for inviting me to participate in today's hearing. My name is Michelle Bratcher Goodwin. I am a Chancellor's Professor at the University of California, Irvine, a Senior Lecturer at Harvard Medical School. I write and teach in the areas of constitutional law, bioethics, and health law. My scholarship is published in the Harvard Law Review and Yale Law Journal, among others, and in books, most recently, Policing the Womb, Invisible Women, and the Criminalization of Motherhood. Over the past 50 years, there have been nearly 50 bombings of abortion clinics, with doctors, nurses, and security guards having been killed. There have been threats and mass shootings at our clinics in the United States where they are performing constitutionally protected health care. Now, soon the Supreme Court will issue a ruling in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, a case that involves a Mississippi abortion ban at 15 weeks of pregnancy. If the Supreme Court allows Mississippi's ban to go into effect, it will be endorsing Mississippi's solicitation to overturn Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, two cases underpinning the constitutional right to abortion in the United States. For many women of means who can travel and pay for childcare, the loss of Roe will be devastating. For poor women, particularly poor women of color, the loss will be deadly. This is the coming of the new Jane Crow. In this term, the Supreme Court demonstrated its willingness to selectively read and ignore its own jurisprudence when it allowed a draconian Texas abortion ban, SB 8, to go into effect. SB 8 bans abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy, before which many women, girls, and pregnant capable people even realize that they are pregnant. Ripping a page from the darkest annals of American history, the Texas law includes a bounty provision that allows local residents to sue individuals who aid, abet, or assist individuals seeking to terminate a pregnancy. As its shameful predecessor, the Fugitive Slave Act, showed, the bounty provision incentivizes private individuals to spy upon, surveil, and interfere with the individuals asserting fundamental human and constitutional rights, such as bodily autonomy, privacy, and freedom. Revoking abortion rights is the very subject of Justice Alito's leaked draft opinion, which is disturbing for many reasons, including troubling inaccuracies, unsupported assertions, and flawed reasoning, such as the notion that constitutional rights do not exist unless explicitly articulated or enumerated in the Constitution. This novel principle casts doubt on the legitimacy of corporate religious personhood, an artful contrivance of law innovated in 2014 by Justice Alito himself in Burwell v. Hobby Lobby, a case that bestowed religious liberties on for-profit corporations that sought to limit contraceptive access to female employees. Nowhere in the Constitution or statute is it mentioned that for-profit corporations shall have religious identities and liberties. Nevertheless, this was crafted by Justice Alito less than a decade ago. If the draft opinion derives from a purported neutral view of the law, as Justice Alito argues, its technical errors and omissions are stunningly apparent. Not once does the opinion address rape or incest, even though the newly styled abortion bans, including the Mississippi law, the subject of the draft opinion, and Texas's SB 8 law, provide no exceptions for survivors. Sadly, the draft opinion eschews inconvenient facts, calling them irrelevant, yet facts matter. Moreover, one of the most substantive omissions in Justice Alito's draft is that the Constitution establishes that, quote, all persons born or naturalized or are citizens of the United States. The Constitution does not mention embryos, fetuses, or unborn children. Now, stripping away these exceptions and forcing abortion providers to close their doors exposes the illogic and cruel political nature of these bans, which showcase the dismantling of democratic norms and principles. Justice Alito writes about Blackstone, Koch, and Hale, and in fact, he cites these legal authorities who condemned women to the status of property and suggested that women could be subjected to physical punishment and even rape by their husbands. According to Blackstone, this was for her protection and benefit. Now, notably, it was the 13th and 14th Amendments in which women, not just men, were freed from the bondages of slavery. And it is very clear that the 13th and 14th Amendment were intended to apply to Black women, not just Black men, that they should not be subjected to involuntary servitude. Now, as I conclude, history reveals the cruelties of racism, sexism, and white supremacy in forced labor and reproduction. It is undeniable history reported by this very Congress. And should the Supreme Court dismantle Roe v. Wade, its decision will be the modern-day corollary and appendage to Plessy v. Ferguson, anchoring separate but equal legal discourse in matters of reproductive health, rights, and justice. Thank you.
I thank all the witnesses for their testimony. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Ms. Arambide, for nearly a year, abortion care has effectively been banned in your home state of Texas since SB 8 went into effect in September of 2021. The leaked draft majority opinion in Dobbs is deeply troubling, but the truth is there's been a multi-year assault by a hostile state legislature that has severely impacted abortion care access in your state. How has this multi-year attack and Texas' draconian 6-week abortion ban affected the lives of pregnant people in Texas today?
Thank you. In Texas, currently, we're living in a post-Roe world where people can't access the abortion care they need or they want, despite the fact that the majority of Texans support access to abortion care. People have had to, they're too afraid to look for information for fear of being sued. They're too afraid to call clinics for fear of being sued. They're too afraid to even access resources from abortion funds because they don't know what the repercussions might be for their loved ones and themselves. In addition to that, once they're able to find out the information, their care is delayed. They have to find childcare, accommodations, the ability to travel out of state. They have to make appointments at clinics that are already at capacity serving their own communities. And many times people are forced either to forego care altogether and be forced to carry their pregnancy to term, or they're self-managing their abortion. Abortion is essential health care and it should be available to everyone. But in Texas, we've been living as if we're already in a post-Roe world and it's only going to get worse. If the decision stands, over 26 states are poised to ban abortion, and the impact will be exponential across the country. Texas is home to over 30 million people. 7 million in 2019 were of reproductive age and ability, and those people won't be able to access the care they need. And that's a travesty. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Goodwin, as of today, the right to access abortion care is constitutionally protected. If the Alito draft opinion is handed down tomorrow and Roe and Casey were overturned, we would face a situation where the court will have taken away a long-recognized constitutional right. A person will have had a constitutional right today, gone to bed, and woken up tomorrow to find that she no longer has such a right. What is your reaction to such a scenario?
It is incredibly unusual in our American democracy and the Supreme Court's jurisprudence that the Supreme Court would actually take away the expansion of a right, which is fundamental. That is not something that we've seen the court do. Instead, what the court has done has been to reject draconian laws such as those that enslaved American Black people, or laws that denied women rights such as to become attorneys, or when there were laws that denied women to be able to have credit cards in their own name. The Supreme Court has struck down such laws and has expanded freedoms. The Supreme Court has never gone back to, in fact, revoke what have been freedoms that have been well articulated and established in the Constitution and also by the Supreme Court. It's highly unusual.
Dr. Robinson, states have been chipping away at the right to abortion for years by restricting access to abortion care. Nonetheless, for 2 generations of Americans, Roe v. Wade has been the legal cornerstone of women's equality by assuring that they have access to safe, legal, and life-saving medical care. If the Supreme Court were to overturn Roe,
A former
how would it
Goldman
further
Sachs
exacerbate the
PhD
current
says,
crisis in
"We are
abortion
never
care
returning
access?
to normal."
And what would it mean
The
for the
strange
patients and
phenomenon is
communities
distorting
you
Am-
serve?
Fairly looked.
As I mentioned in my testimony, access to abortion care is very essential for patients in my community and throughout the U.S. It would be quite devastating. Alabama is already poised to have a complete ban on abortion. We already have a law in the books. So if this is overturned, that means that patients in my community and the surrounding communities who have depended on us for care will no longer have access to the health care that they need. It also means that provide the mother. But in a situation where we already have, where Roe is already in place, as an obstetrician, I already have difficulties obtaining the permission to proceed with abortion care for patients who are in my hospital. If these patients are hospitalized and they're hospitalized because they are very ill, we already require 2 physicians to be able to sign off on this. And unfortunately, when a person is pregnant and is prior to 20 weeks, 22 weeks gestational age, that means if we end that pregnancy, that means that the pregnancy will not come to term. So as hard as it is to hear, that is still called an abortion. And it is medical care that some patients need, and we have difficulty obtaining the permission to proceed with that right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. The very subject of this hearing is an outrage. Abortion care, the stated topic today, is of course an oxymoron. But the timing and the obvious purpose of this hearing today are unconscionable, and they are profoundly damaging to our institutions. Democrats are engaging in a brazen attempt here to intimidate and bully the justices of the Supreme Court as they consider a challenge to Mississippi's pro-life law. As soon as the draft opinion was leaked, their activists on the left began to picket and harass the justices and their families in their homes. Democrats have threatened the justices by name in the press, on the steps of the Supreme Court, and in recent briefs to the court. And now, in this and previous Judiciary Committee hearings, we have jurisdiction over the American system of justice. And the fact that we would be here trying to influence a pending opinion is unprecedented and dangerous to our institutions. So much for the Constitution, our system of justice, and our critical foundations in the principle of judicial independence. There is no right to abortion in the Constitution, period. Never was. It's not in its text, it's not in its structure, not in its meaning. Roe invented the right out of thin air, and it was highly criticized from the moment that it was published. And this has imposed a tragically consequential and a court-created social policy on the people of our country. And as a result, as was said a moment ago, almost 65 million of America's unborn children have perished because of it. Because there is no right to an abortion in the Constitution, that question is left to the states for the people to decide. This is long overdue, and after nearly a half century, we are very hopeful and grateful that that might finally happen. Ms. Goodwin reminded us just a moment ago that facts matter. So let's talk about the underlying facts, because the facts and the law and the logic and the advancements in medical technology are clearly on the side of life. As the Susan B. Anthony list summarizes it well, quote, "The humanity of the unborn child is undeniable now, thanks to advances in modern medicine and science. At 6 weeks, an unborn child has a beating heart, and by 15 weeks, unborn children can suck their thumbs, they have fully formed noses and lips, eyes and eyebrows, and they can feel excruciating pain. These children deserve a voice in the American democratic process." In the recent Dobbs argument before the Supreme Court, Chief Justice Roberts pointed to the fact that the U.S. is an outlier to the vast majority of other countries' viability standards. He said, quote, "When you get to the viability standard, we share that standard with the People's Republic of China and North Korea. It is unconscionable to think that the United States is one of only 7 countries that allows for abortions for any reason after 20 weeks. In our nation's birth certificate, we boldly declare that it is a self-evident truth that human beings are made by their Creator and they are endowed by Him with certain inalienable rights. The first listed is the right to life for obvious reasons." All 3 of the Democrat witnesses here today support and advocate for what they say is unrestricted abortion on demand. Let me ask Dr. Robinson, I could go to any of them, but you're the medical doctor. Based on your website and your testimony today, you clearly support the right to abort a 20-week-old unborn child. So I would love for you to explain to us, in your medical opinion, at what point in pregnancy should having an abortion no longer be an option?
Thank you for the question. As a medical doctor, I understand that every pregnancy is unique and different. I also understand that patients need to have access to care, pregnant people, as the pregnancy progresses, and that may be for various reasons.
Okay, let me ask you, do you support the right of a woman who is just seconds away from birthing a healthy child to have an abortion?
I think that the question that you're asking does not realistically reflect abortion care.
In that
the
scenario,
United
would you support her right to abort that child?
I won't entertain theoreticals.
It's not a
That's not
theoretical, ma'am. You're a
reality.
medical doctor.
I am a medical doctor, and that has never happened.
Never happened in your
healthcare-
practice, ma'am, but it happens. How about if a child is halfway out of the birth canal? Is an abortion permissible then?
Can you repeat your question?
If a child is halfway delivered out of the birth canal, is it permissible to have an abortion? Would you support the right for an abortion then?
I can't even fathom that ever.
I'm not asking you if you can fathom it. If it occurred, would you support that abortion or not? That's unrestricted abortion,
It's a
right?
question that I can't imagine. Just like you probably can't imagine what you would do if your daughter was raped. If it hasn't happened, it may be
Okay,
difficult for you.
you're not going to answer this question, but how about this one? How does one qualify as fully human? What makes a human being?
What makes a person a human being is
right.
them being born, number one. That's why
Oh.
we have birthdays. And then also their individual DNA, them having autonomy, being able to act and think.
Okay, but
autonomously,
wait a minute. A
being
newborn
able to
child lacks the
breathe and
immediate
live
capacity.
outside of the
A
womb.
newborn child lacks the immediate capacity to make conscious, deliberate choices. So is infanticide okay?
I think what we're here to talk about is abortion care. What you're describing is something that is already illegal and there are laws on the books for that. So I'm not a proponent
But
of
see, you
any
understand
restrictions.
if Dobbs is handed down, the states will be able to make that decision, and there are some that will go that far. You need to be aware of what we're talking about today. I'm out of time. I yield back.
There are laws on the books for
Gentleman's time
that.
has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I'm sorry.
I said the gentleman's time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Okay. In the instance that he's describing, there are already laws on the books for that. Those are criminal acts. And so I'm not a proponent of any additional restrictions on people being able to access abortion care. I'm a proponent of us just enforcing the laws that are already on the books.
But what if the law is changed to allow for
The
that?
gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am mindful that the Senator McConnell has already discussed publicly the concept of prohibiting abortion in every case in every state should the court allow that to occur. So really what we're talking about is the potential of politicians making decisions, taking the decisions away from individuals and really criminalizing healthcare for women. You've given good and interesting testimony, but my question really goes to the other potential impacts of what's being discussed. Professor Goodwin, what impact would such a decision, if the draft were to become the court's decision, what impact could that have on in vitro fertilization or contraception in your view? Could that become criminalized as well?
It certainly could. And so I want to speak to two impacts. The first that we have to speak to is maternal mortality. The United States ranks 55th in the world in terms of maternal mortality, not amongst its peer nations, but it is ranks among Saudi Arabia, Bosnia, and Russia, places that allow for the stoning and lashing of women. But more specifically to your question, yes, we could see, in fact, the dismantling of contraception access to being able to have IUDs, access to Plan B, which is used after
Let me follow up with, if I may, with you on that, because in the draft opinion, Justice Alito really says there is no privacy right, and also that there's no deeply rooted in this nation's history and tradition right to abortion. Now, I look at the Constitution, doesn't mention women, and certainly the right of gay people to marry or for people of different races to marry is not deeply rooted in the nation's history. Do you think that by extension, that draft opinion could be used to take other rights away?
Well, it certainly could be, and it sends a very strong signal to states that are already inclined to do that, where state lawmakers and governors have already indicated that that's their interest in order to impose civil punishments, criminal punishments, and begin stripping away rights that we've seen emerge over time. We've already seen this in Texas with regard to the governor pushing forward an executive order that would essentially punish parents who are providing affirmative care to their children who are trans. So gay marriage is at stake, the ability to adopt if you are gay at stake, interracial marriage at stake. It only takes one local county clerk to say, I disagree.
Let me go to some of the other issues. I've long been a proponent of preserving privacy rights of Americans, and I even am a founder of the bipartisan Fourth Amendment Caucus, which I chair. I'm thinking about some of the other implications of the draft decision, should that happen. If Roe's overturned, it seems that there is a risk that personal data could be more or less weaponized against women seeking basic health care. And the media is full of news stories, identifying new risks to women's data privacy in a post-Roe world. For example, Here's a headline sample from the Washington Post. Law enforcement may fully unleash its data collection tools on abortion, or without Roe, will data become a company headache and user nightmare? What police could find out about your illegal abortion. Vox points out that period apps and data privacy in the post-Roe v. Wade climate could actually be utilized to prosecute women. How could information gathered by such apps, Dr. Robinson, be used to target women who seek reproductive care in states with laws that criminalize care? And could these apps track location, for example, to Planned Parenthood and be weaponized against clinics? You have to turn on your mic.
Oh, I apologize. It's hard to imagine how these apps that people are using in order to track their menstrual cycles and to try to control their fertility, how this will be used against people in a post-Roe world. I could not imagine us going back to the day where abortion access wouldn't be available. So that's just difficult for me to fathom at this time.
My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the American people are facing real issues that need real solutions. Yesterday, gas prices hit an all-time high for the 8th day in a row. They're actually over $4 a gallon in all 50 states now. They're $4.39 back in my district in Cincinnati. I paid $5.19 here in D.C. when I flew up Monday at a gas station right outside of Washington, D.C. And I understand out in California, they're over $6 a gallon now, and that's the equivalent of a massively regressive tax hike. And it's going to cost the American people thousands of dollars per year, and that's just in the price of gas. And gas prices impact every other aspect of the economy, which means higher prices for everything. And perhaps even more concerning are the supply chain issues that continue to plague our nation. Now young families can't even find baby formula to feed their newborn children. These shortages and the resulting price hikes have gone far beyond just being an inconvenience. They've become a desperate reality to American families all across the country. And make no mistake, these are real problems that the Biden administration policies have caused and for which seemingly they have no workable solutions. Instead of working towards solutions to solve these and so many other problems that are adversely impacting so many Americans, this committee is once again spending valuable time debating a hypothetical issue, a Supreme Court case which has not even come out now, rather than to try to solve real problems and come up with real solutions. This hearing is yet another attempt to distract the American people from the failures of the Biden administration to address the problems they face right now, today, by instead scaring people with a hypothetical case, concerns that might happen down the road in the future. Today, it's a hypothetical Supreme Court decision, which has not even been rendered yet, but which was illegally leaked. It's pretty clear that the leaked opinion is being used to blatantly intimidate the United States Supreme Court. We've never had a draft Supreme Court opinion leaked like this before, at least not to my knowledge, and for good reason. The court relies on the good faith of its members to work through complex legal questions, sharing draft opinions so they can respond to each other's concerns. Through that process, opinions can evolve and develop and improve and sometimes change. In the end, the American people get a better understanding and a reasoned result, even when they may not ultimately agree with the outcome. As obviously in this country on abortion, this country has been in dramatic disagreement for some time now. At least that's the way it's worked for the last 233 years up until now. One has to wonder how the court will even function going forward. Will the justices be able to trust one another? Will they be able to overcome this historic breach and resume anything close to normal operations? Or is the court, much like Congress, now condemned to hyper-partisanship? This dangerous, unprecedented situation is what we should be discussing at this hearing. After all, this committee has oversight over the Supreme Court, and we're charged with making sure that it functions properly. Instead, this committee is feeding the fire that may ultimately consume the United States Supreme Court's independence, and that's not a good day for America. Ms. Foster, as well as being a strong pro-life advocate, you're also an attorney. And I'd like to ask, can you think of another example of breach like this, certainly of this magnitude, in the history of the Supreme Court, where a draft opinion has illegally leaked to the media, and how damaging do you view such a breach to the functionality and reputation of the court?
I cannot think of one, and that's because there hasn't been one. That leak, and even this hearing today, it really threatens the integrity of the court. Today is wild speculation about what the court may do, not what it has done. The leaker intended to bring chaos and public pressure to the reasoned deliberations of the court as they attempted to determine the outcome of the case. It's simply wrong.
And I know you and many pro-life advocates would like this to mean no more abortions in the country, but in reality, what actually happens?
What actually happens
if this decision comes out and Roe would be overturned by the Supreme Court?
If Roe is overturned, then the issue returns to the states. As Ron Paul has written, the federalization of abortion law is based not on constitutional principles, but rather on a social and political construct created out of thin air by the Roe court. This Dobbs opinion, should this be the final opinion, it would reverse that damage and return the issue to the people and to our elected representatives.
Thank you. My time's expired, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I thank the chairman very much. I view this hearing as probably one of the most important hearings in my lifetime, dealing with the absolute question of the survival of the Constitution. First of all, let me acknowledge the very weak distraction of a leak. I have absolutely no concern about a leak where a duly constituted body such as the Supreme Court would be prevented from doing its work. There is no question that the Republicans want a total nationwide ban on abortion, with no exceptions for incest, no exceptions for rape. An intolerable, inhuman posture that they would put America in. I think today I come claiming for women freedom, justice, equity, equality, and an absolute ban on politicians telling women what to do with their body. The CDC found in 2020 that non-Hispanic Black women suffered 55.3% death per 100,000 live births, a number 2.9 times the rate of non-Hispanic white women, which means that in many instances, as loving as pregnancy can be for those who choose it, it can also mean death to women who happen to be African American and other minorities. So let me ask questions to Dr. Goodwin first, Professor Goodwin, as it relates to constitutional rights. We heard the question that abortion is not in the Constitution. For those who understand that the document is a living document, would you assess the question of the idea of ignoring the First Amendment because church services are not specifically mentioned or synagogue services are not specifically mentioned, or ignoring the Eighth Amendment or ignoring the Fourth Amendment? Professor, could you analyze the importance of recognizing that Roe v. Wade is precedent and the Ninth Amendment dealing with privacy governs?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, over 233 years of the Supreme Court's existence, the Supreme Court has fashioned rights because the Ninth Amendment provides for it. That is to say that not all rights have to be explicitly enumerated in the Constitution. The Supreme Court has the discretion through its interpretation of the Constitution to speak to matters that are not explicitly delineated. The drafters of the Constitution anticipated that they had not thought of all matters that would be important to America as it develops, such that there would be a Ninth Amendment that would allow for the court to be able to further interpret as society emerged. At the time in which the Constitution was drafted, we didn't have trains, we didn't have planes, we did not have cars, we had no electric cars, we had none of the machineries of war that we currently have. So as we look at other amendments too, from a Second Amendment perspective, there are certain artillery that we have today that was not anticipated at the time of the Second Amendment drafting. And to the point that you made, when the First Amendment was drafted as well, there were certain articulations that we appreciate today that were not explicitly delineated within the context of the Constitution. But it is also worth noting what the Constitution says. The Constitution says that people who are people in the United States are people that are born. It makes no mention of embryos or fetuses. And it is also worth noting what the 13th Amendment says and the 14th Amendment. If we appreciate that members of Congress were freeing not only Black men, but also Black women, it says that there shall be no involuntary servitude. And it explicitly also mentions that Black people shall have, and this includes women, liberty and freedom. And this is incredibly important when one looks at what those histories were.
Thank you, Sabrina. Ms. Arambi, you live under the horrors of the Texas SB 8. Thank you for your father's life and legacy. Tell me what it means to have a stalking provision, meaning that women can be exposed and a bounty can be given to them under the Texas law, and that law spreading across America, along with an absolute ban on abortion. Ms. Arambi, are you there?
Yes, thank you for that question. Since SB 8 went into effect, people have been terrified because extremists have been essentially deputized as bounty hunters to come after people that they think might have been aiding, abetting, or providing abortion care. And that's had a chilling effect for people trying to access abortion care. People can't exercise their constitutional right to have abortions. And that's not okay, and it's about to spread throughout the country if this decision goes into effect. So it's terrifying.
Gentlelady's time has expired, Mr. Gohmert.
I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses here today. Ms. Foster, we've heard a great deal about, gee, it's my body, it's my choice. But the same people that said that seem to feel like if it comes to a vaccination, it's not your body and it's not your choice. We get to tell you whether you have vaccinations or not, regardless of what the risks are. Do you believe people have the right to choose what happens to their own bodies?
I believe in protecting every human being, no matter who they are, where they are, any other aspect about them. Whatever you call that is what I'm for. And that absolutely includes human beings in the womb.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. You're familiar with the law. State and federal law does not recognize a child's being mature enough to enter in legally binding contracts, so that normally there's a parent that is required to make decisions in the best interest of the child's body, correct?
Correct, yes.
So you've obviously been working in a pro-life movement for a long time. Do you think it's an appropriate presumption that a parent will choose to do what's in the best interest of a baby's own body, since they can't make the choice for themselves?
Absolutely. We should be protecting every human being.
But do you see, do you believe there should be a presumption that a parent will make a decision for the best interest of the child's body?
Yes.
You know, we've seen lots of problems. We've heard testimony about the mental duress of carrying a child. And of course, I'm sure you're aware of what's called postpartum depression. Some have it very severely. And I'm wondering if a mother is suffering severe depression as a result of having a child that she's not mentally and physically able to take care of. Do you believe that a mother should have the right, like to drown a child, to get rid of the child because of the mental stress and duress and problems that the mother is having?
Of course not. That would be horrifying, and that's why we have safe haven laws to provide support and resources and an outlet for women in difficult situations.
But from what you've said already, you seem to feel like the child's body does belong to the child, but relies on the parent to make decisions for the child's best well-being, correct?
I trust that people are looking out for the best interest of all human beings and are supporting their right to life.
Well, are you familiar with premature babies, preemies?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. Do you find that it seems they have an inherent desire to live?
Absolutely. You know, when you visit a NICU, you see them fighting for their ability to live for every breath.
And that's a good term, fighting for their ability to live. From our own daughter that was born 8 to 10 weeks prematurely, we were sent to a higher level ICU, neonatal ICU, because they had a higher survival rate. And when I got there, my wife had to stay at the hospital where she had been and encouraged me to go do anything I could. But I began to see why the survival rate was so high there, because the doctor said, you got to sit down right here. That baby can't see you properly, but she knows your voice. You stroke her little face, her hands. She grabbed the end of my finger, and I couldn't move for 8 hours because, as the doctor said, she's drawing strength, she's drawing life from you.
The gentleman's time has
That's
expired.
the role of a parent. I thank you for your being here.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Foster, let me ask you a question. Are you in favor of outlawing abortion in all 50 states?
I believe in protecting every human person, no matter who or where they are. So whatever you call that is what I'm for.
So you're in favor of outlawing abortion in all 50 states. Do you think that should be done by the federal government in protecting all of those individuals, as you call them?
I don't think that that we have gotten to that point necessarily. You know, we haven't. We've voted on the Women's Health Protection Act, and so we've seen the converse, the codification, and even
if Senator
expansion of
McConnell
Roe.
was able to go forward and have a bill to outlaw abortion federally, which is not prohibited from the Congress from doing such, would you be in favor of Congress prohibiting abortion in all 50 states?
I would be in favor of protecting every human being, no matter where they are.
Thank you.
So
And what if a person was impregnated by rape, incest? Would you be in favor of an abortion then, or still against abortion?
I would say that every human being is inherently valuable.
You said that many times. So basically what you're saying is you are against an exception for rape or incest. So if somebody is raped, you are saying they would have to bear that child because you consider that fetus a human being. And so that child would be brought into this world even though the woman was forced into sex by possibly and probably somebody who she had no affinity towards whatsoever. I find that abhorrent to think that that's where we are, and we are in many states are requiring and concerned about forcing young people to wear masks to protect, which protects others, not them, but they want them to bear children. They want to force them to bear children even if they're raped, even if they had sex or raped by a family member, which is incest, which can be problems genealogically if they have the child and how the child would develop the fetus. So it's just, this is what we've got. We've got an effort to outlaw abortion in all 50 states and to do it by congressional law if possible. And if the Senate and the House become
What now?
Republican, that will happen. It will be outlawed here in all 50 states, not just Mississippi, not just Louisiana, not just Arkansas and Texas and Oklahoma and all those other red states, everywhere. That is
I don't know. I just told you.
pre-Roe v. Wade. I'll tell you what happened pro-Roe v. Wade. I was only about 14 or 15 years old. I lived in California.
Answer, that means ain't nobody
I had a
gave you an
relative
answer.
who lived in New York State, and she became pregnant. And she was not ready
Oh, we're just
to have a family.
Hold in general. Why,
She made that decision. The decision she made, which she could afford because she had wealthy parents and wealthy family, was to fly from New York to California and then to go down to Mexico and get an abortion. It turned out to be safe and fine.
I see
and
what you're
good.
saying. Your
The
action
only
is
reason
you're
she could
saying
do
how long
it
we're
is she
holding. If we're
had
saying
money
hold,
and the
that means
resources
we're
to
just
do
holding.
it.
We don't know.
People
Could be the end of the day, we don't know.
small
Nobody's saying
rural
to
areas
sell,
in the
so
South
we're
and other
holding.
places
Just means
without
hold.
wealth could
That's
not
what hold
afford
means.
it.
It means
They had
hold.
to go
It
to
means
back
don't do
alley
nothing.
abortionists and sometimes lose their life because it wasn't legal.
Okay, but can
They
you
had
simply
to
can you simply respond in
possibly
the chat?
raise a lot of money to get somewhere, but they didn't have the money to get to California and to go to Mexico. Only the wealthy did. And we will have abortion by financial status if this happens. And it will happen in Mexico or it'll happen back alley. If you got enough money, you'll probably find somebody that could do it. In Memphis, you'll have to go to Illinois, which is also expensive and time consuming. And you don't know what the laws will be in Tennessee, whether they follow Texas and put a bounty on people's heads for helping to finance folks to go and get an abortion. That is anathema. It is wrong what happened in this country in the 60s when abortion was illegal and the wealthy could afford it, but the non-wealthy couldn't. It's wrong to try to protect and care about people's rights to wear a mask or not wear a mask, but not the right to have and bear a child or not and begin a family, even if you might be 12 or 13 years old. Now, abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, but fetus is not mentioned in the Constitution either. And the Constitution doesn't say anything about when life starts. That is something the courts have to decide because it's not mentioned in the Constitution. And for the courts to absolve themselves of it and get away from it is wrong. 3 justices said Roe is settled law. Roe is the law. It's settled. It is stare decisis. It was not, as some on the other side have said, terrible decision, wrong from the beginning, and just terribly wrong. It was right, said Kavanaugh. It was right, said Gorsuch. It was right, said Barrett. It's right then, and it's right now. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Goodwin, is a 20-week of pregnancy unborn child a human being under the Constitution?
Under the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it recognizes born individuals as being citizens of the United States.
No, okay, born. So is it your testimony that constitutionally, prior to the term born being exercised, the unborn have no rights and they are not human beings?
According to the Constitution, born individuals are citizens of the United States, and according to American jurisprudence,
I'm asking for the conclusion as a constitutional scholar. The unborn, prior to their delivery, are not persons under the Constitution. The Constitution itself or the 14th Amendment, which specifically says born. Is that your testimony?
that is what the Constitution says, and that is what this Congress adopted in the 14th Amendment.
Thank you, Professor. Ms. Foster, in your opinion, is a child sucking its thumb, knowing if it's left or right-handed, able to feel pain, but not yet delivered from the mother, does that child, to you, represent a human being?
To me and to every embryology textbook out there, yes. If they're not human, what are they? It's not courts that determine reality. The reality of human life is that that child is a human being.
Now, under existing law, if someone were to kill that 22, 23, 24-week gestation, pregnancy, is that a crime in virtually every state, including under federal law?
In virtually every state, thanks to Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, abortion can be.
No, I said if let's say the father of a child kills that child, in other words, not the mother decision, if an outsider kills the unborn, is it a crime, not just battery, but a crime in federal law in most states?
Yes, that's a crime in virtually every state.
Okay, so notwithstanding the Constitution, if you kill the unborn, you've killed a human being under state law, even though abortion is legal. Well, let's just go through, since we're on the subject of law for a moment, Ms. Foster. Behind me, under USC 1507, is it a federal crime to protest near a residence occupied by a judge, a jury with the intent, or jury with the intent to influence the decision of a pending case?
It certainly is.
Isn't it also, even if you went to the prosecutor or defense attorneys, also a crime?
Yes.
So behind me, I'm trying to understand this. Here's a picture, and they're using a megaphone in front of Justice Alito's home, and they're clearly trying to influence it. So is that a crime?
It is.
So under 18 USC 1507, people are committing crimes. Why is it we're not hearing it denounced by the pro-choice movement, who say that they respect this decision as long as it goes their way?
Because it fits the narrative. The leaker intended to bring chaos and public pressure into the Dobbs case. This hearing shows that they succeeded, and those photos demonstrate that the public is in fact responding to that leak as was planned.
Now, these protests are in front of Justice Barrett, Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Alito. They don't appear to be having the opposite in any way, trying to influence the pro-choice, if you will, members of the court. Is that correct, that there's no similar intimidation is going on?
That's correct.
Okay, I want you to hear a quote and give me your comment on it. When someone says, "I think it is reprehensible, stay away from homes and families of elected officials and members of the court. You can express yourself, exercise your First Amendment rights, but to go after them in their homes, to do anything of a threatening nature, certainly anything violent, is absolutely reprehensible." Would you agree with that?
I certainly would.
Senator Dick Durbin agrees with it, but he's been one of the lone voices willing to denounce it. I have not heard it denounced even by one member on this dais on the other side of the aisle. So, Ms. Foster, a senior correspondent for Vox.com and a former federal judge clerk tweeted the following: "Seriously, shout out to whoever the hero was within the Supreme Court who said F-bomb," using a term, let's burn the place down. Is that a crime in your estimation?
The time of the gentleman expired, so brief answer from the witness.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Goodwin, Georgia has a 6-week ban on abortions, and it's also a state that is the most dangerous state in the nation for pregnant women. Approximately half of the counties in Georgia have no OB physicians or no OBGYN, no family physician providing obstetrical care, no midwives, half of the state. Furthermore, hospital labor and delivery units have been closing across Georgia for the last several decades, and in 2015, only 46 of 159 counties had such units. Professor Goodwin, isn't it ironic that states like Georgia want to force women to remain pregnant, but seem unwilling to help women stay alive during pregnancy?
That's right. It's one of the most egregious aspects of what we see today in our country. The states that have been most active in crafting anti-abortion abortion bans have been the states with the highest rates of maternal mortality. And this disproportionately, those who have been most affected have been Black women. It's really been a death sentence for them. And for that reason, if nothing more, it's important that this hearing is being held because there's been so little attention to the fact that Black women have suffered in grave and inhumane ways in those states with abortion bans.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, is it fair to say that there is a link between abortion access and maternal health?
Yes, that is fair to say. There's supporting documentation that shows that without access to abortion care, that the maternal mortality rate will continue to rise. And I'm glad that you pointed out the fact that many states have decreased access to midwifery care, decreased access to healthcare resources, labor and delivery units that are closing down, people having to travel further and further to access maternity care. Particularly in Alabama, we also criminalize women who do not present for maternity care. It's considered a form of neglect. But in a community where you don't have access to those resources and you cannot travel to meet the physician, it is not fair to punish those women, but then to try to force them to carry pregnancies to term when they don't have the resources to support that.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, you seemed reticent to answer the question whether or not you were in favor of a federal ban on abortions passed by the Congress. But I've looked at your Twitter account. You do have a Twitter account, right? And correct?
Correct.
And on May 2nd, the day that the decision was leaked about the decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, you posted an audio message on your Twitter account, did you not?
Yes.
And you put forward the question, quote, what does a post-Roe America look like? What comes after Roe, end quote, right?
Correct.
And you answered your own question by saying, quote, we never really wanted Roe's reversal to make abortion a state issue where some states protect life and other states continue to kill and dismember, end quote. That's what you said, right?
That's correct. And I don't believe I was reticent in answering the question.
And you also said that Roe, you said, quote, after Roe, we don't want more victims. We want abortion abolition.
That is correct. I believe in protecting every human being, no matter where they are. So I'm not reticent at all.
And you also said that your end goal was for the United States Supreme Court to declare that abortion was against the Constitution.
I believe it was former President Clinton who called for abortion to be rare.
That's what you said.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And you are a Republican who supports Republicans. They called you as a witness, and that is the Republican plan for women in America to not have a right to an abortion, whether or not it be in the first, the second, or in 1% of those cases that happen in the beyond the 20th week. You don't want women to have that right for any reason whatsoever, to protect or save the life of the mother, or to, in the cases of rape and incest. Isn't that a fact?
A more humane and a more just America would provide protection and resources for all human beings.
Time of the gentleman has expired, Mr. Buck.
Ms. Foster, I'm going to direct my questions to you. And what I'm wondering is, how will America be judged by future generations, future societies? When we learn about the great empires and cultures in school and in world history, we think of the ancient Greeks and Romans and the Great Britain, the Mongols, the Mayans, the various Chinese dynasties. We study the art and architecture. We celebrate the science, technical, and medical advances of the people. And we marvel at the military power of the great empires. But there seems like the great cultures all have an asterisk. The Greeks and Romans had slaves. The Mayans and the Qin dynasty performed human sacrifice as to appease their gods. When America is evaluated in the future, certainly scholars will see us as an exceptional nation, a country with great scientific and technological advances, beautiful art and architecture, the most powerful military in the world, tremendous advances in civil rights for minorities, great universities, amazing agricultural accomplishments, space travel, energy production. What will the asterisk be for America? Did we do enough to help those with physical handicaps, mental diseases? Did we provide a pathway to prosperity for the poor? How did we address homelessness and crime? What do we do for the most vulnerable in our society? For those who don't have a voice, can't vote, and don't have an advocate? We know, for example, that an unborn baby has a heartbeat at 6 weeks, develops pain receptors at 7 weeks, has arms, legs, fingers, and toes at 10 weeks, can kick and will jump if startled at 10 weeks, will respond to touch throughout almost the entire body at 13 to 14 weeks, and has fully developed heart at 15 weeks. Ms. Foster, how will future generations and future cultures judge how we treated the most vulnerable in our society?
I'm ashamed to think of it. I am hopeful that the eventual Dobbs decision will be the first step in the right direction towards some kind of reckoning.
I appreciate your answer. I think that we could go into more detail, quite frankly, because those that don't have a voice, those that don't have political power, are often ignored. And when we are judged, I think we will be examined for how we treated the unborn in this country. And not the unborn that were caused by rape or incest, but millions upon millions since 1973 that have been killed as a result of abortion policies in this country. Millions far exceed the historical accounts of other cultures. I think that we will be judged harshly for how we treated the most vulnerable, how we treated folks who didn't have political power. And I think it's unfortunate. And I think it's unfortunate that we can't just for a moment reflect on those that need our protection. Any last comments before my time runs out?
Absolutely. You know, it may not appear that way from the other side of the aisle here, but this really is a unifying issue for most Americans. 51%, according to a 2021 Gallup poll, believe that abortion should be either illegal in all circumstances or illegal in all but the rarest circumstances. Less than a third believe that abortion should be legal under all circumstances. Most Americans agree. And in fact, as a proud member of the board of Democrats for Life of America as well, I know that that in fact, a third of Democrats call themselves pro-life, and the number swings. More and more pro-life, the more radical bills are put forward by the other side of the aisle. So when we see the New York Reproductive Health Act, for example, we see Democrats more and more calling themselves pro-life because they look at that kind of bill and they say, if that's what pro-choice is, I want no part of it. So we welcome that. We welcome them into the pro-life side, and I see that there's so much hope for an America that pursues more humane solutions for all human beings.
Other than China, North Korea, some of those countries, how do we compare to countries in other parts of the world?
We have among the most radical abortion policy in the world. Our company is Canada, China, and North Korea. Of course, Canada does not have a national law on the subject at all. We are dramatically more radical than any country in Europe, for example, to which we so often compare ourselves. Our abortion law is so far beyond what other countries have chosen through their elected officials and what the American people would choose, and what we elect our elected officials to do as they represent us.
The time of the gentleman is expired, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk about 3 issues that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have brought up today: political power, intimidation, and real problems. And I want to start by asking Ms. Goodwin, is there any amount of political power that a 12-year-old could wage to stop her from being raped by a relative?
No, there isn't.
Ms. Goodwin, is there any amount of political power that a young woman walking down the street, raped on the street violently and impregnated, is there any amount of political power that that woman has that she can wield to prevent that pregnancy from happening?
No.
And finally, Dr. Robinson, is there any amount of political power that a woman who comes to see you, who has desperately wanted to get pregnant, only to learn that the problem with her pregnancy and the development of the fetus may mean either that the fetus will be born with perhaps organs developed outside of the body, or that her life may be at risk for delivering that child, or both? Is there any amount of political power that that woman who so desperately wanted to be pregnant and finds herself in this situation, is there political power that could have prevented that from happening?
Absolutely not.
And so this is about power. Let me just ask you, but it's the power for women to be able to make these decisions that are protected by the Constitution. Let me ask, and I'm sorry, is it Arambide?
Arambide?
Arambide, sorry. Let me ask you about intimidation, Ms. Arambide. Tell me about the intimidation that your father felt doing his job at helping women.
Sure. So my father provided abortions in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And one of the things that was prevalent at that time was the wanted dead abortion providers posters. And so he was a target of a lot of harassment and terrorism. He wore a Kevlar vest to work every day. We lived in gated communities. He had an FBI agent assigned to him. And he kept this, pretty under wraps so that I wouldn't be exposed to it. But when I went to college, I was called by someone that was harassing me and trying to get his home address, despite the fact that he'd had the same office for years. And the FBI agent was sure that he was going to target my father. And that's what he lived with. And he did his work and he provided care for so many Texans across Central and South Texas because he was a hero and he provided health care that they so desperately needed and wanted.
And there are so many women and their families who are grateful for that. Dr. David Gunn, who was gunned down outside of an abortion clinic where he worked doing that work. And Dr. Barnett Slepian, who was shot by a sniper through his kitchen window because of the work that he did. The 2 receptionists who were killed, the security guard who was killed. These aren't theoretical conversations about intimidation. There are people whose jobs have been to help women take action that's been protected by the Constitution who are dead because of it. That's intimidation. And I want to finish with this. Real problems, it is true. The price of gas is a real problem. It is, in my community and so many others. And the shortage of baby food is a real problem, baby formula. But Dr. Robinson, let me let you finish. What's the real problem a woman faces when we slam the door on them and tell them rape, incest, they may die in pregnancy, none of that matters anymore? What's that real problem?
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to mention when you talk about the harassment, and I thank you for highlighting that. When they put the pictures up there, I actually thought those were pictures outside of my office. That's the harassment that abortion providers and that our patients face on a daily basis. And it's not merely as appalling to the other side when it's happening to us. But when you talk about what, the real problems that people face, the Turning Way study, it clearly highlights the implications of people not being able to access abortion care. Many of these people are going to fall into poverty. They have difficulty caring for the children that they already have. That's what the real problem is.
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement for the record by Sarah Parshall-Perry, Senior Legal Fellow at the Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies at the Heritage Foundation.
Without objection.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson, I asked you earlier how one qualifies as being fully human, and you responded by saying that no one becomes a human, or that someone does become a human at the moment of birth. And I found that absolutely stunning, since you are not a political activist or an advocate, but you present yourself and purport to be a medical doctor. Your answers deny the plain truth of science and medical technology that anyone can see and understand, even if they don't have a medical degree. Obviously, I don't need to cite volumes of medical journals to prove the fact that an unborn child is a human being. As the Life Training Institute summarizes, quote, "From the earliest stages of development, the unborn are distinct, living, and whole human beings. They are not mere parts of larger human beings like skin cells are, but whole human entities capable of directing their own internal growth and development. This is not just a religious view, but a matter of the science of embryology." In its 1859 report on criminal abortion, the American Medical Association, no less, acknowledged that, quote, "The independent and actual existence of the child before birth as a living being was a scientific truth. Nothing has changed since that time. For more than 150 years, doctors have known that life begins at conception." A 1981 report to the United States Senate states, quote, "Physicians, biologists, and other scientists agree that conception marks the beginning of the life of a human being, and a being that is alive is a member of the human species. There is overwhelming agreement on this point in countless medical, biological, and scientific writings," unquote. So there's a picture up here. This is not a mere clump of cells. This is not an animal or some unknown species. Ma'am, that's a human being. And all of you here are confusing human value with human function. You are defining personhood by what somebody does rather than what they are. Scott Klusendorf summarized it this way. He said, although human beings differ immensely with respect to talents, accomplishments, and degrees of development, they are nonetheless equal because they share a common human nature. Humans have value simply because they are human. And if you deny this, it's difficult to say why objective human rights should apply to anyone. As I noted earlier, it is a self-evident truth that all human beings are made by their Creator and endowed by Him with certain inalienable rights. The first listed in our Declaration is the right to life. Since the medical doctor here wants to deny the facts and reality, let me ask the abortion advocate, Ms. Arambide, to answer my questions on this subject. Ma'am, you testified that you are, quote, "unapologetic in seeking unrestricted abortion access." So I'm wondering, at what point is it not okay to abort a child? What age of gestation?
I trust all people to determine what they can and can't do with their bodies, full stop.
Okay.
I also believe that human rights, including access to the medical care that they need within their communities, is something that should be afforded everyone.
Great. Okay, so you support late-term abortion?
I support all people and trust
That means
people.
late-term abortion. Do you support partial birth abortion? In other words, the child is half delivered, and then the woman says, "My right, I want to take that one out." You support that?
I trust people to make decisions about
Wow.
their body.
Wow. Okay. What about so abortion should be allowed then, by your definition, for any reason, for any purpose, at any stage, right?
I trust people to make decisions about their body, and then when relevant, I think that they need to consult their medical practitioners.
Okay.
And not
If it
Congress.
is, listen, let me just ask you this question. If it is not lawful and morally acceptable to take the life of a 10-year-old child, I assume you agree with that, right? That would be wrong, correct?
I believe that
Okay,
that is
and a
wrong.
2-year-old child, same thing, that would be murder, we would all agree that's wrong. Then what is the principal distinction between the human being that is 2 years old, or 9 months old, or 1 week old, or an hour old, than one that is 8 inches further up the birth canal in the utero? What's the difference? Why is it okay in the latter case and not the former cases?
I trust people to determine what to do with their own bodies.
Wow.
Full stop.
Wow, full stop indeed. And that describes right there exactly what this is about. There's a legal issue here, but underneath that is a moral issue. It's about reality. It's about science, the advancement of medical technology. You're talking about unborn children. And your full stop is that you will support the termination of that child at any time. And that is frightening. And that is why this decision should be turned to the popular will of the people, and hopefully they'll protect the sanctity of every single human life and live up to the standards of our Declaration of Independence. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this hearing. Professor Goodwin, I know that some scholars, including yourself, have pointed out that some of the states most eager to ban abortion are those with a history of Jim Crow and voter suppression. Can you speak to this relationship and what this could mean for other civil rights and liberties, including for people who live in blue states such as myself, California?
So historically, during the period of slavery, we had Confederate slave states. Many of those are states that today seek to ban abortion, that denied African Americans fundamental human rights. This Congress provided those rights through the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, upheld by the United States Supreme Court. But we've seen the dismantling of those rights through voter suppression. And historically, we've seen African American women suffer in inordinate ways, and that suffering continues. In the state of Mississippi, the subject of the Dobbs opinion, 80% of cardiac deaths in that state during pregnancy are Black women. In the state of Mississippi, Black women are 118 times more likely to die by carrying to term of pregnancy than by having an abortion. In those states, we still see disparities in terms of pay to Black women, and these histories are something that are undeniable and that place us in the space of a new Jane Crow, a system that from slavery through Jim Crow has resulted in the unequal treatment of Black women. And I thank you for the question.
Sure, and just along that line, what do you think if the Roe decision is overturned, which is, where we believe it's going? How do you think, though, that relates or puts in jeopardy other civil rights and liberties?
While other civil rights and liberties are at stake, even though in the leaked draft opinion, Justice Alito suggests that there are some guardrails around those, such as contraceptive access. But that's actually hard to credit and will be more illusory than real, since Justice Alito himself authored the opinion in Burwell v. Hobby Lobby, which itself sought to dismantle part of the Affordable So we see LGBTQ equality.
Right, you guys, we are live here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. As I told you, this hearing was very important, and then you see how important it is. The market is doing nothing but selling this entire time. The euro market did close about 30 minutes ago, and you see the United States did nothing but sell too here for the start of it. We got Wall Street lunch break approaching. I'm thinking this hearing will probably be ending here shortly. Yeah, man, it don't sound too good. This abortion care access don't sound good. It's not helping the market, and then the retail numbers, retail earnings for Target wasn't good. Earnings for Target wasn't good. So retail earnings and just none of that was good today. So that's what got the market selling off here today, and the bears, just returning and showing the bulls like, hey, you don't just think you're gonna go back up too soon. There's no limit to the bottom right now. You feel me? And really, it's a limit to the top right now. Basically, you got that sealed. So keep that in mind. But yeah, these levels right here, the sell-off really just reoccurred at this point. So we're back to those lows. The SPY's back below 400, you guys. That's not good. So the SPY is definitely 400 has become resistance again. Not good. But we'll see. It might bounce back to 400. It looks like it has to at this point. That would be considered VWAP, the middle, or this thing is going to continue to make lower lows, you guys, today. So for the same as for the triple Qs as well, it's 295 on that price. So yeah, they got to make it back to at least 300, or it's going to be lower lows, you guys. The VIX volatility is super up here today, up 10%. The VIX is back up near almost 30 at $28.80. So that's extremely high. And stocks know they got to go down at that point. Can't take advantage of this. So yeah, they're going down here. And this is what it is right here. Let's tune back in though and see what they're saying. This has definitely been moving the market. That's why I've been quiet, just listening to you guys and watching the charts, watching the numbers, keeping up with my company here and letting everybody know what's going on. We got clients that are starting to wake up here, and they're letting us giving us some feedback to know what we need to do here. And we're seeing, we're in good shape as far as the portfolio of the company. We just need to hold, and that might be good for us to do. So we're gonna tune back into this right here. Like I said, I'm gonna be quiet. Lunch is coming up in 30 minutes, but if this is still playing, we'll keep it on.
That if I had been forced to carry a pregnancy to term when I was 25, I would not have survived. Not only because of my mental health, but because pregnancy is more dangerous. And when you don't want to be pregnant, you don't want to continue your pregnancy, there are so many things that can affect you and cannot have a good outcome. And so, yes, I believe that I am so lucky that I was able to access the abortion care I needed within my community without many obstacles. And I wish that for anybody who's pregnant and doesn't want to be.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Ms. Sparks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important issue, but we're a judiciary committee. So even though, this issues, I would say life and death issue, we'll talk about judicial implications and we'll talk law a little bit. So I want to talk to Professor Goodwin a little bit. What's happened if Casey and Roe are overturned? Can you still have abortion? If Casey and Roe are overturned, then it means that there will be laws that are triggered throughout the United States, where in some states there will not be access to abortion because it will be criminally punished. And in some other states, there will be access to abortion. And so people who will need those services will have to travel, if they can, to get to those states where they can be able to terminate their pregnancies.
Right. So there is still going to be, states will have to decide, and we'll have a situation. We'll have some more liberal states, some more conservative states, but ultimately the states will be making these decisions at the state level, which is really how we were founded as a country. But the states have making decisions, and the court is going to, make a decisions that are constitutionality decisions. So who do you think should make a final decisions on something where it is your constitutional rights? Which entity at our federal level?
Well, to be clear, there was actually a civil war about fundamental rights in the United States that were not just about some states being able to carry on whatever they wanted to do. That was the very point of the Civil War, where the lives of Black people were actually at stake. And so if you would then repeat your question, because I thought that was important.
So what is decision? We have a constitutional amendments, right? If the states decide to do that, and the way we can fight wars, but ultimately which power, which branch of our federal government has an ultimate decision decide what is protected by our constitution? Which branch?
Well, the Supreme Court is the supreme
So the Supreme Court. So do you believe that we have Supreme Court as an authority? Please answer. Do you believe that Supreme Court authority to rule? And I might maybe didn't like some other rulings, and I don't look. But do you think that is really the decision of Supreme Court? We're giving them that authority, or do you believe every time we don't like, we should start packing the court? And what do you think it will lead to? Because you don't like decisions, I might not like decisions. So what is going to create to our country with every time that we do not like some decisions, we start mingling this with the Supreme Court? Do you think it's dangerous?
Well, with all due respect so that I can answer your question.
Yes, please.
I would also say that it has been this Congress that has played a very important role in American law. It was this Congress, for example, that ratified the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery. It was this Congress that ratified and drafted the 14th Amendment, which provided citizenship and equal protection under law and substantive due process to people who were then freed from human enslavement. It was this Congress that then struck down Jim Crow laws in the state that basically tethered Black people to second-class citizenship through thousands of laws that denied them significant personhood. It was this Congress through the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the 1965 Voting Rights Act that did that.
I completely agree with you. So we have a processes, right? We have a process of Supreme Court rulings, and we have constitutional amendments, right, that have to be ratified by the state. Do you think this is still a valid process? Do you support that this is a valid process of our constitutional republic?
Thank you so much for that question. That is the process of this republic, and it has been important that this Supreme Court and this Congress has stepped in when there have been states that have wanted to enforce human enslavement, kidnap, and trafficking of African Americans, and it has been this Congress that has played a pivotal role.
No doubt, but it has to go through the constitutional amendment. Do you think Congress should be exercising pressure by packing the court and putting pressure on the judges and activists on the court? Or you think it's important to have a strength of that institution to hold us as a constitutional republic? What do you believe that political pressure on the court is a good idea, regardless what it is, because it can come from both sides?
Well, it's a very important question that you ask about these institutions being able to operate independently. And that is critically important, such as this hearing today, which is directly connected to urgent healthcare matters in the United States. And so I'm glad that you and your colleagues are hosting this particular hearing.
Thank you. My time was expired, but I appreciate it. My time was expired, but I appreciate. But I hope we can have a constructive conversations because we have a separation of power, and it's important for us to hold our institutions strong and not politicize the courts. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, Mrs. Cicilline. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this group of experts for today's hearing to discuss the ongoing crisis in our country. Abortion is health care, plain and simple. A person's decision on whether to become a parent is one of the most important that they can make in their life. And a woman's decision whether or not to have an abortion should be hers alone, period. But across America, every day, this fundamental right to health care is being dismantled by politicians, usually men, pushing false narratives to control women's bodies. Their ultimate goal is a national ban on abortion in America. The world they're pushing for is deeply terrifying. A world without any abortion, even for rape or incest. A world where women are criminalized not only for getting an abortion, but potentially for miscarriage or IVF treatment. A world where healthcare providers are hunted down and arrested, and vigilantes that hunt them are rewarded. It's incredible to me that this fundamental constitutional right, enshrined more than 50 years ago, is again up for debate. And it's unbelievable that we're even having this debate after we've seen the disastrous effects when women lose access to abortion care. So thank you to our witnesses for coming forth today to explain why access to abortion services is so vital, something you shouldn't have to do, but apparently still needs to be done. And with that, I'd like to move on to a couple of questions. First, Professor Goodwin, can you discuss, when one considers that miscarriage happens in 10 to 15% of known pregnancies, can you discuss that if states criminalize abortions, whether you have concerns that people may be investigated or prosecuted for miscarriages, and maybe speak more broadly about the dangers that exist from criminalizing pregnancy across America and how the courts have begun to do that?
Thank you very much for that question. This is urgently important. We saw aspects of this in the late 1980s and 1990s. Black women and brown women were euphemistically the canaries in the coal mine in cases in Mississippi, such as the case of Rainey Gibbs, a 16-year-old who was charged with the depraved murder of a Black 16-year-old because she had a stillbirth. The case of Regina McKnight, the first woman in this country to be charged with murder for having a stillbirth, a young African-American woman in her early 20s. This will chill individuals wanting to even receive prenatal care. And for individuals who want to, women who want to carry their pregnancies to term, but live in hostile environments, suffer in communities where there are toxins that might make their pregnancies vulnerable. They will be people afraid to actually go to seek medical care because of the possibility of being criminally punished. It also creates pressures on doctors and nurses to spy and surveil and turn in information on their patients. Patients want to be able to get good quality health care.
In this country, it's not a thing. It's good television. It's just not true. Your time was cut short. Can you please give us a more accurate picture of when abortions typically happen during a pregnancy? Do they happen? What percentage happen in the first 12 weeks? And then finally, can you explain some of the scenarios that may lead a woman to seek an abortion later in a pregnancy?
Yes, thank you for the question. The majority of abortions take place in the first trimester, early in the pregnancy. It is very few pregnancies that require or may need an abortion later in the pregnancy. It's important for us to keep in mind that, we have to consider viability being more than gestational age. So sometimes pregnancies that have progressed later but are later determined to have a lethal anomaly, those are the ones in that rare instance where a pregnant person may opt to terminate that pregnancy as opposed to continuing it until she goes into labor or to term. In those instances where it may not be viable outside of the womb, despite the gestational age, you continue to carry the pregnancy.
Thank you. And I'm going to try to be the first person who gets the correct pronunciation, Arambide. During the process that you described to us in your testimony, which was really important and moving, did you feel that your judgment was trusted? And what should we learn from your experience about the importance of trusting women and individuals who seek abortion care in terms of being in the best position to make those judgments?
Thank you. I believe I was trusted to make that decision because there weren't as many onerous restrictions put upon my access to care at the time. I think people are not trusted now, and that's what's happening as a result of all these restrictions being in place. And I want to address my response to Mr. Johnson's question. I trust people to make decisions about their body, and just because he asked the question over and over again, implying medical inaccuracies about the way abortion works, that doesn't change my answer. I trust people implicitly to make decisions about their body. And in regard to later abortion, like Dr. Robinson referenced, that can be determined in consultation with their doctor and not a congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I absolutely welcome the opportunity to speak about the humanity of the unborn child and the science that proves it. The unborn baby has a heartbeat, a separate DNA, its own blood type, fingerprints, arms, legs, hands, and toes. And ultrasound technology continues to advance and provides us with a window into the world of the unborn. But this hearing is not about the unborn child. This hearing appears to have been called to exert improper influence over the Supreme Court on an unfinished, leaked opinion draft. The title of the hearing is Revoking Your Rights: The Ongoing Crisis in Abortion Care Access. But the supposed right to abortion is not found anywhere in the text of the Constitution. It was created by raw judicial power when the Supreme Court usurped the power of the elected officials at the state and federal level and created a right that did not exist. We are a nation of laws. Rule of law only works when we follow the actual text of both the Constitution and the laws made by elected officials, not when the courts create laws out of thin air. If someone thinks there is a law needed, then they use the political process and allow elected officials who represent the voices of the people that elected them to determine what should be in law. This is how the rule of law works. Unfortunately, the Roe versus Wade decision, the Supreme Court abruptly ended the political process. They created a right that did not exist, and they ended the ability of elected officials to make the decision. Roe was bad jurisprudence and should be overturned. Power to legislate on abortion should go back to elected officials. I was glad to hear the chairman denounce the leak. Too many Democrats have been silent on the leak, despite lecturing us in this committee and elsewhere about institutional norms and the importance of following regular order. The leak was a break of institutional norms, trust, and confidentiality. The Democrats did not immediately denounce that leak, and most still have not done so, shows that their words are hollow. They are for institutional norms only when it suits them. Take this hearing, for example. As Mrs. Foster so rightly put it in her written testimony, by holding this hearing before the Dobbs decision comes out, this committee risks the appearance of exerting improper influence over our judiciary by critiquing an unfinished draft the public was not meant to see. Thank you for that. Institutional norms and regular order would mean that we should not be having this hearing at all. The majority is clearly hoping to pressure the Supreme Court to influence their decision. If you care about the rule of law and institutional norms, stop attacking the Supreme Court. Denounce the leak as the despicable act that it is. Denounce the bullying of Supreme Court justices at their homes and in public. Support the overturning of Roe versus Wade so that elected officials can once again make our laws instead of the courts. With that, Mrs. Foster, I just wanted to ask you if there was anything with the questions and the answers you've been hearing, is there anything that you would like to add to the discussion?
I would point out that no one on the other side of the aisle has seemed to say a word about increasing resources for pregnant and parenting women, for getting women out of bad situations. I think every abortion story, there's a common thread there, and that's that every woman who's had an abortion has been let down in some way, myself included. But we were given a one-size-fits-all solution. We weren't given individualized care. We weren't given resources and support and life-affirming options. We were pushed towards abortion. That's why I appreciate what you and your colleagues are doing here, and I'm just so grateful that that you're here standing for the human rights of all human beings.
Well, and thank you for being here too, Mrs. Foster. And I just did want to add in my last few seconds, for 50 years, pro-lifers have been standing with the mothers and their children. You talk about, pregnancy centers where pro-lifers wrap their arms around those women and those babies before and after birth. And so for many years, we have been doing that, and we hope to continue to do that, but after Roe versus Wade. So thank you very much for being here, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for convening this incredibly important hearing. I thank the witnesses for your presence, and I want to direct my questions to Mrs. Goodwin. I thank you for your virtual presence here, as well as for your legal expertise. This seems to me to be a conflict between those of us who want to make sure that a woman has the freedom to make her own health care decisions, and those who want to criminalize health care, jam the women of this country with government-mandated pregnancies, even in the case of rape or incest. Now, this draft opinion by Justice Alito regarding Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization calls for the removal of a constitutional right for more than 100 million American women, I believe 167 million to be exact. Mrs. Goodwin, if Justice Alito's draft becomes the final majority opinion of the court, how many years of judicial precedent would the Supreme Court be overturning?
Well, if we're talking about Roe v. Wade specifically, it would be 49 years of Supreme Court jurisprudence. But I would even suggest that we look back to Skinner v. Oklahoma in 1942, where the United States Supreme Court made clear that reproductive freedom and autonomy was a human right in the United States. And so we actually missed the mark by just looking to Roe v. Wade. If we actually look to a case that involves a man who was being denied reproductive autonomy. In 1942, the Supreme Court said that that was unconstitutional.
So this is an extraordinary step that the court may take, a runaway right-wing radical majority of the Supreme Court. To justify his opinion in the draft, Justice Alito quotes and refers to Sir Matthew Hale, I believe, approximately 98 times. Is that correct?
A number of times. I can't express that that's exactly the number of times that he does, but it is alarming nonetheless that he does, considering that Sir Matthew Hale was one who wrote about coverture, meaning that women had no independent identity apart from their husbands, and that also meant that women could be legally beaten by their husbands and legally raped by their husbands too.
Oh, trust me, Ms. Goodwin, we're going to get there. Now, Justice Alito describes Sir Matthew Hale as a great and eminent legal authority. Is that correct?
That is correct.
A great and eminent legal authority. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a piece in the Washington Post. On Roe, Alito cites a judge who treated women as witches and property.
Without objection.
Now, Sir Hale, an English judge from the mid-1600s, actually sentenced 2 women to death who he deemed as witches. Is that correct?
That may very well be correct. I would say that he cites several other legal scholars as well who supported those ideas and views.
Now, this so-called legal scholar, Sir Hale, is the one who actually was the foundation for the most frequently cited defense of the infamous marital rape exception. Is that true?
That's correct.
Sir Hale once wrote that the husband cannot be guilty of a rape committed by himself upon his lawful wife, for their mutual matrimonial consent and contract the wife hath given up herself in this kind unto her husband, which she cannot retract. End quote. So essentially,
that's right.
Justice Hale, or Sir Hale, viewed women as property that could be violently raped and abused without consequence. Is that true?
That is true.
And so most of the legal basis for Justice Alito's draft opinion and his doctrine stems from a misogynistic so-called scholar from the 17th century who died before a single word of the Constitution was written. Is that true?
That is correct, and who is not from the United States.
And the notion that these are individuals who want to speak about original intent and would discard 49 years of settled precedents here is outrageous, it's problematic, and that is what will undermine the confidence of the American people in our judiciary. We're going to continue to stand for the freedom of a woman to make her own healthcare decisions. Thank you for your testimony.
Gentleman yields back, Mr. Biggs.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. On one hand, the focus of this hearing seems to be on the draft opinion, as we just heard from the last gentleman and from several of the questioners on the other side. The timing of this hearing makes it suspect in and of itself. The line of questioning, what it seems to be is putting or attempting to intimidate the justices of the U.S. Supreme Court, and actually probably in some ways is going to encourage the continued advocacy in front of judges' homes and as DHS says, is going to anticipate increased violence. But in a way, that whole thing, that whole aspect of this is merely a distraction, because this isn't about that necessarily, and it isn't about saving a mom's life. That it rises in less than 0.1% of all pregnancies related to abortion. Advances in medical technology have developed so far that it is almost always possible to save the lives of both mom and baby. This isn't about pregnant men or how you define woman. And this isn't about personal autonomy, because science has progressed so far to tell us about the individuality of that baby, the development, what the baby looks like, how it grows, whether it feels pains, recognizes sounds and voices, etc. No, what this is really about is nearly 65 million little persons who have been aborted, killed since Roe v. Wade decision. This is about killing babies. That's what this hearing's about today. Comedian Lori Kilmartin appeared on MSNBC to fantasize about having sex with the person who leaked the Supreme Court's draft opinion of Dobbs v. Jackson, then joyfully aborting the baby out of spite if it turned out the leaker was a conservative. This is about an Arizona state senator, a Democrat state senator, arguing that his own foster children should have been aborted. This is about Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman saying abortion without any limit is sacred. This is about a change in the cultural attitude about abortions. This marks a significant shift in what we have discussed over time about abortion, where even Hillary Rodham Clinton said in 2008 that abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. That isn't the debate anymore from the left. This is about shouting that taking the life, this is from Michael Knowles, this I'm quoting here. This is about shouting that taking the life of the innocent in the womb is not a big deal. Quote, the late great Norm Macdonald once mocked a friend's suggestion, at the time a common refrain, that the worst aspect of disgraced comedian Bill Cosby's sexual crimes was, quote, the hypocrisy. No, Norm responded, I actually think it was the raping. It's my feeling that most rapists are hypocrites. A man willing to commit enormous sins will more easily commit lesser sins, and one struggles to imagine a more egregious sin than killing an innocent little baby. This is about the left telling pro-life Americans that they should shut up when pro-life advocates protest Roe v. Wade and pray for it to be overturned, but advocating for groups to violate federal law and protest at Supreme Court justices' homes to intimidate them. Or when some have failed to condemn violence like the arson at Crisis Pregnancy Center in Wisconsin or in Oregon, or attacking churches and houses of worship who preach the sanctity of life, or remaining silent when the Virginia Attorney General, who warns pro-abortion protesters that they must refrain from harassing worshipers, gets his window shot at. Or when the Secretary of the Treasury testifies that abortion is actually good for the economy, apparently forgetting the economy of the life of the unborn in the womb child. The left will stop at nothing to advance this radical agenda. Last week during our markup, one of our colleagues said, nothing will be enough to protect our democracy and our fundamental rights short of sending this far-right majority on the court to its rightful place in the minority and into the dustbin of history by expanding the Supreme Court. We've heard, well, let's just ask Ms. Foster, is abortion an act of love?
Never.
Are pro-life policies racist?
Absolutely not.
The reason I ask that is, at a House Oversight Committee hearing, a stated crisis examining the urgent need to protect and expand abortion rights, one of the witnesses there, who also testified previously in this committee, said abortion is a blessing, abortion is love, abortion is freedom. Is it any of those things, Ms. Foster?
It is not, and how many times you repeat a lie does not make it true.
So we had a member of the House testify that abortion restrictions are part of the intertwined systems of oppression that deny Black, Indigenous, and people of color their constitutional rights. Is that accurate, Ms. Foster?
Absolutely not. Pro-life policies are meant to protect all human beings.
Thank you. My time is up. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you, Chairman. We are talking about a decision that is so personal and one that families and individuals with their families and their friends make oftentimes at the kitchen table. It's one of those few decisions in your life that will require you to consult with your friends and your family. It's like deciding what career you're going to pursue, whether you want to have a family, who you're going to marry. And it's a decision for our family that we don't want the government to be a part of at all. For my wife, the decision to have 3 children was her decision, a decision that she made in consultation with her husband, her friends, and her family. For every woman in America who has to make this decision, it's a decision that they have the right to make with their friends, their family, the individuals they choose to consult. And in no way should these guys over here be a part of her decision. These guys have no right to be at that kitchen table as she makes that very personal decision about whether she wants to be a parent or not. And that's what they're asking for. They want to be at the kitchen table. They want to tell her whether she should or should not be able to be a parent. They don't want to be at the kitchen table for anything else after the baby's born. They don't want to be there at all. They don't want to be there to help her finance that family. They walk away from every piece of legislation that we have that would help mothers feed their kids. They don't want to be there to help the mother educate their children. They don't want to be there to help her get a child care tax credit or a child tax credit that could be permanent. They don't want to be there to fund the education and good schools in the neighborhood. They certainly don't want to be there to take the most dangerous weapons out of the hands of the most dangerous people that could kill that kid at their elementary school. They don't want to be there to make college more affordable. They just want to be there to tell her she has to have a government-mandated pregnancy. And if she doesn't do it, she's a criminal. That's what they want to be there for. Ms. Goodwin, if this leaked opinion is finalized, will this open the floodgates to allow states to criminalize a woman's personal health care decisions?
Yes, it will. And we've already seen signs of that coming from the state legislatures that have been the most active in drafting various kinds of abortion bans even before now.
Ms. Goodwin, would this opinion invite states to pass even more restrictive laws that would provide more rights to a rapist than to his victim?
That's right. We've already seen that where states have wanted to empower and embolden rapists and even their family members to be able to sue a woman who has been sexually assaulted and raped.
And Ms. Goodwin, from this opinion, does it also flow that you could ban contraception?
Absolutely. From this decision, which criticizes justices who supported Roe v. Wade, those were the same justices in Griswold v. Connecticut. So this particular draft opinion, if made a reality in June, it would mean potentially that even contraception could be something that could be outlawed, or that states could seek to outlaw that, and that this is a court that might allow that.
Chairman, I thank you again for holding this hearing. These guys do not belong at the kitchen table of any woman in America as she makes this very personal decision. And we know that if they force this decision on somebody, they're not going to be there for anything else. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. At this time, the committee will stand in recess for 5 minutes. The committee stands in recess.
Oh, 5 minutes? You're gonna take a 5-minute recess? So they're gonna eat for 5 minutes? They must be coming back. I don't know. We're about to go to lunch, you guys. Wall Street, most of Wall Street is going to lunch here. You see they're taking a 5-minute recess. The VIX just shot up here, up to almost 12%, you guys. That's not good for the bulls here. It's a bear market right now, you guys, and this selling here. The SPY is down here. It's just going straight down here to the United States. Ever since the European market closed, the United States just sold too as well. It's trying to find a bottom right now, but we just been getting a lower pattern all day if you're looking at the charts here. And, you know, the numbers are changing here. We're down on the SPY about $12, you guys, and down about $12 on the triple Qs. It's bad, you guys. It's bad right now. This is ugly. This is ugly, 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 ugly. But you know you can profit either direction. That is the goal. That is the key. That is the ultimate key there. So keep that in mind. But right now, yeah, the IWM, they're even selling it down. That's the Russell 2000. Let's check with the Dow, see how they're doing. The Dow is down here. The Dow is down, you guys, down about $8. Everything is down, you guys. Deep red here. It might be about 2 or 3% at this point. I'm assuming here, but you know it's ugly right now. They got them pinned. The Bears got them pinned right now. This thing can really flush here. If you look back here, look 5 days ago, we're back to those lows. We're getting back to it here. 385 was the ultimate low, so that's about another $10 away right now. But it's getting close. It's getting close. It's getting real, real close. So, you know, I think they saying this time if it retests that low, if it hits 390 or 385, you guys, they're talking about 380 this time. All seriousness. So keep that in mind. That's on the spot. If they can go that low, woo, man, that's going to hurt the entire market, man, for real. It is. Crypto's hurt right now. Ethereum's below 2,000. You got Bitcoin, they're below 30,000. It's not looking good. Amazon is down $126. Well, man, they're still getting unionized over there. It's ugly over there. The Amazonians, they're down. They're coming back down. Apple's down too, you guys. That's hurting the market. Apple's down 4%. Ouch. This is all ugly, fugly. Real estate's down. Airbnb down 5%. That's not good. Nvidia's down. They're down 5%. That's not good. Everything's down, you guys. So this right here, this abortion care access, that you can tell that was moving the market the whole time. The market was just going straight down, straight sideways. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's just what it's been here. It gapped up yesterday, went up, gapped down, went down today. So you see how it's trying to get out here before the end of the week here. We got 2 days left, you guys. It's only Wednesday. It's only hump day. We're in the middle of the week, man. Think about that. It's a lot. It can happen. You know what I'm saying? It can get lower, you guys, or, you know, it can bounce right back up and try to retest the highs. You just don't know. At these levels, you know, it can go either way at this point, but it's more closer to going to test the lower lows, I would say, seeing that, you know, we all saw it get rejected yesterday, the SPY that is at 408, and that's the whole market right there, basically. And the triple Qs, you know, they got rejected too. So everybody kind of got rejected at the levels they got rejected at, and, you know, you see them all backwards now. So it looks like we might be having a back test going. That was a false breakout again. Powell and the Reserve, that was the Warren said it on the live stream. Reserve movement. That was all them yesterday. This is the real market here action today. You're getting that. But other than that, man, investors might not be digesting what Powell said to their likelihood. So they're just probably just like, you know, screw it, just trying to book profits and, you know, just repositioning. Who knows right now? But what we do know is that everybody's selling. The market's in deep red here, you guys. We're in a bear market, or, you know, if you don't think it's a bear market, it definitely almost is. So stocks making the biggest move midday. Target, Lowe's, TJX, that's all retail. They all clapped. They're all down here. You got Target down 160, down $54, down 25%. Oh, man. LCLD missed one right there. We missed one. It's okay, though. It's okay. You can't get them all. You can't get them all. But that's what it's about, though. That's why the information's out there, though. You can actually, if you know, or you can catch one or something. Put your thought to it. But it is what it is. To each his own. To each his own. Remember that. To each his own. You only invest for you. Invest in yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Invest in yourself. You know, you work with a company. They work together. Then do that thing. Do that thing. Do that thing. But what I'm saying is, right now, you guys, Lowe's, Clap, TJ. They actually up right now, $4, but they were clapped. It's really not a good play to really be in. I'm trying to find Lowe's, and then we're going to go to lunch. I just want to show you guys Lowe's where they're at. Yeah, Lowe's was clapped. They went to 181. They're down 5-6% too. So, yeah, man, that's the biggest moves midday. That's breaking news. You saw it. So, yeah, the market's down, you guys. The Dow's down about 2.53%. You got the S&P 500 down to almost, no, not almost, is 3%. Ooh, down. And NASDAQ down about 3.60%. Ooh, ouch. The Russell 2000 is down here about 2.96%. The VIX, up, you guys. Volatility is spiked to the moon right now, 12.80%. That's a lot there. That's a recovery. The VIX went back up here for sure. The volatility, the share price is $29.43, you guys. And we're gonna go to lunch here. But like I said, when they come back talking, if they do come back talking in 5 minutes, we'll play it. But until then, we'll play some music. Pay attention to the charts and numbers. And you guys enjoy your lunch. We'll be back live with updates, and we'll go over the cover art, LCOD word of the day. You know it. And, hopefully maybe the secretary, the new secretary, Pierre Bourne, sister, she can explain something here or something about something, because this ain't looking good. We in a recession. This thing looking like it's going to crash, you guys. So nobody's buying anything today. Everybody's selling. Bitcoin's still selling now. It just touched $28,962 and then flushing. So yeah, we're going to go to lunch, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and the market has reversed. Enjoy your lunch, you guys. Reverse by Leonard P. Somebody pass me my letter. Get some freestyles out top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Leonard, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. 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 This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, school rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, take care, take care, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, and they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
Two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of dope in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Then I got goddamn block. It's some Air Max. Two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Max. Two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Max. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Max. Standing on the goddamn block. It's some Air Max. Running from the goddamn cops and some Air Maxes. Two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Standing on the goddamn block. It's some Air Maxes. Running from them goddamn cops. It's some Air Maxes. Bitch, you know I'm fresh. Bitch, you know I'm fly. Brown papers full of kush. Bitch, you know I'm high. Killer be that same nigga from the west side. Free my nigga KT doing a long ride. I swear to God, won't see my nigga until I'm 45. Free my nigga Gat, free Mac and free Shine. Got blood in my eyes, smoking hella Doja, nigga. I'm sprinting to them bands, yeah, I'm hella focused, nigga. Everywhere I go, I'm strapped up fully loaded, nigga. A different breed, I make moves like them older niggas. Veteran shit, but I still be on that reckless shit. Shots buried, we don't give a fuck about stretching a bitch.
All black Nina on me, and my gold Air Maxes. Counting up bands on the Air mattress, cause shit was real. And I did what I did, cause I had to for my kid. Man, it's been stool line, and that's one rack. I remember the days we was one pack. We live in Boogie Land, we be air trapping. I'ma go all out in these Air Maxes. Ain't no capping in my count. You niggas would get stamped or posterized and leave your mama traumatized. Somewhere in Memphis, it's been a homicide. I'm pouring up another foe and let it ride. Gelato kush in my backwood, then I'm bad good. Serving in the hood with a 95, just like some Air Maxes. Man, I been snapping. This gotta make it happen. I'm blanking with this rapping. You know it ain't no capping. Hey, you know it ain't no capping. One rack shit, I made it happen. Yeah.
Hey, nigga, two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Standing on the goddamn block and some Air Maxes. Running from them goddamn cops and some Air Maxes. Two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Smoking that good Dodie, boy, I would be on that Doja, nigga. That ocean grown, nigga. OG Kush.
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass, so what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at, I'm doing fine where I'm at.
Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I keep it pulled and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap and I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, listening that. I ain't even listening to that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking the bitch. Fuck nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Don't give a fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't give a fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's Leonard fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water judge, yeah. Fuck niggas always running back and potty train. We don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, said this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. So niggas always run their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gonna be the one to let you down. They didn't see that then, but I see that now. Several of these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, relax, it's enough to go around. Ain't chill, relax, the tree merry go around. Yeah, how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house.
Is like a silver picture framing the apple of gold. And the apple of gold, he said, is liberty, liberty for each and every person in the country. And the silver frame exists to protect the apple, he said. The Constitution exists to protect freedom. The apple does not exist to protect the frame. Well, today, both democracy and freedom are under siege in our country. There are right-wing extremists and fanatics who want to destroy both the silver frame of our constitutional democracy, and they came here to show us that they mean business on January the 6th of last year, and also the golden apple of personal freedom to make our own decisions about the most intimate and personal decisions that we could make. They have brought mob violence to the Congress of the United States, threatening to hang the vice president in order to overthrow a democratic election. And now they are about to do violence to the Constitution and the doctrine of a right to privacy, a freedom that tens of millions of Americans and women have considered central to their ability to lead their lives and to conduct their business as citizens of the country. Well,
This is an illuminating hearing, Mr. Chairman. The Republicans' own witness, the witness they called, is candidly and openly calling for a nationwide ban on all abortions with no exceptions for rape or incest. And if I've got that wrong, I would invite Ms. Foster to correct me. Do I have it wrong, yes or no?
If we added rape and incest exceptions, would you vote for it?
Okay, I reclaim my time, of course. This is a position for government-compelled childbirth in all cases so extreme that it excludes the vast majority of Americans of all political persuasions. Talk, for example, to our Republican colleague Nancy Mace, who has written movingly of her own rape at age 16, and she refused to stand down before anti-choice extremists in South Carolina who wanted to criminalize abortion, as this witness does in every single case, in all the cases. The MAGA party wants to turn what is today and what has been for 50 years a constitutional right into a federal crime. And they want to do it before the 4th of July. I want America to reflect on what's going on here. My wife Sarah and I have been parents for 30 years. There's nothing I'm prouder of than raising 3 human beings of great decency and character. And I've only been in public office for 15 years, half of that time, but I venture to say I've come to know politicians pretty well. And I hope it offends none of my colleagues here, but I must say, I trust my 29-year-old and 25-year-old daughters infinitely more to make the personal life planning decisions about when, where, and how to start their families, and all of the related attendant personal health care decisions about their bodies and their lives than I would ever trust the class of politicians to make those decisions for them. And that's what this is about. And I've served with great public officials from both parties, people like John Lewis, people like Liz Cheney, people like Nancy Pelosi, but I would not trust even the best politicians to make those judgments for my daughters. Much less would I trust the politicians who are fighting to criminalize abortion in all cases, with no exceptions even for violent rape or incest across all of America. Why would we put this decision in the hands of those people? You know, Abraham Lincoln was right about something else. He said, government cannot endure permanently half slave. He said, government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. And ultimately, I am sure that Abe Lincoln is as right about the 21st century as he was. Majority is about to do to our country. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There have been a number of statements made by the other side this morning and now this afternoon that I just don't think are accurate. One was the court and Republicans want to go after other rights. I just want to read from the draft decision, page 62. Majority writes in the draft opinion, and to ensure that our decision is not misunderstood or not mischaracterized, we emphasize that our decision concerns the constitutional right to abortion and no other right. Nothing in this opinion should be understood to cast doubt on precedents that do not concern abortion. They've said that there's no question what Republicans want. They want a federal law, that Republicans are radical. Is respecting the sanctity of life, Ms. Foster, is understanding that all life is precious, that we are endowed with that life by our Creator, this special right to life we have mentioned in the document that started this whole thing we call America. Is there anything really radical about that?
Not at all.
Life is precious, isn't it?
Life is the most precious thing. Without life, we can't exercise any other right.
And here's what the court said. The court said, we're not even going to make an ultimate decision. We're just going to leave it to the respective states. And the state in question in the decision that was in front of the court, that they wrote about in the draft opinion, state of Mississippi, they said this. They said 15 weeks. They said at 5 weeks, unborn child's heart begins beating. At 8 weeks, the child begins to move in the womb. At 10 weeks, vital organs begin to function. 11 weeks, the diaphragm is developing. At 12 weeks, the child has taken on human form in all relevant respects. That all happens even before the deadline they set. And we could disagree with that, but that's the case in front of the court. And they're saying we're going to let states make this decision. The state of Mississippi, through their elected officials, passed a law that said that. And they somehow say that's radical. But now what is radical in my mind is the position they take. You just asked a question of one of our colleagues. He wouldn't answer the question. But what is radical is the position they take because they say no limit. Is that right, Ms. Foster?
Absolutely accurate. You look at New York Reproductive Health Act, you looked at the Women's Health Protection Act, they go so far beyond codifying Roe, so to speak. They expand Roe. They do so much.
I was thinking about what they passed last week, or what they tried to pass last week in the United States Senate. Right? We want to talk about radical? Tell the members of this committee and the American people what they tried to pass in the Senate last week.
The Women's Health Protection Act would wipe out more than 500 protective laws. It would invalidate informed consent provisions, waiting periods, parental notification, much less consent. Anything
Hey,
that
go
you
back to
can
that
think
one.
of.
So a minor is going to have this surgery done, this procedure done, and some legislatures elected by the people of that respective state say, you know what, we think it may make some sense to tell their mom and dad that they know what's going on. And the bill that the Senate tried to pass last week got rid of that.
My teenager couldn't get an aspirin in school without parental permission and consent, but apparently can go get an abortion without even notification under the Women's Health Protection Act.
That sounds pretty radical. And that would include all the way up, and this I don't even like to talk about this because this seems just so wrong. But all the way up until just moments before that little child is about to be born. Is that right, Ms. Foster?
On their birthday.
Yeah. And frankly, it's even worse. Because we had a former Democrat governor in a state not too far from here who said it shouldn't stop there. Shouldn't stop there. Governor Northam said, actually, no, it's not. It's not even up to that point, which is just unbelievable. It's even past that when someone, the strong, could end the life of the weak. Is that right?
He did. He was on public radio and said that after the child was born, then the child would be kept comfortable while a debate ensued about whether or not the child would be given any kind of medical care.
Yeah, and as Mr. McClintock pointed out, that child certainly would have a beating heart, certainly have a functioning brain, everything else. We had a Democrat governor in a state not too far from here who said unbelievable. That's the radical position. That's the position that the American people say, wait a minute. We don't want to go there. We don't want that. And we would much prefer, I believe, to let the legislatures in the respective states put something together that makes sense for their state. I mean, you and I know where you and I are. We think all life is precious and all should be protected. But that's not what Mississippi said. They don't want to let that happen because they want the radical bill that they tried to pass in the United States Senate last week that would allow all kinds of things happen that the American people know instinctively is wrong. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2019, I was compelled to share my abortion story as states pursued abortion ban legislation. You want to know what's radical? A radical and politicized Supreme Court majority now stands poised to take away the basic freedom that women and pregnant people must have to make choices about our own bodies, and instead to have the government force pregnancy. And here's the thing that really galls me. The hypocrisy of an anti-freedom, anti-abortion movement that claims to support life and freedom. Our Republican witness and our Republican colleagues today spoke about the so-called violence of abortion when they are the very people who have opposed funding for contraception to prevent pregnancy, or opposed the child tax credit, which clearly reduced hunger, or even advocated to separate thousands of immigrant kids from their parents, or withhold baby formula for babies at the border. In fact, states with the most draconian abortion restrictions also have the highest maternal mortality rates. That's the real violence here, and that's the hypocrisy I want to examine. So, Dr. Robinson, maternal and infant mortality is a raging epidemic, and Black women and children are especially at risk. What are the anti-abortion, anti-freedom advocates doing to protect the lives of Black mothers and infants? And I have a number of questions, so if you could keep your answers short.
Yes, they're not doing anything to protect the lives of mothers and infants. And I appreciate you asking the question. The things that our patients need right now is effective contraception. We need access to health care before you become pregnant. We need access to care beyond 60 days postpartum. We need to be able to send our children to childcare if we do choose to parent. We need access to effective abortion and abortion in your own community if you choose not to be a parent.
And at every turn, this anti-freedom movement, as you said, that is opposing abortion and reproductive health access, are the same people who don't want to provide health care to people and want to tear down the Affordable Care Act or Medicaid. Ms. Arambidi, how much will abortion bans strain our already overburdened healthcare system and harm the health of pregnant people and children of color?
Thank you for your question. I mean, we're already seeing what it looks like for about 50,000 Texans to go into other states trying to access the care they need. When we see that 26 other states are going to ban abortion, if this draft opinion goes into effect, it's going to be exponential. People will be forced to carry their pregnancies longer. And that's only if they can access the care, if they can travel, if they can find childcare, if they can, take off work to access the care they need, if they can afford to to pay for their procedure. And then the regular health system, especially in Texas, we've already seen how overrun it is. And we're a state that has cut family planning, cut access to prenatal care. We don't pay attention to the high maternal mortality rates. In addition to that, we have not expanded Medicare. We don't take care of the people that are in our communities now. And we've seen the devastating effects of these types of bans in Texas, especially.
Thank you so much for the work you do. Even though the data is clear that the abortion rate has fallen thanks to better contraceptive use and fewer unintended pregnancies, Ms. Glenn Foster's organization has written articles and amicus briefs in opposition to a wide array of reproductive healthcare services, including intrauterine devices, Plan B, in vitro fertilization, and so they're clearly not interested in preventing unintended pregnancies. In fact, Justice Alito, in his draft decision, also does note that the Supreme Court established many other modern rights based on the same reasoning as abortion rights, and specifically includes precedents around contraception, and, by the way, other things like interracial or same-sex marriage. Professor Goodwin, does this so-called pro-life movement solely focus on revoking abortion rights, or are they also working to revoke other rights as well?
Other rights within the reproductive health space and rights that are associated with the right to vote, so that when Justice Alito in this leaked draft opinion says, turn to your states and go vote, how does one do that effectively when this Supreme Court has dismantled parts of the Voting Rights Act and where it has become very difficult for poor people and people of color to be able to vote in these states?
So in response to Mr. Jordan, my colleague across the aisle's question about the fact that the Supreme Court is not aiming to take away other rights, in that same draft decision, didn't Justice Alito make reference to several other rights that follow essentially the same logic as this decision?
That's right.
Thank you. In the wake of this opinion, it is clear that the anti-abortion movement is not pro-life. They are anti-freedom, and they support abortion bans that would mandate government mandated pregnancy and disproportionately harm pregnant people and children of color. It's on us to ensure that these rights remain. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stupi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More than 63 million unborn children have been murdered by abortion in the United States since Roe v. Wade was decided in 1973. Between 1975 and 2012, it was more than 1 million a year. That equates to more than 2,700 children a day whose life was taken during that period. In my state of Florida, it's approximately 70,000 a year. Now, let me put those numbers in perspective for you. 63 million is more than the number of deaths in the Holocaust, Stalin's forced famines, the Cambodian genocide, and the Armenian genocide combined. 2,700 per day is more than the death toll at Pearl Harbor and just shy of September 11th, and that happens every single day in this country. The 70,000 per year in Florida is more than the combined populations of the cities of Punta Gorda, Venice, Sebring, and Arcadia that are in my district every single year in Florida alone. 63 million unborn babies since Roe v. Wade. Many of them would be adults now. They would be contributing to our communities, to our economy, and making our world a better place. But they never had a chance because a court created a right where none existed in the law. At some point in the 20th century, liberals developed a bizarre obsession with a sinister misuse of medical science. They ignored the text of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, the will of the electorate, and nearly 2 centuries of Supreme Court precedent to mandate that each state legalize abortion in an infamous decision that even its ideological supporters have a hard time defending on legal grounds. Roe v. Wade took discretion away from elected officials and required every state in the union to allow the killing of the unborn. Congress has never passed a bill legalizing the killing of unborn children in our country, and recent attempts in this Congress to do so have thankfully been stopped by a member of their own party. The Supreme Court in Roe inventing a right to abort despite no law allowing it, and the court ignored that such a right had never been recognized in the 184-year history of the court. Today, we may stand on the verge of righting that wrong, but instead of accepting this fact and turning their attention to the border crisis, Biden inflation, gas prices, or the crime epidemic, Democrats are doubling down on their obsession with killing the unborn. For instance, in legislation this Congress, which has been alluded to here lately, Democrats have sought to legalize abortion up to the point of birth. Some Democrats have famously now explained how they would euthanize children outside the womb shortly after they are born and then explain the procedure that they would take to accomplish it. Democrats' biggest focus right now is making sure that no jurisdiction in America can do anything to stop the killing of a 9-month baby in the womb. Their infatuation with and admiration for abortion is one of the most shameful occurrences in American political history. You want to talk about genocide? Look no further than the United States, where over 63 million and counting children have been killed in the name of choice. And of course, Democrats can't let pure hypocrisy get in the way of their accomplished stated mission. And even the chairman couldn't help himself in bringing the issue up in his opening statement, and there's been another member that's alluded to it. The same people who called January 6 protesters domestic terrorists and insurrectionists are now cheering on protesters violating federal laws they attempt to intimidate the Supreme Court justices at their homes. And of course, Biden's weaponized and politicized Department of Justice, who would rather investigate parents protesting at school boards, turned a blind eye to clear violations of federal law that is happening right now at the justices' homes. And I'm sure if we had Trump supporters at the homes of liberal judges, it would be the next existential threat to democracy. And FBI SWAT teams with what Democrats now call weapons of mass destruction would be raiding their homes at night, swiftly locking them up into solitary confinement with no bail while they awaited trial for over a year. Full stop. So, Mrs. Foster, in my limited time I have left, can you speak further about the sale of child tissue? In other words, the sale of body parts of aborted children by Planned Parenthood and other abortionists.
Absolutely. That is just another way that the abortion industry makes money. It's interesting. This hearing called by your colleagues on the other side, it's about grandstanding, fear-mongering, misinformation, falsehoods, intimidation. What's true is that we are in favor of supporting life and protecting all human beings. We did that for pregnant and parenting human beings when we filed a brief in Young v. UPS. We do that for children in the womb. We shine a light on exactly what Planned Parenthood is doing with the bodies of these children that it aborts and other abortion industry players. All too frequently, they're selling these body parts for research, for examination. We have heard even that it's been exposed that they are often even burned, incinerated in order to power our street lamps. That is simply inhumane. That is the core of the abortion industry, is treating people like things and stripping away the humanity of human beings that science has known have been human beings for many, many decades, long before Roe, that we saw even in the 1960s on the cover of Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Madam Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. After sitting here listening to this for a while, it's difficult to know exactly where to start, but I think I'll start here. I grew up in a rural part of Florida. My parents were poor, but they were good, decent, honest people who taught their 7 children to be good, decent, and honest. My mother was in church every Sunday, so that meant I was in church every Sunday. But my mother taught me to not just listen to a sermon. She taught me to try to be a sermon, to practice what I heard preached, to treat people with respect and also leave them with their dignity. So because of that, I made a decision a long time ago that I would dedicate my life to public service, that I wanted to protect people. And I ultimately decided that the best way for me to do that was to become a police officer. And Madam Chair, I can tell you, as a police officer, I cannot tell you the number of times I may have disagreed with people's personal choices, beliefs, decisions, but I took an oath that I would protect them and their constitutional rights to those decisions and those beliefs. That's what sets us apart from every other nation. Your family, your life, your religion, your circumstances, your belief, your bodies. It is what makes this the greatest nation on planet Earth. I swore as a police officer, and so did we in this body, that we would protect that. As a police detective, I have investigated sexual assaults, rape, and incest. Imagine, and I'm speaking to all of my colleagues, if you are willing, the trauma associated with these types of attacks and abuse, the darkness, the hopelessness, the humiliation, the shame. Madam Chair, certainly it appears that these politicians have no shame. On the one hand, they shout government needs to get out of our business. They shout, we need less government. But when it comes to a woman's most intimate, most private, most personal decisions, a woman's freedom and doggone it, her right to privacy, certain politicians want full, uninterrupted, unfiltered access to what a woman does with her body. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the leaker. Well, perhaps the leaker is a conservative who just happens to believe that Roe is established, settled law, and is appalled at the plan to overturn it and simply sounded the alarm. Can't we just stop trying to shame and control America's daughters? Let's help them soar, as we should, to their full potential. I trust them. And I ask every member of this body to get out of their personal business and trust them too. Professor Goodwin, I want to ask you, why do you think there is disagreement between state laws and reliable, consistent polling? The overwhelming majority of the American people believe that Roe should stay in place. But there's some of my colleagues who say, the hell with that. Why do you think that state laws are inconsistent with reliable polling showing broad support for the right to an abortion? Professor?
Well, because there is an agenda to dismantle the rule of law in our democracy as we know it, it's important to realize that Roe v. Wade was a 7-2 opinion. 5 of those justices were Republican appointed. Justice Blackmun was put on the court by Richard Nixon. What we see today is antithetical to that history.
Thank you so much, Professor. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Mr. Massey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This hearing in the context is being offered or called, and the title of it is just part of an ongoing effort of the radical left to influence the Supreme Court through intimidation. The decision should have never been leaked, and right now, what's happening here, what the Democrats are doing is to try and amplify that leak in order to try, it's a last-ditch effort to influence this decision. Ms. Foster, you mentioned in your opening statement something that I think needs to be explored more, and I want to give you a chance to do that. You talked about euphemisms, and you didn't really get a chance to discuss some of those euphemisms. I think I know what some of them are, but can you tell us what the euphemistic language is that the radical left uses to describe abortion and why they do that?
Well, talking about the child in the womb, unless you're President Biden, they use terms like clump of tissue, clump of cells, things like that. They don't seem to recognize and admit that it is a child in the womb, even when their own president does, even when all embryology textbooks do, even when the vast majority of the American people, anyone who's seen an ultrasound can recognize that humanity.
I mean, aren't we all just a clump of cells at the end of the day? I mean, that's what life is. We are cells that replicate and divide. And that's what a baby is doing inside of the womb. That, I would say, is life. When cells, multiply on their own without somebody causing that. The other euphemisms that they use to describe the baby in the womb are fetus, pregnancy tissue. This abortion will just quietly remove the pregnancy tissue, they might say.
Products of conception.
Products of conception. Medical waste. I mean, you've already discussed that. They refer to unborn babies as medical waste once they've been aborted. I find it interesting the language they use to describe ending the life of an unborn baby. Abortion care? Who's being taken care of there? Birth control? It's actually a consequence of the lack of birth control. And reproductive freedom, these are all euphemisms they use for describing the process of ending the life of an unborn baby. And abortion clinic, even the name of the leading abortion clinic is deceptive in itself. Planned Parenthood, it's the lack of planning. It's an emergency that's gone on. Or it's an unplanned thing that's happened, and now they're trying to treat it like an emergency when it should be the birth of a baby. Those who would prematurely end the life of their baby are being called patients. And my body, my choice. I remember when I was young and before I learned, how babies came about, I thought when they said my body, my choice, they were talking about, whatever was inside of the woman was part of their body. The baby is not the body of the woman that it's inside of. It's another life. It's not the body of the woman. So why do you think they use this language?
Today's hearing has been replete with those euphemisms and misdirections that I referenced in the opening statement. Abortion is a scourge, plain and simple. It's a farce that abortion is presented as a solution to anyone's problems. And it's a crime that corporate abortion interests and this kind of euphemism and misdirection hold so much sway over so many. And we have to do better than this because our constitutional democracy is at stake. If abortion solved poverty or improved material conditions, wouldn't we have, closed the gap in the last 50 years? But right now, inequality is greater than ever and wage growth is more stagnant than ever. So pleased with the idea that abortion improves equality.
Yeah, and I think they're using these words to deceive. Because if they actually describe what they were doing, what an abortion causes, that it ends a life, far fewer people would choose that. And so I think they do it to deceive, but I hold out hope that the reason they use this language is some of the people in the abortion industry still have a conscience, that they know that it's wrong, what they're doing is wrong, and they come up with this language to maintain the cognitive dissonance that allows them to end a life while at the same time knowing that ending a life is morally and ethically wrong. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank Chairman Nadler for calling this hearing and our witnesses who've joined us today to sound the alarm about the imminent restrictions on American reproductive freedom. For my entire adult life, abortion has been recognized as a legal form of health care, and so have a growing number of types of contraception. That means that I've had the freedom to decide when and if I would become a parent. I did eventually so decide with my husband to have 3 wonderful children, but I had the freedom to make that decision on my own terms after I'd completed years of college, law school, a judicial clerkship, and legal training. I had the freedom to make the decision to become a parent when I was physically, emotionally, and financially ready to take that step. I had the freedom to make that decision once I was ready to spend 30 months being pregnant with all the temporary and permanent physical changes that entails, and ready to spend the next 30 years and counting nurturing those children and putting their needs ahead of my own. I was able to make those decisions about my health and well-being and that of my family because of Roe v. Wade and other cases such as Griswold that recognize that as Americans we have human rights and constitutional rights to privacy and liberty to make these most deeply personal decisions about whether and when to become a parent and whether and whom to marry, ourselves and with those most concerned and close to us, whether family, medical providers, or faith leaders, free from government interference and control. We've heard from some of today's witnesses how having that choice or lacking that choice due to opportunity or resources had a huge impact on their lives. I've also seen the impact upon the health and well-being of clients I represented as a lawyer, of having the freedom, resources, and support, or lack thereof, to make reproductive decisions free from government interference. The vast majority of Americans understand that reproductive health decisions are complex and should be made by a woman and those she's close to based on their individual medical, emotional, financial, and other circumstances, and that the government does not belong in control of that decision. But we're at a point where the draft opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization indicates that the Supreme Court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade, which will threaten access to abortion care across the country and undermine other personal privacy and liberty rights. Some of our colleagues have suggested that the purpose of this hearing is to pressure the Supreme Court's decision in the Dobbs case. I would suggest that our Republican colleagues, and particularly Mitch McConnell, have already exercised undue influence on the Supreme Court's decision by packing the court with far-right justices. And I would counter that the purpose of this hearing is exactly as its title suggests, to examine the likely impact upon Americans' freedom to make reproductive health care decisions if Roe v. Wade is overturned, opening the door to increasingly restrictive laws and, as Senator McConnell and others have suggested, an outright national ban on abortion care. Last fall, the House voted to pass the Women's Health Protection Act, which would codify many of the rights enshrined in Roe v. Wade and Casey. The Senate needs to join us in protecting this essential human right to privacy and liberty by passing that bill. And if the current Senate won't pass the bill, then the majority of Americans who support having Americans' freedom to make reproductive health care decisions without government interference, they need to know that we need to change the Senate. Restricting access to abortion care has ripple effects across generations. We cannot go back to an era of criminalized abortion. So one of my priorities in Congress has been to address our country's rising and unnecessary rate of maternal mortality, a healthcare emergency that disproportionately affects many of my constituents. The U.S. has a pregnancy-related death rate that far exceeds that of similar developed countries and is exponentially worse for women of color. The vast majority of such deaths are almost entirely preventable. And with abortion healthcare on the chopping block, I'm very concerned about how maternal mortality across the country would be affected. Dr. Robinson, could you address that question for me?
Yes. I've taken care of pregnant people for more than 17 years. And so being a physician who cares for pregnant people, I do understand that there are circumstances where people do need access to the full gamut of options, including abortion care. The same communities that are having difficulty having access to compassionate abortion care are the same communities that do have the highest maternal mortality rates. This care is very important, and I think that the thing that we need to focus on is giving these patients what they need so that we can decrease that maternal and infant mortality rate, like making sure that they have access to care and not just once they become pregnant, and then making sure that they can continue that access to care beyond a short postpartum period.
Thank you very much. I see that my time has expired. And at this time, I would recognize the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. Earlier, somebody was positing what sets us apart as a country, and I would suggest that it is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and the constitutional framework that protects that. Quick question for you, Ms. Foster. A lot has been made about the implications with respect to race on the Roe opinion and what may come down this summer. Would you agree that if you look at the most recent data, 38% of abortions affect Black babies?
Tragically, yes.
21% affect Hispanic babies?
Yes.
A lot of numbers have been raised about, or a lot of questions and issues have been raised about rape and incest. And in fact, you had an exchange with my colleague from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, about whether or not he would accept limits on abortion if there was, in fact, an exception for rape and incest. Can you clarify for the record, the Guttmacher Institute is a arm of Planned Parenthood, correct?
Yes, founded as the research arm of Planned Parenthood.
And according to data that I have, less than 1% of abortions are connected to rape, less than 0.5% are connected to incest, according to Guttmacher. Does that line up with your understanding?
According to the Guttmacher Institute, data suggests that most women seeking later terminations are not doing so for reasons of fetal anomaly or life endangerment. That's a quote. In fact, it's the same top reasons as first trimester abortions, which are financial hardship, relationship issues, and not feeling ready to be a parent, which are all issues where we as a caring nation and as loving communities can come alongside the woman.
And so I think it merits conversation that, again, to your point, yes or no, do you believe that your answer was the answer from Mr. Raskin, would it be a yes or a no? It would be no, correct?
It would be no.
Would not accept limits on abortion, even if you exempted the 1.5% that fall in that category. Ms. Arabidi, just real quick, you made a couple of points, I think, during your testimony about Texas. Not being a particularly hospitable place, generally, or with respect to women as it relates to abortion. And it made a point, I think, about lack of care provided for women. Is it correct? I have information here correct. I believe that says that there are 8.5 pregnancy and pregnancy counseling centers for every one abortion clinic in the state of Texas. That the legislature, in passing SB 8, appropriated $100 million for women's health care. I guess my question here is in light of that, and in light of Texas being an inhospitable place, according to your testimony, are you aware of how many people have moved to the state of Texas in the last decade? Do you know what that number is?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I will say that the clinics that you're referring to are fake
4 million.
clinics and they don't actually provide
4 million
medical
people have moved to the state of Texas in the last decade. That's the population of the entire state of Alabama have moved to the state of Texas by choice in the last decade. I would move to one other question here. Ms. Robinson.
Could I finish my answer though about Texas?
I didn't ask you a question about that. Ms. Robinson, I would ask you a question. When is the latest that you have performed an abortion in terms of weeks of the unborn child?
Yes, my name is Dr. Robinson, and I provide abortion care in Alabama. So Alabama has.
What is the answer to the question? The latest that you have performed an abortion?
I'm going to answer your question. So unfortunately,
number,
my state
weeks.
is one of those states that has passed restrictions or bans on abortion care, which limits physicians like myself.
And
from
therefore,
caring for
in other words, you'd like to do it
despite
later.
their
What is the
pregnancy
latest you have performed an abortion?
So since I will always follow the law and I live in the state of Alabama, I provide abortion care up until 20 weeks gestational age.
Okay, so you performed an abortion at 20 weeks.
Yes, sir.
The procedure for an abortion, when we're talking about at 20 weeks, as I understand it, is dilation and extraction. Have you performed abortions at that stage? And in doing so, have you had baby parts that you've had to discard or store in some capacity?
One of the things that you all have done
Legs, arms,
throughout
eyes.
this hearing is just use inflammatory language. as
No,
you
it's
talk
a
about the care
question.
that we
Ma'am,
provide.
it's a simple question. Have you had human parts, baby parts, arms, legs, as a result of an abortion performed at the time you just acknowledged you
I
performed
am a
abortions? up to
physician
20
and a
weeks?
proud abortion provider. There is nothing that you can say
Yeah, yes
that
or no?
makes it difficult
Have-
for me
ma'am?
to talk about the care that I provide.
Right,
to
so
my
have there
patients.
been baby parts, yes or no?
If you would like for me to talk to
And
you
where
about
and how
we
have they been
perform an
stored?
abortion for patients who need
So the
care
answer to the
at
question is
20
fairly
weeks
obvious.
gestational age, I'm happy to
That there are baby parts and you don't want to talk about how they're being stored. You don't want to talk about putting them in freezers. You don't want to talk about putting them in Pyrex dishes. You want to talk about the videos that we have from Planned Parenthood Gulf Coast in Houston, Texas. You don't want to talk about the
The
reality of
gentleman's
what actually
time
happened.
has expired.
If you
I
don't
yield back.
mind me answering, all of those things that you just mentioned, I have never seen that in a healthcare setting ever. We don't put baby parts in freezers or Pyrex dishes. I've never seen a patient
Well, I
on
asked
the
where you put them.
hospital stop by and
Time
decide
has
she wants to
expired.
terminate.
Well, then where do they go?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. McBath for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to Chairman Nadler, and thank you so much to our witnesses today. We really appreciate you being here under such duress. Like so many women in America, for years, I struggled to get pregnant. My husband and I, we tried everything that we could do to start a family of our own, and finally, we were successful. I had never been so happy, and I prayed for this moment for so many years. I wanted to tell everyone, I just wanted to shout it from all of the mountaintops. For weeks, I began to dream about our life and our future together. And then one day, I woke up covered in blood. It's hard to describe the agony of a miscarriage. It's heartbreak, it's helplessness, it's pain, and it's profound sadness. Millions of women suffer from them, and I've heard from many who felt guilty like I did, who felt as though that we weren't worthy of having a child. Those are the same feelings that crept through my mind, and every time I've had these difficult discussions with other women, I remind them that they are strong and that they are powerful beyond measure, and that their worth is far more than their ability to procreate. However, it seems those in support of this ruling disagree. After my second miscarriage, I wondered in my grief again if God had decided I was never meant to be a mother. So when I finally got pregnant again, I was overjoyed. It was as if I believed that God was giving me and my husband, finally, he had a plan for us to be parents. But after 4 months, while feeling terror and trauma in my heart, I was rushed to the emergency room. There with my doctor and my husband, I learned that I had suffered a fetal demise or a stillbirth. There again, I was filled with anguish and sorrow and guilt, and I tried so hard, and still I felt like I failed trying to be a mother. My doctor thought it would be better and safer to end the pregnancy naturally without the medicines so commonly used. So for 2 weeks, I carried my dead fetus and waited for me to go into labor. For 2 weeks, people passed me on the street telling me how beautiful I looked, asking how far along I was, and saying that they were so excited for me and my future with my child. For 2 weeks, I carried a lost pregnancy and the torment that comes with it. I never went into labor on my own. When my doctor finally induced me, I faced the pain of labor without hope for a living child. This is my story. It's uniquely my story. And yet, it's not so unique. Millions of women in America, women in this room, women at your homes, and women you love and cherish have suffered a miscarriage. And so I ask, on behalf of these women, after which failed pregnancy should I have been imprisoned? Would it have been after the first miscarriage? After doctors used what would be an illegal drug to abort the lost fetus? Would you have put me in jail after the second miscarriage? Perhaps that would have been the time. Forced to reflect in confinement at the guilt I felt, the guilt that so many women feel after losing their pregnancies. Or would you have put me behind bars after my stillbirth? After I was forced to carry a dead fetus for weeks, after asking God if I was ever going to be able to raise a child. And I asked because the same medicine used to treat my failed pregnancies is the same medicine states like Texas would make illegal. I ask because if Alabama makes abortion murder, does it make miscarriage manslaughter? I ask because I want to know if the next woman who has a miscarriage at 3 months, if she will be forced to carry her dead fetus to term. So for the women in your life whose stories you do not know, for the women across the country whose lives you may not understand, and for the women in America who have gone through things you simply cannot comprehend, I say to you this: women's rights are human rights. Reproductive health care is health care. And medical decisions should be made by women and those that they trust, not politicians and officials. We have a choice. We can be the nation that rolls back the clock, that rolls back the rights of women, and that strips them of their very liberty. Or we can be the nation of choice, the nation where every woman can make her own choice. Freedom is our right to choose.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon said a few minutes ago that this hearing is called because of an imminent peril to the right of abortion. Professor Goodwin, I guess you're the only witness presented by the majority as having expertise in the law. Do you unequivocally condemn the leak of the draft opinion?
It is absolutely unprecedented that there is a leak, and it is a story. It is not the story of these hearings, but that is unprecedented.
No, I didn't. I'm aware of some precedents. That's factual. Many people have covered that. I'm interested in, as a matter of your expertise, do you condemn it? Was it wrong to leak the opinion?
I believe that the justices need to be able to deliberate privately, and I think that leaks such as this make that difficult.
Thank you. So, Dr. Robinson, I noticed in your written testimony, you said that you use she, her pronouns. You're a medical doctor. What's a woman?
It's important for you to understand why I said I use she, her pronouns.
Well,
It's because I understand that
I'm
there are
explaining, I was
people.
explaining why I'm asking the question, but I just like to get an answer to the question. What's a woman?
I think it's important that we educate people like you about why we're doing the things that we do. And so the reason that I use she and her pronouns is because I understand that there are people who become pregnant that may not identify that way. And I think it is discriminatory to speak to people or to call them in such a way as they desire not to be called.
Thanks for that
So
explanation.
it's
Can you
important
answer-
that we respect each individual
Are you
person.
going to answer my question? Can you answer the question, what's a woman?
I'm a woman. And I will ask you, which pronouns do you use?
Can you
If you
provide?
tell me that you use she and her pronouns,
that-
I'm gonna answer you, I'm gonna call you Mr. Bishop. I'm gonna respect you for how you want me to address you.
I'm just saying, so you give me an example of a woman, you say that you are a woman. Can you tell me,
think that is
otherwise,
a-
can you tell me what a woman is?
Yes, I'm telling you, I'm a woman.
Is that as comprehensive a definition as you can give me?
That's as comprehensive as the definitions as I will give you today.
I see.
Because I think that it's important that we focus on what we're here for, and it's to talk about access to
I see, so
abortion
you're not
care
interested
and
in
how
answering a
important
question
this
I ask
right
unless,
is.
and answering a question that I ask unless it's part of a message you want to deliver. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
You're
Because
not.
I was talking and you were talking
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
same
I'm
time.
right.
I couldn't hear
It's my
you.
time.
Okay,
It's
I
my
just
time to
did-
ask you questions. That's the purpose of it. Is my ask you to uncover things by asking you questions and asking you to respond. So you're not willing to answer a question unless it's part of a message you wish to deliver. Is that correct?
Sir, what I was trying to explain to you is that I had a difficult time hearing you since we were talking at the same
All
time.
right, let me just see if I can go to Ms. Arambide. Is that a pretty close approximation of the pronunciation?
Arambide?
Arambide? Okay. What do you say a woman is?
I believe that everyone can identify for themselves.
Do you believe then that men can become pregnant and have abortions?
Hey, look at
Yes.
this. Talking about some get out. Y'all should.
Professor Goodwin, the draft opinion says this, in part. The court has no authority to decree that an erroneous precedent is permanently exempt from evaluation under traditional stare decisis principles. Adherence to precedent is the norm, but not an inexorable command. If the rule were otherwise, erroneous decisions like Plessy and Lochner would still be the law. Close quote. Professor, isn't that inarguably true? Mustn't it be the case that all prior decisions of the court are subject to reevaluation?
Oh, it is certainly the case that we have in the legacy of this court, Dred Scott, Plessy v. Ferguson, they fell after Brown v. Board of Education. So the ability to be able to review is important. That's the ability to be able to review. It's another thing when the Supreme Court then strips away a fundamental protection that has been made, particularly given that the justices who may be involved in this leaked draft opinion suggested that they actually respected the precedent and stare decisis associated with Roe, and we were not talking about Plessy v. Ferguson or Dred Scott when they said that they respected that stare decisis.
Well, if those are examples, so Roe and Casey would be equally susceptible to reevaluation as Plessy. Would you agree?
Well, and in fact, they certainly could be and be further expanded, and they have been. So one of the things we haven't talked about is that there's Whole Women's Health v. Hellerstedt, and even just a couple of years ago, June Medical v. Rousseau, which this Supreme Court used to further uphold the principles of Roe v. Wade and also Planned Parenthood v. Casey.
I yield back. My time's expired.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses. It has been really challenging to listen to my Republican colleagues essentially minimize and, in fact, completely ignore how difficult decisions like this are for women all over the country. It's even more difficult to listen to them act as though they know better for women, how women should plan their future. And the fact that they believe they should be the ones to stand between a woman and her doctor. It is shocking to me how backward this thinking is and the dark days they want to return women to. I want to share a story briefly of someone close to me. Once the Supreme Court draft was made public, a mother, an incredible mother, approached me to share with me her story of her abortion.
She was pregnant with her third child. She and her husband were excited about this baby. They bought a crib, they prepared the room, and they were fortunate. I mean, she was in a stable marriage, in a stable family. They had means to provide for their baby, and so they were making plans for this baby. In her final trimester, she heard the horrific news that her baby was not viable. And then she learned that if she carried the baby to term, she would likely die, leaving her kids motherless, leaving her husband without a partner, without a wife. And so she made the decision to terminate a pregnancy that she wanted and had planned for. She had to undergo this procedure at a clinic. And the very same people here who are of the belief that they should tell women how to live their lives and usurp the authority of a physician, it was those types of people standing outside that clinic who were jeering and taunting this mourning mother. This mother who couldn't even mourn the loss of her baby because she had to hear the screams of people judging her and yelling at her. You know, to those who think, those in America who believe that my extreme MAGA colleagues aren't coming for you, they are coming for you. They are coming for your rights. We have heard today absolute proof that they want to ban abortion across the United States. So let that be absolutely clear. There is no state where government-forced births won't be happening. And if Samuel Alito tells you they're not coming for you, just remember this is a Supreme Court majority that lied to Congress and lied to the American people. So it is a majority without integrity. And remember that the people who are trying to stand between you and your doctor are the same people who voted against paid family and medical leave so that mamas could stay home with their babies. They're the same people who voted against access to childcare so mamas could go to work to provide for their babies. These are the same people who voted against universal pre-K so that mamas could give their babies a fighting chance at an education. These are the same people who put guns ahead of the lives of school children, because school children, as we know, go to school in terror. Their parents send their kids to school terrified that their kids might not come home. These are the same people who champion Trump policies of family separation. So let's remember who the people in Congress are who support families and who value mothers and babies. If we want to reduce abortions, then we would provide free contraception and widely accepted sex education. But they're against that too. Dr. Robinson, I want to ask you, because your voice, they have been trying to obscure your voice and your message, speaking over you. In the remaining 30 seconds, anything you'd like to correct the record on?
Yes, one of the things I did want to say was there's no doubt in my mind about life. I understand that once a sperm meets an egg, that there is the potential for life. I do also understand that some people believe that life begins at conception, and some people feel that it begins at a different point. I think what we need to consider is that what goes into that is everybody's belief system, their upbringing, their values, and we should respect that. And for those people who feel like life begins at conception, I welcome them to never have an abortion ever in their life. And we should respect that. But I also feel that they should respect the decisions of people who do decide that an abortion is what's right for them and for their families.
Thank
And
you.
I am so sorry that, about the situation with the person you spoke about who had to go to an abortion clinic and face the harassment and the jeering as she went in and mourned her child. My patients face that on a daily basis because she cannot get that care in the hospital, even when there is a complicated pregnancy. So this is the reality for many of our patients right now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robinson. To the American people watching at home, remember they're coming for you too. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week at a Senate Banking Committee hearing, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen testified that restricting abortions would have a very damaging effect on the economy. As she took the position of representing teenagers, low-income women, and minorities, Secretary Yellen argued that the ending the life of an unborn child is a good thing for the labor force participation rate. Since I'm very aware of the founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, I find the parroting of her manifesto by Secretary Yellen, the devaluation of life of an unborn poor Black and minority children, as very concerning. I've also been aware of Sanger's 1946 book, The Negro Project, in which she shared her vision of poor Blacks and other minorities, and I quote, the gradual suppression, elimination, and eventual extinction of the defective stock, those human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization, unquote. She was a favorite, by the way, of the white supremacist KKK speaking circuit, where she set up her first abortion shop, testifies to her mission. It was in Black Harlem in 1921. These are the words of a rabid racist founder of Planned Parenthood. There's a multi-billion-dollar global abortion cartel and has been responsible for the deaths, and that's going to be our legacy, the deaths of tens of millions of Black babies and other children. Thank goodness Senator Tim Scott, upon hearing this statement by Secretary Yellen, called it out for what it was: biased, callous, and calculated. I agree with my friend Senator Scott, who learned from his single mother that there's dignity in all work and dignity in all life. An op-ed published in yesterday's Washington Post, Senator Scott wrote, and I quote, "We live in a world where words are too often disconnected from the lived experience of many Americans." Yellen's cold and robotic reference to the issue of life is just the latest example of that, end quote. Secretary Yellen's comments is also deeply offensive to me. For years, the Black community has been disproportionately targeted by the abortionist industry. I've watched it happen. We've lost over 20 million Black babies over the last 40 years. That's 40% of my race exterminated before given a chance to bless our nation with their innate talents. Based on her conclusion, their demise is a good thing for our labor force participation rate. Secretary Yellen has always concluded that these 20 million Black lives would have been an economic drain on our society. A 2017 report by the Life Issues Institute found out that 88% of Planned Parenthood mega centers target women of color, with 80% specifically targeting Black communities and 56% targeting Hispanic and Latino communities. For those who love the concept of equity in everything under the sun, including test score outcomes, when it comes to the death of unborn, the abortion equity seems to be pretty racist to me. Abortion is not health care. Healthcare doesn't result in the intentional death of over 60 million human beings. It undermines the dignity and worth of every individual and their God-given right to life. If a woman feels that abortion is her only and best option, I believe that woman has been failed by her family, her partner, her community, and her healthcare providers. I'm the father of 6 children and 16 grandchildren. My pride comes from the joy of watching them grow and start families of their own, even if their circumstances are imperfect, or as Ms. Yellen would have us believe, an economic burden. I have 2 of my beautiful, loving, talented children born after my NFL career, after I lost everything due to a failed business, and after a brief job stint as a chimney sweep and a security guard. Thank goodness I was raised by a generation of proud Black Americans who taught me that America, our financial status does not define us and can be temporary. Our children and family relationships, on the other hand, are not only eternal, but an invaluable treasure during our brief time on this earth. They are the only legacy at the end of our lives that really matter. Our children are the most precious gifts and blessings from a loving God. The fight to defend life has never been more important. The fight to defend the founding ideals of our nation, that all people are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Liberty Mutual
has never
customizes
been
my
more
car
important.
insurance, so
I ask for unanimous consent to place Senator Scott Washington and Washington Times op-ed titled "Abortion is Not the Way to Help Single Black Mothers" on the record. The last few seconds I have, Ms. Foster, do you have any comments that you'd like to add to the record?
That brought me to tears. Amen to everything you just said. I would just say, when it
Just
comes
the
to
rest of us
helping
to think that that's not a-
mothers in difficult situations and living in poverty,
Senator Kavanaugh, for bringing this to our attention. And what'll happen is the results of a test fire will go to the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network and determine if it's been used in past crimes. That's how we start catching the perpetrators of the guns that are killing our kids on the streets. It'll go a long way toward our gun tracing efforts to make them more efficient and impactful. And it'll help the Gun Interdiction Task Force that I launched in January to help build on their progress. They have identified so many guns that have come through not just the Iron Pipeline, but we have 9 states. No other state has done this. I took the lead to make sure we have 9 states and the Boston PD, as well as the NYPD, working with us to make sure that they are attacking this where it's happening. But we're also going to do one more thing. That's including the permitting and background checks related to specific guns. And we have our plans. I want to work with the legislature on this too. Let's get this done. Let's get this done. I just spoke to the leadership. I know there's a strong interest in being smart about this. So we have more people I want you to hear from. This is just a start, what we're doing here. But right now, communities are in mourning. And I hope to God that this is the wake-up call that this country has needed, because we've had other crises. We lost children and a son at Parkland. We lost children at Sandy Hook. We lost people in white supremacist targeted attacks in Charleston, Pittsburgh, El Paso. And I sure didn't want my hometown of Buffalo to ever be on that list. But let that be the city that's known as a place where people said, okay, enough is enough. And they did something. We're doing something. We're doing something right now. That is my promise to New Yorkers. And with that, I want to bring up someone who has held the hands and wept with more victims of shootings and violence across this nation than probably anyone, because he always shows up. He's there where he's needed. And I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton for being the voice we need at this time. Reverend Al.
All right, we've been listening to Governor Kathy Hochul there of New York unveiling her
and what it would mean for our country. This issue is about choice. It's about self-determination. It's about liberty. Americans believe in those freedoms. They rely upon them. And that's why the fight to protect them is so important. Should the draft opinion become the decision of the Supreme Court, the rationale used to overturn Roe could easily be used to undermine other fundamental rights, including the right to access contraception and the right to marry who you love. Now, today, we've heard so many misstatements and attacks on our esteemed panel of witnesses. So I did want to give the remainder of my time, offer it to either Dr. Robinson or Professor Goodwin to correct the record and respond to any of the comments that have been made here today. Professor?
I'll start.
Please.
Yes. Well, in the comments today, there has been the suggestion that other rights, such as right to contraception, would not be rolled back. And here's what I want to share. Speaking on CNN on Sunday, May 8th, Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves refused to rule out attempting to ban some forms of contraception if the court overrules Roe v. Wade. In Idaho, in an interview on May 6th with the Idaho Public Television, Republican State Representative Brent Crane said he would hold hearings on legislation banning emergency contraception and abortion pills. Equally, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee signed into law additional restrictions on dispensing of abortion pills, including that medication abortion be provided by qualified physicians. We've also seen in the last week or so states like Louisiana seeking to criminalize and punish abortion as homicide and to allow prosecutors to criminally charge patients. And that's just the beginning. I could go through a list that's even deeper and longer than that.
Thank you so much. Dr. Robinson, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I just wanted the opportunity to clear up the record. There's been lots of mention, or it's been suggested that women or pregnant people are callously making the decision to just terminate their pregnancy at random points in the pregnancy. I think that as a person who provides abortion care, my patients, when they come in, it is very clear that they are very thoughtful in this decision. And as we've said, many abortions do take place in the first trimester. However, abortion care needs to be accessible as a pregnancy progresses, and sometimes that may be later in the pregnancy. I know that it's hard for people to imagine those circumstances where a person may have to choose to end a pregnancy later in gestation, and that's why we should leave that to the professionals, to the medical doctors, and to the patient. And then also to suggest that we need to put restrictions in place or to keep passing bans as if we would perform an abortion without obtaining consent. That's part of what we do as medical professionals. There is no other procedure, not even removing a toenail, that we do without obtaining proper informed consent. You know, there is informed decision-making that goes in the care that we provide, and that's taken place without representatives having to keep passing bans and putting these things in place.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more unanimous consent. Apologize.
Gentleman is recognized for one more unanimous consent request until the next one.
Thank you. This is a letter to the members of the House Committee on Judiciary from Students for Life Action, entered into the record of the hearing.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And this is terrific that, in many ways, that we're having this hearing, because this is going to be the beginning point where the American people are really going to see the details behind Roe versus Wade. They're going to see the details behind this rather than a couple talking points, where they're going to understand, I believe, better what is all happening behind this issue. And I've heard the incendiary rhetoric at times that abortions are all going to be outlawed. They are coming for you and various things like this. I would share with you in the Wisconsin State Senate that I served in for nearly 10 years, just 7 years ago, we passed a 20-week bill. And while I would have probably chosen to go to a little different place than a 20-week bill, that is what we passed with the consensus of the representatives of the people of the state of Wisconsin. My colleague from Arizona just cited that, I come from a state that's evenly split. Well, we're the definition of an evenly split state in Wisconsin, and we came to 7 years ago that we should be at 20 weeks. But the most important thing is the representatives of the people of the state of Wisconsin were debating it. So since Roe v. Wade has happened, here's what we have
The
learned.
gentleman yield for question.
As long as you don't take in my
I
5
won't take
minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
And I've been very loose with the gavel, as you may have noticed. This is the United States of America. Why should the rights of the citizen depend on which state they live in? That's my question.
The rights of the people of the United States should be carried. Those rights should be, first of all, they're imbued by our Creator at the founding, but then it is up to the will of the people, and that is what Roe circumvented. That circumvented the will of the people. It was judge-made law, not law of the people of our country. So anyhow, if I may continue. Since Roe v. Wade, here's what we've learned. Look at these billboards that you see all across the country. At 6 weeks, a child has a heartbeat. They have a heartbeat in that womb. 15 weeks, they can feel pain. And we largely didn't know that, I don't think, at Roe. I mean, some doctors may know better than I do, but that's something we didn't know. The medical technology in the last 50 years is incredible. What has happened that has shown us the humanity of that baby that is in the mother's womb. So much has changed, and that's why, that's part of the reason why I think you've seen justices come, what appears to be that they're going to come to a different conclusion here, rather than this judge-made law back in 1973. But I want to share something here right now that should be deeply concerning to all of us, and I hope the chairman and others on this committee will say, we cannot have this happening here in America. If you could please play some audio.
Be the commander of the Coast Guard, and Administrator Spenard.
What we're waiting for is
it really is amazing what you all do to protect us. And it's astounding. I still marvel at the idea that somebody jumps out of a perfectly good helicopter in the middle of the ocean to save people. But it really is amazing what you all do. You know, I met with some of these brave women and men performing these high-risk missions, and they are trying to help not only deal with, but predict the hurricanes, the severity of them, where they're going to land, and flying right into the heart of them. Including the dedicated personnel from the Air Force, NOAA, the Coast Guard, who help warn about hurricanes that are forming and predict their strength, what they're likely to be, and keep Americans safe. But it's not going to, this job's not going to slow up anytime soon. It's likely to get, I'm here to get a read on what's going to happen, what the hurricane season this year is going to look like, but we're prepared for upcoming hurricane season. My message to all Americans is straightforward. We know hurricanes are coming our way. They grow more extreme every season thus far. Pay attention to the hurricane warnings and follow the guidance of your local authorities. While you do everything you can to protect yourself and your families, I promise you, all of us here, are going to do everything we can to protect you. Our top priority is to help Americans prevent, prepare, and respond in every community to what's going to happen. And one of our charges is that, well, put another way, one of the changes I directed is that to ensure that the piles of paperwork and the bureaucratic excuses we've been used in the past sometimes don't stand in the way of getting help to the most disadvantaged communities as fast as possible. And I know it's not preventing, but in the aftermath, you've done an incredible job. You've done an incredible job making sure we're not leaving anybody behind. Thank you. And unfortunately, I've visited too many devastated areas with you: hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, etc. You do an incredible job. And that's why HUD and Marcia Flood, Secretary of HUD, and the SBA Administrator, Isabel Guzman, is briefed me today along with FEMA and Administrator Griswold. In 2021 was the third most active hurricane season ever recorded, including the first hurricane to hit the Northeast in 30 years.
Stretch ahead here with respect to the President's foreign policy and national security priorities. Very good to be back with you guys today. Today, Finland and Sweden submitted their applications for NATO membership. President Biden has welcomed those applications, and he looks forward to working with NATO allies and with Congress on a swift accession process. Oh, sorry.
Wrapped in paper.
No, not a problem.
the audio.
Small interruption of the accession process right there, but everything will be on track just fine. Tomorrow morning, the president will welcome the president of Finland and the prime minister of Sweden to the White House to coordinate on the path forward. And the three leaders will also have the chance to compare notes on our united efforts to support Ukraine and its defense against Russia's brutal invasion. They will also have the opportunity to speak to the press and the public to affirm our shared vision for a peaceful and secure Euro-Atlantic region. This is a historic event, a watershed moment in European security. Two nations with a long tradition of neutrality will be joining the world's most powerful defensive alliance, and they will bring with them strong capabilities and a proven track record as security partners. And President Biden will have the opportunity to mark just what a historic and watershed moment this is when he meets with them tomorrow. After that meeting concludes, President Biden will board Air Force One for a trip to the Republic of Korea and Japan. This will be his first trip as president to the Indo-Pacific, and it comes at a pivotal moment. President Biden has rallied the free world in defense of Ukraine and in opposition to Russian aggression. He remains focused on ensuring that our efforts in those missions are successful. But he also intends to seize this moment, this pivotal moment, to assert bold and confident American leadership in another vital region of the world, the Indo-Pacific. That began last week with his hosting of the U.S.-ASEAN Summit here at the White House, where he welcomed 9 leaders from Southeast Asia for a substantive set of meetings that covered a diverse agenda from economics and security to technology and energy. President Biden made a series of significant announcements to show that when it comes to engagement with ASEAN, we're not just talking the talk, we're walking the walk as well. This week, the president turns his attention to Northeast Asia. And on this trip, he'll have the opportunity to reaffirm and reinforce 2 vital security alliances, to deepen 2 vibrant economic partnerships, to work with 2 fellow democracies to shape the rules of the road for the 21st century, and to thank his allies in Korea and Japan for their remarkable and in some ways unexpected contributions to the effort to support Ukraine and to hold Russia accountable. In Korea, President Biden will meet with the newly inaugurated Korean president, President Yoon, who campaigned on the platform of strengthening the US-ROK alliance and on improving relations between the ROK and Japan. President Biden will engage with technology and manufacturing leaders in Korea who are mobilizing billions of dollars in investment here in the United States to create thousands of good-paying American jobs. He will see American and Korean troops standing shoulder to shoulder in defense of our collective security and consult on the challenge posed by the DPRK's nuclear and missile programs. And he will highlight the truly global nature of the US-ROK alliance, from climate and energy and technology to economic growth and investment. In Japan, President Biden will meet with Prime Minister Kishida and his team, and we believe that the US-Japan alliance at this moment under these 2 leaders is at an all-time high. This visit can take us even higher. The 2 leaders will consult on the broad and deep economic relationship between our 2 countries, as well as on a range of regional and global security issues. We'll also cover the DPRK, as well as a number of other security issues, both in the Indo-Pacific and more broadly around the world. The US-Japan alliance is the cornerstone of peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, and Japan's contributions as a security partner are rightly growing as the regional security picture becomes more challenging and dynamic. President Biden and Prime Minister Kishida will also be able to compare notes on the G7 agenda as the G7 summit approaches next month in Germany. In Japan, President Biden won't just have a bilateral program. He'll also have the opportunity to participate in the second in-person Quad Summit, following on the summit he hosted here in Washington last September. He will do this alongside the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of India, and the Prime Minister of Australia. And we believe that this summit will demonstrate, both in substance and in vision, that democracies can deliver, and that these 4 nations working together will defend and uphold the principles of a free and open Indo-Pacific. While he's in Tokyo, President Biden will also launch a new, ambitious economic initiative for the region, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. IPEF, as we affectionately call it, is a 21st century economic arrangement, a new model designed to tackle new economic challenges, from setting the rules of the digital economy to ensuring secure and resilient supply chains, to managing the energy transition, to investing in clean, modern, high standards infrastructure. President Biden will be joined in person by the Prime Minister of Japan for the launch of IPEF, and virtually by leaders from a number of Indo-Pacific partners, from down under to Southeast Asia to Northeast Asia. On security and economics, on technology and energy, on investment and infrastructure, we think this trip is going to put on full display President Biden's Indo-Pacific strategy, and that it will show in living color that the United States can at once lead the free world in responding to Russia's war in Ukraine, and at the same time chart a course for effective, principled American leadership and engagement in a region that will define much of the future of the 21st century. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Can you talk to us about Turkey and what the administration is doing and what conversations you might be having with Turkey about their plans to block Finland and Sweden's applications? Is there a deal to be struck with Turkey?
We're confident that at the end of the day, Finland and Sweden will have an effective and efficient accession process, that Turkey's concerns can be addressed. Finland and Sweden are working directly with Turkey to do this, but we're also talking to the Turks to try to help facilitate. I spoke with my counterpart today. Secretary Blinken is meeting with his counterpart, perhaps as we speak, in New York. And we feel very good about where this will track to. And President Biden will express that confidence, as we believe the President of Finland and Prime Minister of Sweden will express that confidence tomorrow.
The Korean media is reporting that President Biden will meet with former President Moon Jae-in during his visit to Seoul. Is that accurate?
We don't have a meeting scheduled with President Moon at this time.
Have there been any discussions between U.S. officials and Korean officials about Moon Jae-in potentially taking on a special envoy to North Korea-like role?
I'm not familiar with any discussions along those lines. Yeah.
In the statement today welcoming Finland and Sweden's application to NATO, almost at the very end, it said that while their applications for NATO membership are being considered, the U.S. will work with Finland and Sweden to remain vigilant against any threats to our shared security and deter and confront aggression. Does that mean that the U.S. is extending the NATO security umbrella to them while their applications are in process?
Article 5 only kicks in once all 30 allies have ratified the accession protocols and they become full-fledged members of the alliance. But the United States is prepared to send a very clear message, as are all of our European allies, that we will not tolerate any aggression against Finland or Sweden during this process. And there are practical measures that we can take along those lines that Secretary Austin will coordinate with his counterparts in both Finland and Sweden. Yeah.
Two questions, one on the accession and one on your trip. So when the initial NATO expansion happened, of course, there was a huge debate in Washington about whether it was a good idea or not. Remember, Ken himself wrote in the New York Times that he wasn't in favor of it. Was there any similar debate that went underway here about whether or not bringing Finland and Sweden in was a good idea or whether it would further corner Putin? And on the trip, tell us a little bit about what you know on the evidence that North Korea may attempt either a nuclear test, hard to imagine what they would accomplish by a seventh test, or a missile launch, and what your preparations are if that happens during the trip.
On the first question, President Biden posed the question to his national security team, to his cabinet principals who cover national security, as to whether they supported the accession of Finland and Sweden, and for them to consider the risks as well as the benefits of bringing Finland and Sweden into the alliance. Unanimously, President Biden's national security team emphatically supported the entry of Finland and Sweden into the NATO alliance on the grounds that they have already proven themselves as highly capable security partners. In the parlance, we say net security contributors, meaning they give a heck of a lot more than they take when it comes to a security partnership or an alliance. And that we believe that Russian aggression has only reinforced the argument for the kind of defensive alliance that NATO presents and poses. And finally, we have the principle of the open door. And the open door says that if countries meet the criteria of NATO membership and display that they can be net contributors to the alliance and to overall European security, they should be admitted. That is a principle that President Biden has believed since long before he occupied the Oval Office, and Finland and Sweden are two cases that are pretty clear-cut when it comes to meeting those terms. With respect to the issue of North Korea, we've said from this podium, we've said at the State Department, and we've indicated in quite clear terms that our intelligence does reflect the genuine possibility that there will be either a further missile test, including long-range missile test, or a nuclear test, or frankly both, in the days leading into, on, or after the president's trip to the region. We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan. We are coordinating closely with our allies in both Korea and Japan on this. We have spoken with counterparts in China. I spoke with my Chinese counterpart this morning and covered this issue of the DPRK. And we are prepared, obviously, to make both short and longer term adjustments to our military posture as necessary to ensure that we are providing both defense and deterrence to our allies in the region, and that we're responding to any North Korean provocation. Yes.
Jay, thank you. Two questions on different topics. One, could you update us on the situation with the Russian blockade on grains and also on Haiti? What happens with the Title 42, the Haitian migrants and maybe migrants of South America as well and Caribbean when it comes to the end of Title 42 on May 23rd, if that happens?
So first, it is Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and nothing else that is stopping tens of millions of tons of food from getting out of the breadbasket of Europe, Ukraine, and onto the world market to feed people in Africa, the Americas, Asia, and everywhere else. And that is true in two critical respects. First, Russia is bombarding Odessa, which is the port from which that food departs on large cargo ships bound through the Black Sea and then onto the world market. Second, Russian ships are engaged in an effective blockade of commercial ship traffic that could leave Odessa port were it not under this bombardment and head out to the world. So we have publicly called upon Russia to end its attacks on Odessa and to end the blockade and to permit the traffic, the commercial and humanitarian traffic of ships into and out of Odessa port. We are working closely with both Ukraine and the United Nations on this issue, as well as other allies and partners, and we are supporting efforts to facilitate the delivery of that grain to the world market so that it can alleviate food prices everywhere. And we would like to see an outcome in which the facts, not just the rhetoric, the facts bear out the actual permission by Russia of large numbers of ships moving through the Black Sea and onto the world market.
Russia responding to that request and also the question I asked you about Title 42.
There are ongoing intensive diplomatic conversations. The United Nations Secretary General is involved in this. The Ukrainians are involved in this. Some of our other partners are involved in this. I'm not going to get ahead of those discussions. I'm only going to say that the United States stands ready in any way to help facilitate and deliver on that diplomacy to try to produce an outcome in which food is getting to the world stage. With respect to Haiti, we will have to see. Obviously, there are a number of issues bound up in the courts right now. But with the end of Title 42, the United States has put in place a process by which those individuals who claim asylum and have legitimate asylum claims can stay, and those who come and don't will go through the process, the legal process that exists and has existed for some time. Even when Title 42 was in effect, large numbers of individuals were not subject to Title 42. They were subject to the standard legal process by which we deal with claims at our border for people who want to come and stay here.
Expeditious deportation.
U.S. intelligence chiefs recently offered assessments that Putin continues to bank on the fracturing of Western resilience to continue this war. Is Turkey's concern about Finland and Sweden joining up perhaps an example of that? And what about the, I guess, also congressional pushback or the growing congressional pushback to Ukrainian aid. What are you guys doing sort of in both regards to make sure that that doesn't continue to happen? I mean, describe some of it, but it does seem now that there are examples at least of growing concern or criticism resistance. And then I got one other in another part of the world. First.
So first, growing congressional pushback to me is a strange premise for a circumstance in which the House of Representatives voted overwhelmingly, not just in favor of approving what the president sent up, which was $33 billion, but actually adding $7 billion to it to make it a $40 billion package. And we expect a similar overwhelming bipartisan vote in the Senate once the final procedural hurdles are cleared over the next 24 to 48 hours. So there are some voices against this, but the chorus of voices on both sides of the aisle, from all sides of the political spectrum, in favor of standing up in defense of Ukraine's sovereignty and freedom and independence, it's quite powerful and frankly, in a way, quite moving. And it sends a clear message to the world that the United States can pull together behind the brave people of Ukraine in their hour of need. What was your other question?
Well, just Turkey's continued concern here and whether there might be others who are going to raise concern about NATO expansion.
Look, the great thing about the free world, about the Western Alliance, about NATO, is that you've got a raucous collection of states that all have opinions, that all have perspectives, that all have interests. But they also know how to and when to pull together and how to settle any differences. And I expect these differences will be settled. I expect that NATO will speak with one voice in support of Finland and Sweden at the end of the day. And I think the remarkable unity you've seen with respect to sanctions coming out of the EU, the United States, and our Indo-Pacific partners, the support that we have provided Ukraine in terms of military and humanitarian assistance, it's only grown stronger over the course of the last 12 weeks. And we expect that that momentum will continue, and it's having a major impact on the battlefield. Ukraine won the Battle of Kyiv. Ukraine has now beaten Russia back from Kharkiv, and Ukrainian defenders are putting the military assistance we provided to good use in defending territory in the Donbass as well. Yes.
Discuss a little bit about the challenges of trying to focus on the Indo-Pacific, a priority for you all from the get-go, given just, look, a bulk of the questions even here today have focused on other parts of the world. Tomorrow, Finland and Sweden are going, just the juxtaposition of what is going on in the world right now as you all are trying to focus on the Indo-Pacific.
You know, it's interesting. We actually don't regard this as a tension between investing time, energy, and attention in Europe and time, energy, and attention in the Indo-Pacific. We regard this as mutually reinforcing. First, look at the Indo-Pacific partners that have stepped up to help make these sanctions and export controls as effective as they are. Korea, Japan, Australia, even Singapore. Second, look at the extent to which European countries are increasingly invested in the Indo-Pacific in helping ensure that our vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific is actually realized. We see that with the AUKUS partnership, where you've got the United Kingdom alongside Australia and the United States. We see it with the way the European Union has, for the first time ever, put out an Indo-Pacific strategy. And so actually, we think that there is something quite evocative about going from meeting with the President of Finland and the Prime Minister of Sweden to reinforce the momentum behind the NATO alliance and the free world's response in Ukraine, and getting on a plane and flying out to the Indo-Pacific, not just to deal with security issues, but to unveil a new far-reaching economic initiative, to host a Quad summit that will cover climate and cyber and emerging technologies, and to deal with Korea and Japan on issues that actually affect working people here in the United States, including major investments that will create jobs in states across the country. So for us, there is a certain level of integration and a symbiosis in the strategy we are pursuing in Europe and the strategy we're pursuing in the Indo-Pacific. And President Biden's unique capacity to actually stitch those two together is, I think, going to be a hallmark of his foreign policy presidency. Yes.
Can you provide an update on when the president will visit Israel? And secondly, can you elaborate further on the specific security guarantees that the United States has made Finland and Sweden in the interim period?
So first on Israel, we are actively working with the Israelis to fix a date for the visit at some point in the not too distant future. The president is very much looking to go, but unfortunately I don't have an announcement of a trip or a timetable for it standing here today, other than to say the president is excited to get the opportunity to go to reaffirm the strength of the U.S.-Israel relationship. With respect to the specifics on security commitments or assurances or actions that we will take with Finland and Sweden, those are ongoing conversations that are happening at an operational and technical level between our Department of Defense and their ministries of defense, and also with other NATO allies and partners. And so I'll leave it in those channels for now, only to say that the U.S. stands ready to ensure that deterrence and defense for Finland and Sweden will be there should they need it, even though they don't get the full benefits of the Article 5 alliance until the accession process is properly complete, as is required, frankly, under our Constitution, where we need to get advice and consent from the Senate for that treaty.
Could you clarify regarding the trip, to what extent is the message in this trip going to be like a cautionary tale delivered to China to say, look what happened in Ukraine, look how we've responded, don't do anything similar? Is that going to be part of the messaging during the president's trip?
The message we're trying to send on this trip is a message of an affirmative vision of what the world can look like if the democracies and open societies of the world stand together to shape the rules of the road, to define the security architecture of the region, to reinforce strong, powerful, historic alliances. And we think putting that on display over 4 days, bilaterally with the ROK and Japan, through the Quad, through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, it will send a powerful message. We think that message will be heard everywhere. We think it will be heard in Beijing. But it is not a negative message, and it's not targeted at any one country. It's targeted at an audience the world over about what American leadership, working flanked by allies and like-minded partners, can deliver for people everywhere. And we think we go into this trip very much with the wind at our back, with a strong case to make, that we have what it takes to be able to deliver against the security and economic challenges of our time. And President Biden will head into the Indo-Pacific with a spring in his step, and we're very much looking forward to this visit.
Will the president visit the DMZ, Jake? Will the president visit the DMZ?
You can ask Kareem.
He will not visit the DMZ. He will not. He will not.
Why not visit the DMZ?
Not on this trip. He will not. He will go to South Korea, as you know. They will have an agenda to talk about a lot of things, including North Korea, but he's not going to the DMZ. And just to reiterate here is that as vice president, he has been there before. But on this trip, he's just not. He's just not going to go on this trip. He's going to go to South Korea. He's going to show his support for the region, but he's not going to go to South Korea on this trip. I'm sorry, the DMZ on this trip. Okay, we all love Jake. Thank you so much for your patience. And I have one topper, and then we'll get to it. Okay, the Senate took an important step today with the bipartisan agreement announced by Chair Tester and Ranking Member Moran to advance their vision of the Honoring Our Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022. President Biden has championed legislation to deliver the benefits and health care services that veterans impacted by toxic exposures have earned. This historic comprehensive bill will do just that. The pact will not only help deliver more timely access to benefits and services for veterans and their survivors, it will also ensure that the Department of Veterans Affairs can act more nimbly to add future presumptive conditions when the evidence warrants. And the legislation will help the VA provide our veterans the level of service they deserve. President Biden believes that we have a sacred obligation to support veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. That's why, as part of this his first State of the Union address, he identified supporting veterans as a key pillar of his unity agenda and an issue that can unite the country, Republicans and Democrats. Passing the PACT Act would be a welcome and long-awaited achievement for the veterans who have served us well. Darlene, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Jake this question, but I'll ask you. It's about the Quad Summit, and there's a possibility that Saturday's election in Australia will not produce a winner in time for someone to go to Tokyo to participate in the Quad Summit. So what contingencies are there? Will the Quad meeting go ahead if Australia cannot?
I believe the Quad meeting will go ahead. I don't have any more specifics than that about how that's going to affect any further deeper. But from what I understand, even Jake said this, that there's going to be a Quad summit. It's going to happen. We can talk more about the specifics of what it will look like with Australia.
And then the First Lady's office informed us that Ashley Biden, the president's daughter, is positive for COVID. Can you tell us when was the last time the president tested negative? Is he testing today in preparation for travel?
Yep, so the president tests regularly throughout the week as part of a cadence determined by his doctor. As we've communicated, the president is not a close contact with Ashley. It's been several days that he and the First Lady last saw Ashley. I think about a week is what I've been told. If his testing were to change because of a close contact, we'd let all of you know, but his cadence has not changed. I don't have when he last tested.
And then one final question on the church attack in California over the weekend. We haven't seen the president comment on that at all. Is he concerned that what happened there could somehow destabilize relations between Taiwan and China? Does he have any plans to call or reach out to Taiwan or China or anything like that?
So I don't have any calls to preview of calls with Chinese and Taiwan as it relates to this particular case. Our thoughts are with all of those affected by gun violence, including all of the other incidents that happened this weekend in Houston, in Milwaukee, in Chicago, and as we know in Buffalo. Federal law enforcement is supporting as needed, and the White House has been in touch with local leaders. These shootings, and of course, the one in Buffalo, as the president and the first lady went to grieve with the community yesterday, as all of you know, are a sad reminder of how important it is to redouble our fight against gun violence and violent crime. And as part of the president's comprehensive strategy to fight gun crime, we're putting more cops on the beat, as you've heard us say this past year and a half, as we're talked about gun comprehensive approach here, cracking down on firearms trafficking, investing through the ARP and community programs to prevent crime. But I don't have any more to share on any calls that may have occurred. Okay, I'm going to go to people who haven't asked a question. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. Two questions. Following up on Darlene and Ashley Biden having COVID, she's in good company in this White House, and that the vice president had it, the second gentleman had it, you had it, Jen Psaki had it twice, a number of top cabinet officials had it, a number of other aides in the West Wing, and no one so far that I can remember has been deemed a close contact of the president. Why are none of these people close contacts of the president and his sister, actually, including family members? And also, are there steps that the president is taking beyond the CDC guidelines that you could lay out? Are meetings in the Oval being kept under 15 minutes? Is everyone masked?
Well, I'm glad to be said I was in good company. Appreciate that. So it is, we take extra precautions. To your last question, I'll answer that first. Here at the White House, and we've said this before, when we're in the meeting, I was in a meeting with the president earlier today. I got tested first, I put my mask on, and we socially distanced. Those are the extra protocols that we do take with the president and all the principals, not just him, just to make sure that we just take that extra added step there. Look, the close contact is as it's deemed by CDC, and he hasn't seen Ashley in several days. And it's also, there's a time component to how long that person was in the room. We all wear masks. Yeah, I mean, the way if there was a close contact or he's a close contact of someone, we would let you know.
And on guns, yesterday when he was leaving Buffalo, the president said, I've got to convince the Congress that we should go back to what I passed years ago. I just want to confirm that he was referring to the 1994 assault weapons ban. And my question is, when he was the point person for President Obama after Sandy Hook, mentioned to me, which went far less far than an assault weapons ban, failed. What makes him think that he could get that through when so far no meaningful legislation has gone through in the past decade?
I mean, look, this is what the president said yesterday, right? He understands it's not going to be easy, but he knows that there's more to do. Our country is facing an epidemic that is very real, as we have seen this past weekend. This gun violence is costing lives every single day. And so when he was in Buffalo, we saw examples of that. He talked to the family, talked to them in a very personal way, and this is a top priority for the president, as it's been throughout his career. As you just mentioned, he mentioned his own legislation that he passed. Look, the president continues to urge Congress to act to pass universal background checks, to keep guns out of the wrong hands, and to renew a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines to keep weapons off our streets. It's not going to be easy. He understands that, but he's going to continue to work very hard to make that happen. But I do want to add, Ashley, is that this administration has done more on gun violence reform via executive action than any other president in its first year in their administration. So that is his commitment in what he's done just this year and a half. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. Jake mentioned his conversation with his Chinese counterpart this morning. The readout you guys gave was pretty sparse, and so I was wondering if you could give any more details of that conversation, particularly the sort of update on how the White House is seeing China's actions towards Russia in light of Ukraine. I know that
I don't have any more to read out outside of what was put out by us earlier today. I'm just going to keep it to that readout. And Jake has spoken to this before about China and their relationship with Russia. We haven't seen any evidence of any like material that has been provided to Russia. That continues to be the case. I don't have any more to add.
let's go about a pair of bills on Capitol Hill right now.
Sure.
Both being forwarded by House Democrats. One is a Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act, and the other is this domestic terrorism legislation. I haven't seen statements of administration policy on either, and I'm wondering how supportive the president is, particularly on the domestic terrorism legislation. He kind of, on the tarmac yesterday, seemed to say that he didn't think it was necessary.
So on the gas price gouging legislation that you just mentioned, look, the president welcomes all ideas to protect consumers and to make sure that oil companies aren't taking advantage of Putin's war and are competing fairly. He's been very clear on that. President Biden has been also very clear that no company should be engaging in unfair practices to hike prices on American consumers. As the president has said, President Putin's actions are what is driving the price increase at the pump. The president is focused on doing everything in his power to address the Putin price hike, including the largest ever release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, as we've talked about here at this podium, and working around the clock to diplomatically build a coalition of countries for the largest release in foreign reserves ever. We know that there are a number of ideas being suggested by our allies and in Congress, and look forward to engaging on this issue so we can get Americans some relief, especially as we're in this particular time right now with high prices.
And one last one, the Dow is down 1,100 points so far today. Chairman Powell did an interview with the Wall Street Journal in which he said he'd push forward on additional rate hikes, even if it resulted in unemployment coming up. Also, presumably baked into that is that the stock market, we've seen the stock market do poorly as the Fed hikes rates. So, do you still, I guess, stand behind Chairman Powell's vision on rate hikes? And broadly, you guys have said you're not following day-to-day market tribulations, but we're now getting to a point where some of the gains that have defined the president's tenure are being erased. And so is there a new level of alarm within the White House about
Well, as you know, we say this all the time, Josh, it's Justin. The Fed chair, the Federal Reserve is independent. We leave them to make their own policy decisions. We do not get involved in that, and nothing has changed on how we see the stock market. That's not something that we keep an eye on every day. So I'm not going to comment about that from here. I do want to touch a base on the domestic terrorism and what the president said yesterday about about domestic terrorism. Look, it's a growing and evolving threat, and one that the Biden administration has taken very seriously. Since our first day in office, we have said we have been studying the details of different proposals, and there are a range of ideas that have been proposed in Congress that could improve our ability to detect and respond to these threats. What the president was specifically referring to yesterday when he was on the tarmac was the set of existing laws on the books that provide law enforcement with authorities to investigate and prosecute domestic terrorism and hold those who commit
prevent hate-filled attacks accountable. As part of our national strategy for countering domestic terrorism, we increased our support for federal, state, and local law enforcement as they address domestic terrorism nationwide, including increasing resources and providing trainings to thousands of law enforcement entities. DOJ has made domestic terrorism-related investigation and prosecution a top priority at the national and local level. And plus, DOJ earlier this year announced the creation of a new domestic terrorism unit with the counterterrorism section of the National Security Division that will enforce the expertise and experience on these issues available to federal prosecutors nationwide. So there is a commitment there, and that's what he was talking about. Go ahead.
We're about 3 weeks away from the Summit of the Americas. You've got Chris Dodd down in Mexico today trying to convince President Lopez Obrador to come. What's the president's level of optimism that Mexico will attend this Summit of the Americas? And, well, is the guest list finalized? Has the president decided who to invite?
The guest list is not finalized. Hopefully that will happen soon, and I promise once we have it, we will share it. The president is optimistic. You know, we don't have anything to share at this moment. Again, once we have it, we'll be happy to share it with all of you.
Thanks, Corinne. DHS said today that they'll be pausing the Disinformation Governance Board. Did the White House play a role at all in perhaps expressing frustration on how it was rolled out, or express any involvement in whether or not it should be paused? And then also some experts have said that it was sort of set up to fail the way it was rolled out. Do you have a response to that?
So the board has never convened. It never convened, and the board the board is pausing in the sense that it will not convene while former Secretary Chertoff and former Deputy AG Gorelick do their assessment. But the departments work across several administrations to address disinformation that threatens the security of our country is critical, and that will indeed continue. And again, neither Nina Jankovic nor the board have anything to do with the censorship or with removing content from anywhere. Their role is to ensure that national security officials are updated on how misinformation is affecting the threat environment. She has strong credentials and a history of calling out misinformation from both the left and the right, and that's our focus.
Did the White House play a role at all in whether it should be paused or what should happen with the board?
No. First of all, like I said, this is what's happening. There is a pause. We did not have an involvement in this at all.
Just another quick question. Congressman Schrader, who received a rare endorsement from the president in a Democratic primary, is on track to lose. What does that say about the power of the president's endorsement?
I mean, look, as it comes to, I have to be careful about what I can say here. But the race in Oregon was focused on just how much each candidate supported the president. That's what we saw in this particular race. His counterpart in the race, McLeod Skinner, ran on an agenda of President Biden's priorities, including lowering the price of prescription drugs and tackling climate change and the fossil fuel pledge. Her support for President Biden extends back to 2020 election when she said he's the guy. He knows how to choose a great team. On the campaign trail, McLeod Skinner has sought to tie herself to President Biden and paused and praised his presidency. Even on day one, President Biden endorsed Representative Schrader. McLeod Skinner wrote, "I respect Biden's work to tackle COVID-19 and rebuild our economy." In February, McLeod Skinner praised President Biden's effort at diplomacy around the situation in Ukraine. McLeod praised President Biden's plan to lower health and care costs, elder care costs, child care costs, and prescription drug costs as a transformative investment in the future of Oregon's families. So that's how we see it. We think both sides were very much supportive of the president.
Thank you. Just to follow up though, I mean, the question is this, both of them had similar platforms to your point.
Yep.
And yet President Biden endorsed one of them, and that candidate is on track to lose. So are there concerns within the president, and I know you can't speak to the politics of this, is the president concerned that he doesn't have enough juice heading into these critical?
No, not at all, because again, both candidates were running on a platform that supported embrace
the president's agenda. Has the president reached out to any of the Democratic winners overnight, particularly John Fetterman, who's still in the hospital, Sherry Beasley?
I don't have any calls to read out, but I do believe the one thing that I can say here is that he spoke last night. The president did speak to Giselle Fetterman and wished the lieutenant governor a speedy recovery.
And the president said of Fetterman's win and of the Republicans who are still locked in a pretty tight battle in Pennsylvania, whoever emerges will be too dangerous, too craven, and too extreme to represent Pennsylvania and the United States. Do the Democrats run the risk of underestimating the Republican Senate nominee in Pennsylvania? And gubernatorial nominee?
You know, the president remains really focused on delivering for the American people. And what you see from congressional Republicans and what you see from the GOP is the plan for American people is to raise taxes in the middle class, to sunset Social Security and Medicare, and to take away a woman's right to reproductive health care. He's going to speak against that. He is going to continue to speak for the American public. And so he's not going to stay quiet. And this is something that is incredibly important to make sure that the American people and what he's doing for the American people is made sure that it happens, right? What the other side is trying to do is trying to stop us from trying to lower cost for folks as I just laid out.
And just very quickly, Senator Raphael Warnock saying that he's coming to the White House to meet with the president today. Can you talk a little bit about that, about the student loans, and is the president open to increasing the forgiveness rate? It seems like he's in the $10,000 range. Senator Warnock wants it to be closer to $50,000. Would the president come up?
So we meet with members of Congress on a variety of issues.
Today?
These are senators who have been leaders on college affordability and student debt. The president values their perspective and looks forward to the discussion this afternoon. So yes, but I don't have more to read on that. I've said this a couple of times. A decision hasn't been made yet. I don't have a timeline. A decision hasn't been made. Yep.
Thank you, Corinne. A follow-up to the disinformation board. Last week, you guys said that you needed this disinformation governance board at DHS to make sure that freedom of speech is protected across the country and that these platforms are not used for forms of disinformation. So what changed?
Look, the Department of Homeland Security, they began their statement repeating that the board had been intentionally mischaracterized, which is a little bit of what you were asking me, and they were explicit about what it does and does not do. It was never about censorship, policing speech, or removing content from anywhere. Its function was to keep Homeland Security officials aware of how bad actors, including human smugglers, transnational criminal organization, and foreign adversaries could use disinformation to advance their goals. As Secretary Marcos said, he has asked former DHS Secretary Michael Chernoff and former DAG Jamie Gorelick to lead a thorough review, this is the pause that I was talking about, and assessment as members of the Bipartisan Homeland Security Council Advisory Council. The board will not convene during that period, but the departments work across several administrations to address disinformation that threatens the security for our country is critical and will continue. So that work is going to continue.
So if it's pausing because you think the board was mischaracterized, then the disinformation board is being shut down because of disinformation? Is that what's happening here?
Look, I mean, the board was put forth for a purpose, right? To make sure that we really did address what was happening across the country when it came to disinformation.
And it's okay right now, 75 days.
It's going to pause. There's been a mischaracterizations from outside forces, and so now what we're going to do is we're going to pause it and we're going to do an assessment. But the work doesn't stop. We're still going to continue the work. The DHS is still going to continue the work.
Okay. There's a bulletin now that DHS is worried if Roe v. Wade is overturned, there could be violence against the Supreme Court building or Supreme Court justices. Are these threats from pro-abortion activists or anti-abortion activists?
So look, the president is clear on this question. He believes the right to
to peacefully protest in this country is fundamental. But he also believes that violence, threats, and intimidation have no place in political discourse anywhere. That is true whether it is in front of a courthouse or in front of a healthcare clinic. And that's the thing. I feel it seems like to us it is very one-sided on what we call out as intimidation or as violence. So we want to make sure we're calling out on both sides of what is happening and what we're seeing. While protests, while protests have been peaceful to date, the Department of Justice has U.S. Marshals providing support to support court-martial, and the President believes Congress should pass the legislation to fund increased security for court and judges as soon as possible. Yesterday, in reference to this, the Department of Homeland Security said they are committed to protecting Americans' freedom of speech and other civil rights and civil liberties, including the right to peacefully protest. DHS is also committed to working with our partners across every level of government and the private sector to share timely information and intelligence, prevent all forms of violence, and to support law enforcement effort to keep our communities safe.
And then final question on gas prices. Americans are now spending $5,000 a year on gasoline. That's almost double what they did a year ago. Where are people supposed to go to get all that extra cash?
To get the extra cash to pay for gas?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things that we've been very clear about is to do everything in our power to make sure that we lower costs. It is important. We see it. The president understands what the American people is going through, and that's why we're doing everything that we can. We've made multiple announcements in the past several months of what we're doing, whether it's the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, whether it's the Ethanol 15, to make sure that the American people are not feeling Putin's price hike. This is where this is coming from. 60 to 70% of the current price hike that we have seen has come from Putin's aggression against Ukraine.
So the president announces on March 31st that he's got all these steps to lower gas prices, and it's still Putin's fault 7 weeks later.
Well, because what I'm saying is since Putin's war, aggression against Ukraine started back in February, we did see a spike. But before then, it had the price per gallon had fallen down about 10 cents or more. And then Putin started his aggression on Ukraine, his violent aggression on Ukraine against their democracy, against their sovereignty. And we saw the facts show it went up about 60 to 70%. So it is Putin's tax hike. This is what we're talking about.
On that same subject, on inflation.
At some point.
The inflation concerns are now rubbing off on quarterly earnings reports for a lot of big companies. Target, for example, today says it missed its estimates because of increased costs of transportation and gas. That's part of what's driving this at least 1,100-point drop in the Dow so far. What would you say, what does the White House say to investors and everyday Americans who are concerned that there's no end in sight to these price hikes?
Look, I'm not going to speak to the stock market, but, this is something that is very important to the president when it comes to inflation and making sure that we lower costs for the American people. Last week, we announced new steps with private sector to lower the price of high-speed internet for tens of millions of Americans. The president traveled to Illinois to announce new actions to give farmers the tools and resources so they need to boost production, lower prices, and feed the world. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office found that the deficit fell by $1.5 trillion this year, putting us on track for the fastest deficit reduction in any year on record. These actions build on other actions the president has taken to lower costs in recent weeks. This is to address Putin's price hike at the pump. The president, as I was saying, allies and partners around the world, they came together. I was talking about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the 1 million barrels of oil per day for the next 6 months, in addition to the 60 million barrels of oil from other countries' reserve. I talked about the E15 gasoline that we have allowed to happen so that it could be sold this summer. The president also announced administrative actions to save hundreds of thousands of families hundreds of dollars per month by fixing the Affordable Care Act's family glitch. These are the things things that we have been working on, this president has been working on for the past several months, understanding that it is important to lower the cost for American families. And we're going to continue to do that. I'm going to try and go to the back. Go ahead, you, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about President Biden's long-term thinking on Ukraine? There's a possibility this war could go on for months or years. And what is the president's commitment to supplying weapons to Ukraine in the long term?
Well, as you know, there is a supplemental. There is a Ukraine funding that's in the Senate right now for about $40 billion that we are encouraging the Senate to pass, and so that is going to be part of continuing to help Ukraine with material, with defense material and humanitarian aid. Look, this is something that's incredibly important to the president, but also to our partners and allies, that we make sure that Ukraine is able to defend their democracy. It is important for us as a country, as a leader, in this world, to make sure that we're doing everything that we can so that happens. What is happening in Ukraine, defending their democracy, defending their territorial integrity, defending their sovereignty, affects us all. And so this is something that we are going to continue to be partners with our allies, our partners. Jake was talking about the NATO alliance and how strong they are, how unified, how they're speaking in one voice in a way that we have not seen in years. And so this is something that we need to continue to be a leader on, and that's what he believes. And it's important to make sure that we protect our country's democracy.
Making if Putin escalates after Finland and Sweden join NATO?
Well, I'm not going to go into hypotheticals. We're going to focus on what's happening here and now. Again, I think one of the things that we have to remember, this is a war that Putin started. This is a war, his aggression, his very violent war that we have seen. The Ukrainians and their government have fought very bravely, and we've seen that with Kharkiv. We've seen that what they've done in Kiev. It is remarkable what they have been able to do in fighting back this aggression against their country. And so that is going to be our focus, to make sure that they have everything that they need to strengthen their table when it comes to hopefully having some diplomacy and getting to an end of this war. But in the meantime, we have to support them.
Corinne.
Yep. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Thank you, Corinne. In the wake of the Buffalo shooting, there have been several civil rights groups who have expressed some unhappiness at the lack of outreach from the Biden White House and frustration about a lack of progress on hate crimes, gun violence, and so on. I'll just read you one. The Reverend Al Sharpton, who has been a visitor of the White House several times, says, quote, "This administration has met less with civil rights and civil liberty groups than previous administrations in a full, sustained way." He goes on to say that they've asked for a meeting here in the wake of the shooting, and quote, "We've got no response from the White House." Can you give an update on this? Will there be a meeting with civil rights groups, and can you address his frustrations?
So, I don't have any meetings to read out for you, or any meetings scheduled at this time. We respect the Reverend. He's been here many times before, as you know. Are you talking about the letter that from gun rights groups have written? There were about 40 plus. I think it was in your.
There's that, but he says civil rights groups have also asked the White House for a meeting.
Yeah, we've met with civil rights groups over the last year and a half. I don't have any meetings to read out to you at this time. Look, the one thing I do want to say is that, the president agrees with these groups on the urgency of acting, and he applauds the work that they're doing to rally support around the country for a common sense agenda to fight the epidemic of gun crime. He understands that. That's one of the reasons he went to Buffalo, to have that conversation, to grieve with the family, and he spoke to them in a very personal way. There's a couple of things from that letter that I do want to just talk about a little bit, since it was in your publication. He agrees that innovative neighborhood-based crime prevention programs like community violence intervention need to be at the core of our toolkit to make our common sense safer. That's why the president has unlocked existing money money within the government to invest in community violence intervention. That's why he secured more money for that in his 2022 budget, and that's why he's calling for a significant increase in funding in his 2023 budget. He is calling for a $5 billion investment over 10 years. The president also is going to continue to call on Congress. He talked about this yesterday when he was in Buffalo, to pass common sense gun violence legislation that would keep weapons off our streets and keep guns out of the hands of criminals. We're working closely with Leader Schumer and Speaker Pelosi on this and other issues, and we'll defer to their judgment on legislative mechanics, give them space to work on that and to do that. And finally, on the question of a gun violence coordinator, I was asked that yesterday. I think I was asked specifically about an office. We have Ambassador Susan Rice here, who is the chair of the Domestic Policy Council, as you all know, and she is coordinating President's whole of government approach to reducing gun violence, leading a 12-person team that connects violence reduction to broader resources like mental health supports, workforce development opportunities, and more. She has decades of experience coordinating interagency process in the federal government. There's no one who is better at bringing stakeholders to the table to drive progress, and we know that. So that's important because tackling an issue as complex in gun violence requires multidisciplinary approach, and we're talking about housing, mental health, community support, all of the things, apprenticeship, all of the things that are so important in order to deal with this issue. I'm trying to think. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to call up people I haven't gotten yet. Oh, we have to go? All right, guys, I'm so sorry. We have to go. But we will, hopefully I'll see some of you in Asia. All right.
Have a good trip.
Bye.
All right.
I know. Next time, I promise. I did call somebody back there.
Listen to it. Jesus, wow, this is different. This is definitely different, but like, yeah, you see, they asked her some questions about the stock market a couple times. She tried to dodge it, but it was no dodging it, man. We're done. This market is done, man. It's about to flush here. Looks like a back test is coming back to like that 385 level I was telling you guys earlier. We're only about $6 away now. SPY continued to sell after lunch and up here all the way until power hour. It's 3:09, ladies and gentlemen. The market's about to close here in a few. There is not that many earnings today. Cisco reports after hours. They may move, but it's not like, probably won't be like Target, you guys. That was a big one for Target. That was unexpected, but they did. They hit, you guys. They hit. But, tomorrow after hours, earnings will be a little bit better. Tomorrow in the morning, we got some names. Kohl's, that's more retail. So we'll see how retail is leading. And, we'll go from there. We'll go from there, you guys. But, man, what a day. Wow. But we're gonna wrap it up on time today, though. I think that's probably it as far as briefings today. Let me check. That's everybody. Everybody done spoke and showed their face. I'm thinking that's it. Yeah, that's it. Because even the abortion thing is finally done. So that's it as far as the day. We can really go ahead and start getting into the word of the day. LCLD word of the day. Hold up. I think this might be still live. Yeah, this is still live, but we're going to go ahead and do this. It might be over. Hold on, let me see. Oh, no, it's over. This is over, too. They look like they showed the end of it. It's done, too. So, yeah, it's definitely nothing going on, you guys. So that's it as far as economic data and briefings for the day, probably more than likely. Looks like the Johnny Depp situation is still live. We'll probably watch that towards the end of the day just for fun. It has nothing to do with the market. So we'll probably watch that at the end of the day. But gas prices surge in the U.S. The market is concerned about that, and there's a lot of selling today about the abortion situation. And it's a lot, man. We got mass shooting that just happened in the state. So it's crazy. There's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on. But the market definitely sold here today. A lot of selling, man. Definitely gapped down and just kept going down so far. So it's up to, tomorrow jobless claims data's come in. Jobless claims data is reporting. So that'll be important, if it's good or bad. If it's bad, market will continue to sell, you guys. If it's good, they'll try to hold it up and maybe consolidate it. I ain't going to say it's going to go up, you guys, because this sell-off is pretty steep here. You know, so it's up to us investors. It was gonna boil down to us. So it is what it is. You know, but yeah, let's go ahead and get into the cover art while we're here and got your attention span. Best dividend stocks of each sector here. So these are some payments. Payment stocks, I think we have already done explained some of these low dividend yields, but also low payout ratios. Visa, MasterCard, they provide that. Private equity stocks, extremely diverse dividend stocks. Blackstone, Carly, and then commerce, e-commerce / retail here. One industry where scale is a massive advantage. Walmart, Target. As you can see, Target, massive advantage today. That's really serious. You know, those puts will be able to buy back if they want, you know. They just made a lot of cash there. That's a massive advantage they just gave them, and they hold dividends, you know, so keep that in mind. But cannabis stocks, you got some of the highest yields you can get in the market with those. These are some of the names below. These are the ticker symbols. So this is how you would look them up. Abbreviations, type that in, AFCG to find out what that is. Double IPR, find out what that is. And what that might be, you guys, but it's a cannabis stock. Defense stock, the most important yet overlooked sector. It is because, you know, as of right now, Russia-Ukraine's in the war, and the United States had to step in and help Ukraine and defend. But, you know, a lot of that help came in with these type of companies right here, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and RTX right here. You know, so it's a lot. People overlook these defense sectors, but, you know, they protect. So they defend the United States. So can't really overlook that, you know, as far as long term, especially with dividends. Yeah, banking, customer centric companies do best here. Discover and Ally. So this is banking, like financials, Goldman Sachs and stuff like that. So they all offer dividends, you guys. Discover right here, Ally. So yeah, man, that's it right here. That's the best dividend stocks of each sector, you guys. So just keep that in mind. Jot that down. That cover art will be there. You know, you check the channel, you can go look that up. But yeah, man. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get into the LCAOD word of the day. Man. Woo. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for LCAOD word of the day? Huh? Y'all ready? Figure. Figure. That is LCAOD word of the day. Figure. The definition, ladies and gentlemen, the noun, the shape or outline of something. Number 2, the numbers or digits in an equation or used as measurements. Verb, to calculate numbers, to try to simplify something that is hard to understand. Wow. I think I need a horn before we continue, you guys. We need a horn on that one. Like, wow, do you not understand how deep that word of the day is? We can relate that to the market. We can relate that to reality. But going off the market first, figure, it says the shape or outline of something, numbers or digits in an equation, or used as measurements to calculate numbers, to try to simplify something that is hard to understand. Oh man, relating that to the market, you guys. A lot of y'all know, y'all don't even know what's going on. Y'all still trying to figure it out. Y'all still trying to figure it out. Y'all just now start. Y'all just now hopping off the porch. Oh. Y'all just now hopping off the porch. Y'all just now trying to figure it out, right? Y'all just now trying to figure out that what you was taught all your life that they told you was hard, you know, you trying to understand it right now. Your whole life, they wanted you to really, this is what life's about. You know? You see how they try to dodge? You see how the new secretary, you see how she was dodging, not going to get into the stock market, don't want to get into the stock market. Because she know once you figure, she know. She know once you try to simplify something that is hard to understand, she know you'll figure it out. She know you'll figure everything out. They know you'll figure it all out. They can't do nothing about that. They actually want you to figure it out. But from afar, you know? They want you to figure it out. They want you to stay humble. You know, they want you to really be like them. They do what they doing it. They're not gonna talk about it. Obviously, you see she brushing it off, dodging it. But that's what they want you. They want you to look into it. They want you to learn. Why do you think LCLD is here now? Why do you think we're here every day to put this out here, try to get this message out here, telling you guys and girls to follow, share, like, subscribe, get the word out about investing. This is real. This is serious. Figure it out. You know? We're doing numbers, digits, equations all day. And it's simple math. It's like it says here. To try to simplify. That's it. That's all we're trying to do about the market. We're just trying to simplify what they're trying to do, what the charts and numbers are trying to tell us. And once you've realized what they're trying to simplify, you will be profitable. It's that simple. It's not about emotions, ladies and gentlemen. It's not about, oh, the stock ain't going up. Oh, the stock ain't going down. It's about figuring it out. The direction. Because it ain't about you. It ain't about it going up. It ain't about it going down. It's about our economy as a whole. What are we the people out here doing? Oh, y'all ain't hear me. Y'all ain't hear me. Y'all ain't hear me. Figure, ladies and gentlemen. This is the word of the day. This is the word of the day. So you want to figure, you guys, the shape or outline of something, numbers or digits in an equation, or used as measurements to calculate numbers, to try to simplify something that is hard to understand. Wow. So you know if you could take that word hard and replace that with easy, oh man. You want to make it easy. You want to keep your ego out of it. That's what makes it easy, you guys. Simplify it. Don't get mad if you're wrong. Understand why you're wrong. Move on from it and get right. It's that simple. Figure it out. Figure, you guys. And like I said, I can relate that to the market. I can relate that to reality, and we can go on and on and on and on. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It is 3:20 p.m. The breaking news, the Dow is dropping. It dropped 1,100 points. Oh, gosh, ew. Ugh, figure it out. Bear market here. Some of you guys still think, oh, it's almost as bearish. Oh, figure it out. Dow drops 1,100 points. You need to figure it out. It might be bearish now. Stop ignoring the signs. We're down 3-4% here. The VIX is up $31 that fast again. The VIX is up almost 20%. Oh, we're taking a break, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We'll be right back. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle. It's out top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. I got that black high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. This the son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it.
Shit reverse though. It can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead. Ooh. Damn, man, they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it as like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' burn. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it. Still alive, still alive, still alive, still alive, still alive. Still alive, still alive, still alive, still alive, still alive. One rack. You already know what the fuck it is, nigga. Chase a bag. Spiffy. One rack. If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas, I'ma ball on these niggas, I'ma ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches, I'ma stack on these bitches, I'ma stack on these bitches. If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas, I'ma spaz on these niggas, I'ma spaz on these niggas.
They say that I'm a baller cause they watch the way I stack cheese bag. Got the bag, they be watching how to pack flick. Plug, switch the numbers up. Fuck nigga tried to text me. Ball the fan, he like dog, you know how cats be. They say that where the racks be. Rack for rap, try match me. Chasing down this chicken, I can't let these niggas catch me. Look like been one rack, yeah, that hunt that shit like Captain. Pressure tight like Federal, no shorts, I need max, please. Boogie land to war, that's one rack, I never stop the truth. So talk about what you know, if you bitches tryna clock the stool. Spazzing on all opposition, fuck all y'all opposition. The movement made them stop and listen. In the midst, no handle business, who done did it? Yo, yeah, bitch killed the litness. One rack is written.
If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas, I'ma ball on these niggas, I'ma ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches, I'ma stack on these bitches, I'ma stack on these bitches. If I don't do nothing, if I don't do nothing, I'ma ball, nigga. If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas, I'ma spaz on these niggas, I'ma spaz.
Killer. I be ballin' on these niggas, I'm the definition of hood. Rich every goddamn day, I be sky high, be smoking on that good shit. Y'all niggas be smoking that bullshit. Talking about 1500 for a P. Fuck nigga, you can keep all that shit. You ain't getting no goddamn money from me. Back in 09, nigga fell in love with that OG, a nigga ain't been the same since. So if you ain't smoking out, smoking on the good weed, then fuck nigga, you got me bent. They call me killer, so I be smoking on the killer. Straight raw babies, I don't fuck with no swishers. Big long rappers, don't carry small pistols. Big tall chopper, knock it down wall, nigga. I don't do nothing, know I'm a ball, nigga. Tryna stack my money up to the tall ceiling. They got one it all, tryna ball with my niggas. All my niggas real, so you know I'm realer. Black and white stripes, all my niggas official. You don't even know half the shit we been through. All my niggas solid, ain't none of them see through. Then when they got beef, nigga, I got beef too. Whenever I eat, nigga, I bite off the spoon. I'm a big 8, y'all niggas baboons. Y'all ain't ready for the shit that I do. Y'all niggas can't move the way that I move. We carry big colors, split your ass in two. Nigga, we pull up, we ain't passing through. We bet all this shit, we love action, fool. Whenever I see you, I'ma spaz on you.
If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas, I'ma ball on these niggas, I'ma
ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I don't do nothing. If I don't do nothing. If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these.
Fuck on these hoes like a boss, you hear me? Wake up and replay my day. Different ignorant little whore. She probably got a nigga. Replay. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, hey. Replay my EP. Ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. Don't need extra cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss. I do what I want. I say what I want. Cause I be the one with the gun. Hey, I be imagining that when I come, hoes eating hoes like lunch. That's in the back, they fucking in front. Tell little bitch what's up, let's fuck. Bust my nut, but I don't fuck up. So, you know she a dime. But she ain't mine, nah. Cause I don't never cup, nah. Little bit, wait. What? Nah, what? Hold up. What? I don't cup, ooh. Fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. Don't need extra cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit. Ooh, I ain't spending shit. Take me to the private room. Ooh, private show. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit. Ooh, take me to the private room. Yeah. Take me to the private room. You be sucking on my private soon. She said she wants your Benji. Well, let me see them titties, even if they itty bitty. I fuck the whole committee. If she suck it, we ain't kissing. Ooh, fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. On the next cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss. I do what I want, yeah. I say what I want, yeah. When the fuck I want, yeah. When the fuck I want. Wait, what? Replay, bitch. This that replay shit. I'm the boss, nigga bomb. I'm the boss like a bunch. I'm that nigga, let's turn up. She gon' party, we gon' fuck. She a thotty, she gon' suck. I'm the boss, he a scrub. He a scrub. Yeah, he a scrub. Fucking on these hoes like a boss. I buy what I want like a boss. On the next cost like a boss. I just know the code. I'm the boss.
Go to the insurance, and then she's gonna give me also the amount to pay. I can transfer the money to the bank. I'm gonna pay for the insurance, and she can tell me what to do next. But she wanna see that first. She's not gonna do nothing until she sees it. Yeah, they close at 5, I think, or 6. We can do that tomorrow or Friday, but whatever. We can't do nothing. We gotta get that to her first. That's the first thing. Excuse me. That's why she not responding, because she don't want to.
Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. No, baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are back from the break here. And I don't want to rush it. The spot's still selling off, you guys. It's at 390 outs. It's still bleeding here. VIX is still going up here. It's just like, it's a Mara. This is a Mara. Have you ever seen Mara? This is Mara. She will murder you. Powell says the Fed will not hesitate to keep raising rates, you guys, until inflation comes down. He's standing on that 10 toes gangsters look. So yeah, I'm telling you, like the market is red, you guys. They're down. The Dow's down more than 1,200 points now. Ouch! It's not stopping. You can't fix it. It's about to be 5% down, you guys. Wow. This is a recession. This is a crash. This is free fall. This is down. It's dropping. Bears clawing. Puts gaining, though, for sure. You grabbing puts. You grab puts. You up, for sure. Secured. You caught it before it did. You know, that's how the rules go. That's how the nature of this business. If you're trading, you know, you're investing out. You can only really win if it goes up. Keep that in mind. If you're trading, you can win if it goes up or down. Keep that in mind. This is the Stock Market Live with LCMD. It's 3:35 p.m. It's really chill, you guys. Really chill here towards the end of the day. I guess you if there's hold on. Oh, we got something going on. U.S. Department of State. Secretary Blinken looks like he's live. He's participating in a food security minister. It started at about 3. Looks like they just tuned in to it about 20 minutes ago. So we're tuning into it live here now. We were going to pull up the Johnny Depp situation, but it has nothing to do with the market. So we're going to focus on what this does. So let's tune into it, see what he's talking about. That's probably why it just came down to 390 here, because it is right here. It just started, you guys. This is not good.
Both in her capacity as the representative from Germany, but also as this year's chair of the G7. Elena.
Thanks a lot. The plane was a bit late. Secretary General, Secretary of State, dear Tony, Minister, dear Aissata, Executive Director, dear David Bisley, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, yeah, this is not good. I'm going to say this is not good because it's more towards the end of the day. And it's all these briefings today haven't really been good. So they're talking about food security, and we know that there is Prices on food is high right now. So let's see what they're talking about. And if it don't end up being good, it won't be, put it that way, because the market's already been selling. So let's just tune in and see what they're saying till close, you guys.
Everybody in society directly and with terrible consequences. Russia is not only leading its brutal war with tanks, missiles, and bombs, Russia is leading its war with another terrible but more silent weapon: hunger and deprivation. By blocking Ukrainian ports, by destroying silos, streets, railroads, and especially farmers' fields. Russia has launched a grain war, stocking a global food crisis. It is doing so at a time when millions are already being threatened by hunger, particularly in the Middle East and Africa, due to the devastating effects of the climate crisis, due to the COVID pandemic, due to conflicts raging in their own regions. When I met villagers in Mali and Niger a couple of weeks ago, they told me what it means when the price of grain is doubling on the local market. It means their child go to bed hungry. It means a family is in pain. The world's poorest are paying the devastating price for Russia's ruthless war. In Mali, now the bread costs double than it costed before. In Lebanon, it has raised already by 34%. I would like to tell you from the bottom of my heart, we see your pain, we hear your suffering, and we stand by your side. 3 aspects are crucial now. First, we need concrete action. That's why it's important that we reach concrete commitments among G7 partners last week to support Ukraine in keeping up its production and to be able to export the grain which is needed so heavily worldwide. And to step up with aid to those women, men, and children who most urgently need it. Overall, Germany is providing 4 billion euros related to food security this year. But, and this is my second point, we must also look beyond the here and now. The bitter truth is that the global food crisis will not be solved overnight. That's why we must focus on all the factors contributing to hunger. We must tackle the climate crisis. We must help farmers become less vulnerable to droughts, floods, and extreme rains. We must also continue our fight against COVID, making sure nobody is left behind. As G7 foreign ministers, we have just agreed on an action plan to support vaccination campaigns in the global south with almost $4 billion. We will only succeed, and you have underlined this, if we work together. And this is my third point. That's why I would like to thank you, Tony, for bringing us together today. That's why, Secretary General, we thank you for launching the Global Crisis Response Group, a crucial initiative because this debate needs to be inclusive, with a global reach, bringing together donors and those in need. And that's also why we will use our G7 presidency to push this crucial battle. The Global Alliance for Food Security that was initiated by the G7 and will be launched tomorrow is one important step. It will feed into the UN level. Colleagues and friends, don't fall for Russia's disinformation campaign. There are no sanctions, not a single one, on grain exports or fertilizers. There are no sanctions impeding humanitarian aid. Let's be very clear. It's Russia's ruthless war that is putting millions at life and at risk. But we won't stand idle by. We will act. At this time, when an inhuman war is causing such terrible suffering across the globe, that's a matter of responsibility, of solidarity, and of humanity. And that's why we are all here to stand with the poorest. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Vibak, very much. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for starting us off. greatly appreciate everything you're doing every day on this. Thank you.
I'm getting a little time.
So now I would like to turn to the Executive Director of the World Food Program, David Beasley. David, the floor is yours.
Is the mic working? There we go. Mr. Secretary, it's great to be with you. Thank you for calling this a very important session. And let me be very clear and to the point. Failure to open the ports will be a declaration of war on global food security, resulting in famine and destabilization of nations, as well as mass migration by necessity. It is absolutely essential that we allow these ports to open, because this is not just about Ukraine. This is about the poorest of the poor around the world who are on the brink of starvation as we speak. So I ask President Putin, if you have any heart at all, to please open these ports. Please assure everyone concerned that the passageways will be clear so that we can feed the poorest of the poor and avert famine, as we've done in the past when nations in this room have stepped up together for the call of action to prevent catastrophe from year after year. It's hard to believe that Ukraine, a nation that grows enough grain to feed 400 million people, is now out of production. Mr. Secretary, it's critical that these farms get back in operation, that the trucks and the trains and the ships move again. The World Food Program, we fed about 130 million people last year, assisted in some way or another. This year, we expect that number to be about 150. 50% of the grains that we buy come from Ukraine. But there's also 7.6 other billion people that depend upon the markets for grain, the commodities that all in this room produce, and the market volatility that's been created by this war is something that the world, in a fragile time like this, after years of conflict, COVID, and climate shocks, the world is too fragile. Mr. Secretary, over 25 nations depend on 50% or more of their grain from this region. Your numbers that you gave and the Secretary General, how much food is produced in this region, is a serious matter as it can possibly be. Our operational costs, because of fuel, food price increasing, shipping costs, is already increased over $71 million per month. That means we will be feeding 4 million less people in a time where there's unprecedented increase in global food insecurity. When I started this job just 5 years ago, there were 80 million people marching to starvation. Not chronic hunger, that's another number. It jumped right before COVID to 135. COVID comes along with the economic ripple effect. Of course, you've got to ask the question, why did it jump? It was war and conflict and climate shock. And then COVID comes along with economic devastation of the poorest of the poor countries. $30 trillion or more economic stimulus packages passed. We thought that COVID would be behind us, only to see it ripple again and again and again. And the poorest of the poor countries don't have the safety net finances that they need because they're in so much debt now. It's a very, very fragile time on planet Earth. The world is on fire. We have solutions. We need to act, and we need to act now. The silos are full. Why are the silos full? Because the ports are not operating. Why are the ports not operating? Because there's a blockade that will not allow the food that will feed the world to pass. The farmers need to be back in the field. We need to get those silos empty, but we can't do it without the ports being operational. So, Mr. Secretary, I do want to say a special thanks to the United States, and I say this from the bottom of my heart. I have seen Democrats and Republicans fight over everything, but this week when I saw them coming together for extraordinary cooperation on international food security and humanitarian response to the Ukraine crisis, it warms my heart and gives me hope. And many of you in this room have been stepping up for the last few years. Thank you very much, but there are others in this room that need to step up more than you have. The world is on fire. Don't be penny wise and pound foolish at a time like this. Germany did a very simple study just a year ago that showed in the Syrian crisis with 1 million refugees that ended up in Germany. And guess what? Refugees don't want to leave home. But if they don't have food to any degree of peace, they would do it. Every single person in this room would do as a mom and dad. They would leave to get that peace. But those 1 million that we could have fed inside Syria for 50 cents a day ended up for $125 billion at over $70 a day inside Germany. In the United States, we're now facing 5 times the number of people talking about migrating from Central America toward the United States border. Just in the past year, that number has increased that much. So it's going to cost us if we don't respond strategically and effectively. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you. The time is of the essence.
Mr. Director, thank you very much for that intervention, and thank you for your leadership every single day, really on the front lines of this crisis. I'd now like to give the floor to the representative from Yemen.
Mr. Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State of Friendly United States of America, Mr. Anthony Gutierrez, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me at the outset to register my thanks to the United States and Mr. Blinken for the invite to attend this important meeting that I hope to have an outcome of positive results, and it invites the most harmed countries and under the impact of food security, and that we sponsor action to deal with the humanitarian needs as a result of this conflict and to increase the resiliency to reach a better future that eradicates hunger. And on top of that is sustainable development. In some areas, hunger and malnutrition represent main hurdles against development in many countries, particularly those that suffer from conflict. In this vein, allow me to talk about the situation in my country as one of the countries suffering the most and the one suffering the worst humanitarian crisis in accordance with the United Nations reports. And in accordance to the IPC reports and the World Food Organization, 4 million Yemenis need help and 20 million face hunger. The level of malnutrition amongst women and children is very high. This dark picture in Yemen is a result of the Houthi militia's actions in Yemen since year 2014. And so understanding the reasons of suffering and hunger in Yemen is a main way to understand the solution or look for it. Ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, the truce reached by the envoy of the United Nations Secretary General gave a window of hope for Yemenis, and the government continues to cooperate and show flexibility to achieve a level of alleviating the suffering of Yemenis and cooperating with the United Nations and humanitarian aid organizations and trade, enabling Yemenis to move in and out of the country. And we do not want to see this window shut in the face of Yemenis due to the transience of the Yemeni Houthi militias and their insistence to achieve political gains and violating the truth and opportunities of achieving peace and ending war. Ladies and gentlemen, Yemen suffers from many factors that complicate the issue of food insecurity, and it is aggravated today due to the effects of the world food markets due to the conflicts around the world, and especially the conflict in Ukraine. Yemen imports a lot of its food needs from Russia and Ukraine, and as such, its fragile situation is easily impacted by any instability in the international markets. And so we stress the need to pay close attention to the countries that suffer food insecurity and give them greater attention to avoid famine and disaster that are difficult to confront. And in our meeting today, with the initiative to confront food insecurity, there is a number of possibilities. Number one, to pressure Houthis to stop their violations of the truth and put the humanitarian needs first and foremost, and going with goodwill into negotiations to bring peace in Yemen. Solutions should be long term and focus mainly on improving resiliency to the most vulnerable groups and to gradually get rid of monetary assistance. And here we stress on the need to connect both social and humanitarian aspects and increasing resiliency through all programs and humanitarian interventions. To achieve that, we should work with governments and beneficial governments to increase their capacities, their technical abilities, and reaching technological solutions to improve the national economy and creating employment opportunities. We should work to support less developed countries, particularly those who are living through conflict or post-conflict, and to deal with the climate change, as well as dealing with the COVID pandemic. The invite to act should be inclusive to bring a global movement to avoid the results of wars and conflicts and to ensure the flow of supply chains and to counter inflation and price increases. We should give priority to Yemeni wheat importers to reach the markets and to ensure that areas that are subject to the danger of famine can resist and remain active. And in the light of the great drop in their Yemeni riyal's value against USD, we should create a special fund and special program to fund Yemeni imports to enable Yemeni importers of wheat to find the working capital and to fund imports from international markets, to establish a new system that extends terms of payment between importers and international exporters to 60 days under the purview of an international financial organization. Finally, to exempt countries that suffer from humanitarian crises from the export exemptions by some countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. I'd now like to turn to the Foreign Minister from Italy, Luigi Di Maio. Luigi.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken for convening this meeting and Secretary General Antonio Guterres for strongly advocating a decisive action of the international community in front of the current food crisis. Food security is a long-standing priority of Italy's foreign policy. The international community must work in a coordinated way to achieve food security for all, especially at the time when the consequences, first of the pandemic and today of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, jeopardize this endeavor. The blockade of the port of Odessa is a matter of very serious concern because it prevents the export of Ukraine's available supplies of wheat. Therefore, today's discussion should also pave the way to possible strategies to restore grain shipments and avoid food shortages on a global scale. Food diplomacy is key to mitigate the crisis impact. For this reason, Italy fully supports initiatives launched in the G7 framework, starting with the Global Alliance on Food Security promoted by the G7 leaders. Thank you, Minister Baerbock, for your efforts, and welcome initiatives by partners such as the French Farm Initiative. Last year, as G20 presidency, Italy placed this issue high on the international agenda and promoted the adoption of the G20 Matera Declaration on Food Security. We co-organized in Rome, in partnership with the Special Advisor of the Secretary General and with FAO, the UN Food System Pre-Summit, jointly convened by Secretary General Guterres and Prime Minister Draghi. Italy stands behind the Rome-based UN agencies whose role is vital in facing food security challenges. In 2021, as a follow-up of the Matera Declaration, FAO launched the Food Coalition in partnership with Italy. On top of the 10 million euros already committed to the program, Italy is now announcing an additional 5 million euros in favor of the Food Coalition, mostly aimed at supporting Ukraine's food production. While welcoming discussions in all relevant fora in response to the current food crisis, we deem crucial to reach out to all concerned countries to understand their needs and engage them in identifying and implementing the required measures. With this spirit, Italy is contributing actively to the G7 outreach activities. We intend to give special attention to the regional level as different regions have different food cultures and different kinds of vulnerabilities. Possible effects of this crisis on many Mediterranean countries are a matter of great concern for us. A diet based on wheat exposes them to serious consequences due to the spike in prices and to the uncertain future availability of wheat and other essential items. I discussed this issue this morning with Secretary General Guterres and President of the General Assembly Said, highlighting Italy's proposals in that regard. In particular, in close coordination with the German presidency of the G7, we are organizing a Mediterranean ministerial dialogue on the food crisis in Rome on 8 June. We have invited 24 countries with Germany, Turkey, and Lebanon as co-chairs and key international organizations. FAO will provide technical support for the event and its follow-up, and the World Food Programme and DFID will offer their inputs. Dear colleagues, rest assured that Italy, as a representative of a prominent food culture in the world, is ready to do its part in coordination and synergy with the United Nations and all partners. Thank you very much.
Luigi, thank you. And I'd now like to turn to the representative from Brazil.
Muito obrigado, senhor secretário. O Brasil acompanha com apreensão os níveis crescentes de insegurança alimentar ao redor do mundo, no contexto da pandemia de Covid-19 e de
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And we got 1 minute! What a day, what a day, what a day. LCOD was profitable again today, man. Good day today. Clients were profitable as well. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. It's, tomorrow is Thursday. Don't keep that in mind. We got 2 days left in this week, so the market's still going to move here. You need to be decided that you think it's going to bounce from here or continue to sell off like we saw today, man. That was ridiculous. But the market is about to close any moment now. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horn! That's it, ladies and gentlemen. The market is closed. That means LCAOD is closed. So we will see y'all tomorrow. Hope you learned something. Hope you earned something today out there, man. Free information right here, man. Free gems, free ideas, man. Live ideas, man. It'd be lit, man. Let cash accumulate over days. We will be back tomorrow live again. See y'all tomorrow morning. Enjoy your evening. And don't forget to let cash accumulate over days. LCAOD.